Ancient Rome, the Eternal City. Chapter 1, The Founding of Rome, Part 1. In the heart of the Italian peninsula, where the Tiber River carves its ancient path toward the Tyrrhenian Sea, lies a landscape that would witness the birth of one of history's most extraordinary civilizations. This is the story of Rome, a city that would grow from humble settlement on a few scattered hills to become the center of an empire spanning 3 continents, enduring for over 1,000 years, and shaping the very foundations of Western civilization as we know it today. The date traditionally given for Rome's founding is the 21st of April, 753 years before the birth of Christ. This precise dating comes to us from the calculations of Marcus Terentius Varro, a Roman scholar of the 1st century BC, who analyzed various foundation myths and historical records to arrive at what Romans themselves would come to accept as their city's birthday. Yet the true origins of Rome are far more complex, emerging from the mists of prehistory, where myth and reality interweave in ways that continue to fascinate archaeologists and historians to this day. The region of Latium, where Rome would rise, had been inhabited for thousands of years before the 8th century BC. Archaeological evidence reveals Bronze Age settlements dating back to the 2nd millennium BC, small communities of farmers and shepherds who recognized the strategic advantages of this particular bend in the Tiber. The river was navigable from the sea to this point, making it the furthest inland location where goods could be transported by water. More importantly, this was the first practical crossing point for anyone traveling from southern to northern Italy, as the Tiber's width and depth made fording impossible closer to the coast. The landscape itself was dominated by 7 distinct hills: the Palatine, the Capitoline, the Aventine, the Quirinal, the Viminal, the Esquiline, and the Caelian. These hills, rising between 40 and 50 meters above the surrounding marshland and the Tiber's flood plain, offered natural defensive positions and healthy living conditions away from the malarial swamps below. Between these hills ran valleys that would later become the famous forums and public spaces of imperial Rome, but in the 8th century BC, these low-lying areas were little more than marshy graveyards and grazing grounds. The Romans themselves preserved a powerful foundation myth, one that every child in the ancient world would have known by heart. It tells of twin brothers, Romulus and Remus, born of the Vestal Virgin Rhea Silvia and the god Mars himself. Their grandfather was Numitor, the rightful king of Alba Longa, a city said to lie some 20 kilometers southeast of Rome in the Alban Hills. Numitor had been deposed by his younger brother Amulius, who, fearing that Numitor's descendants might one day reclaim the throne, ordered that the twin infants be drowned in the Tiber. The servants charged with this grim task, however, could not bring themselves to murder the children directly. Instead, they placed the babies in a basket and set them adrift on the river's waters. When the flooding Tiber receded, the basket came to rest near the base of the Palatine Hill, at a spot the Romans would later mark with a sacred fig tree, the Ficus Ruminalis. Here, according to legend, a she-wolf discovered the crying infants and suckled them as her own. A woodpecker, sacred to Mars, brought them food. Eventually, a shepherd named Faustulus found the boys and, together with his wife Acca Laurentia, raised them as his sons. As young men, Romulus and Remus learned their true identity and returned to Alba Longa, where they killed the usurper Amulius and restored their grandfather Numitor to his throne. Rather than remain in Alba Longa, however, the twins decided to found a new city at the place where they had been saved by the she-wolf. Disagreement arose over which hill should serve as the site. Romulus favored the Palatine, while Remus preferred the Aventine. To resolve the dispute, they agreed to consult the gods through augury, the interpretation of bird flight. Remus, watching from the Aventine, saw 6 vultures. Romulus, on the Palatine, saw 12. The gods, it seemed, had spoken in favor of Romulus. On the 21st of April, 753 BC, Romulus began to plough a sacred boundary furrow around the Palatine Hill, marking where the city's walls would rise. In a fit of jealous rage, Remus jumped mockingly over this sacred boundary. Romulus, defending the sanctity of his city's borders, struck his brother dead, declaring, "So perish anyone who shall leap over my walls." This foundation myth, preserved in the writings of Livy, Plutarch, and Virgil among others, served multiple purposes for the Romans. It connected their city to the divine through Mars, established the sacred importance of boundaries and walls, explained Rome's aggressive military character, and linked Rome to the heroic age of Troy through Rhea Silvia's descent from Aeneas, the Trojan hero who fled the burning city and eventually settled in Italy. But what does archaeology tell us about Rome's actual origins? Excavations on the Palatine Hill, conducted throughout the 20th and 21st centuries, have revealed something remarkable, evidence of settlement dating to precisely the 8th century BC. In the 1980s, traces of a defensive wall and ditch were discovered, dated to around 730 BC, remarkably close to Varro's traditional founding date. Post holes and foundation trenches reveal rectangular huts with thatched roofs, similar to those found at other Latin settlements of the period. These early inhabitants were members of various Latin tribes, pastoralists and farmers who had begun to settle permanently on the hills. The Palatine Hill appears to have been among the first to be occupied, lending archaeological credence to the Romulus legend. The Quirinal and Esquiline hills show evidence of Sabine settlement, while the Capitoline served as a shared religious sanctuary. Gradually, through the 8th and 7th centuries BC, these separate hilltop villages began to coalesce into a single community. The early kings of Rome, following Romulus, are figures who walk the boundary between history and legend. After Romulus came Numa Pompilius, a Sabine from the town of Chios, said to have reigned from 715 to 713 BC. Numa was remembered as Rome's great religious legislator, the king who established the calendar, created the priestly colleges, and built the Temple of Janus in the Forum. His reign represented peace and pious devotion, in contrast to Romulus's military foundation. The third king, Tullus Hostilius, who reigned until approximately 641 BC, returned Rome to warfare, destroying Alba Longa and forcibly resettling its population in Rome, an early example of the incorporation of conquered peoples that would become characteristic of Roman expansion. The fourth king, Ancus Marcius, a grandson of Numa, combined religious devotion with military expansion, extending Roman territory to the sea and founding the port of Ostia at the Tiber's mouth around 620 BC. It is with the fifth king that we encounter the dramatic influence of Rome's northern neighbors, the Etruscans. Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, who became king around 616 BC, was said to be the son of a Corinthian Greek exile who had settled in the Etruscan city of Tarquinii. The Etruscans, occupying the region of modern Tuscany, were at this time the dominant civilization in Italy, with sophisticated cities, advanced metallurgy, extensive trade networks throughout the Mediterranean, and a rich artistic culture heavily influenced by Greek and Near Eastern models. Under Tarquinius Priscus and his successors, Rome underwent a dramatic transformation from a collection of hilltop villages into a true city. This was the period when the marshland between the Palatine and Capitoline hills was drained through the construction of the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Drain, allowing for the creation of the Roman Forum, the political, commercial, and religious heart of the city that would remain central to Roman life for the next 1,000 years. The story of Rome's founding exists in that fascinating twilight between mythology and history, where legendary tales preserve fragments of genuine historical memory. According to the tradition that Romans themselves believed for centuries, the city's origins trace back to the spring of 753 BC, to a fratricide committed on a hilltop above the Tiber River. The legend begins not in Italy, but in the ancient city of Alba Longa, some 15 miles to the southeast. There, a Vestal virgin named Rhea Silvia gave birth to twin boys, their father allegedly the god Mars himself. The reigning king, Amulius, who had usurped the throne from Rhea Silvia's father Numita, ordered the infants drowned in the Tiber. The servant charged with this grim task placed the babies in a basket and set them adrift instead. The flooding river carried the basket downstream until it caught in the roots of a fig tree at the base of the Palatine Hill, in a place known as the Lupercal. Here, according to the tale preserved by the historian Livy writing in the 1st century BC, a she-wolf discovered the crying infants and suckled them as her own. A woodpecker, sacred to Mars, brought them food. Eventually, a shepherd named Faustulus found the boys and brought them to his wife, Acca Laurentia, who raised them as Romans. The twins, named Romulus and Remus, grew strong and bold, natural leaders who gathered followers among the shepherds and herdsmen of the hills. When they learned their true identity, the brothers led their companions to Alba Longa, killed the usurper Amulius, and restored their grandfather Numitor to his rightful throne. Numitor gave them permission to found a new city at the place where they had been saved. But the brothers quarreled over which hill should form the center of their new settlement and who should give it his name. Romulus favored the Palatine Hill, Remus preferred the Aventine. They agreed to let the gods decide through augury, the reading of omens from the flight of birds. Remus, watching from the Aventine, saw 6 vultures. Romulus, on the Palatine, saw 12. The dispute over whether the first sighting or the greater number mattered erupted into violence. On April 21, 753 BC, as Romulus plowed a sacred furrow to mark the city's boundary, Remus mockingly jumped over the shallow ditch. Romulus killed him, declaring that so would perish anyone who crossed his walls. The city would be Roma, named for Romulus, its first king. Modern archaeology tells a different, though no less fascinating, story. The area of the 7 hills was inhabited long before 753 BC. Excavations on the Palatine have revealed traces of settlement dating to the 10th century BC, simple huts with wooden frames and thatched roofs. The famous Iron Age hut foundations discovered in 1948 show us that shepherds and farmers lived here in small, separate communities on the various hills. Each hill had its own identity: the Palatine, the Capitoline, the Quirinal, the Viminal, the Esquiline, the Celian, and the Aventine. What likely happened around the middle of the 8th century BC was not a single founding moment but a process called Synecism, the gradual merger of these hilltop villages into a single urban entity. The traditional date of 753 BC, while perhaps not precisely accurate, falls remarkably close to when archaeological evidence shows these separate communities beginning to organize themselves into something larger. The swampy valley between the Palatine, Capitoline, and Esquiline hills began to be drained and paved around this time, creating what would become the Roman Forum, the political and commercial heart of the city. Romulus, whether he existed as a historical figure or represents a legendary embodiment of this unification process, was credited with establishing Rome's fundamental institutions. He supposedly created the Senate, an advisory council of 100 elders drawn from Rome's leading families, called patres or fathers, from which we derive the word patrician. He organized the people into 3 tribes and 30 curiae, voting assemblies that would form the basis of Roman political life. He established the cult of Jupiter Feretrius on the Capitoline Hill, dedicating the first temple. Most significantly for Rome's future growth, Romulus addressed the city's shortage of women through what became known as the Rape of the Sabines. Having invited the neighboring Sabines to a festival, the Romans seized the Sabine women to be their wives. The resulting war between Romans and Sabines ended only when the abducted women themselves intervened, now mothers of Roman children, pleading for peace between their fathers and husbands. The Sabine king Titus Tatius agreed to rule jointly with Romulus, and the two peoples merged, though Romulus remained sole king after Tatius's death. After reigning for 37 years, Romulus allegedly vanished during a storm while reviewing troops on the Campus Martius. Either he was carried to heaven to become the god Quirinus, or, as some darker versions suggest, he was murdered and dismembered by senators resentful of his growing tyranny. Thus ended Rome's first reign, establishing patterns of transformation between mortal and divine, between kingship and conflict, that would echo through Roman history. Ancient tradition records 6 more kings who ruled Rome before the founding of the Republic in 509 BC. These kings straddle the boundary between legend and history, their earlier reigns shrouded in myth, their later ones increasingly corroborated by archaeological evidence. After Romulus came Numa Pompilius, a Sabine chosen for his wisdom and piety. Ruling from 715 to 673 BC, Numa established Rome's religious calendar, creating the College of Pontiffs and the Vestal Virgins, instituting the worship of Janus and other deities. His peaceful 43-year reign provided stability and sacred law to complement Romulus's military foundations. The third king, Tullus Hostilius, reigned from 673 to 642 BC and returned Rome to warfare, destroying Alba Longa and transplanting its population to Rome, settling them on the Cælian Hill. His reign demonstrated the pattern of Roman expansion: defeat your enemies, then absorb them, making them Roman. Ancus Marcius, grandson of Numa, ruled from 642 to 617 BC, combining his grandfather's attention to religion with territorial expansion. He fortified the Janiculum Hill across the Tiber and built the first bridge across the river, the Pont Sublicius, connecting Rome to its first colony at Ostia at the river's mouth, ensuring Roman control of the vital salt trade. With the fifth king, we enter better documented history and encounter the Etruscans, the sophisticated civilization that dominated central Italy in this period. Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, originally named Lucumo, emigrated from the Etruscan city of Tarquinii around 616 BC. His Greek mother and Etruscan father represented the cosmopolitan culture that transformed Rome from a collection of hilltop villages into a genuine city. The Etruscan kings brought urban planning, monumental architecture, and cultural refinement. Tarquinius Priscus began draining the marshy valley between the hills, creating the Forum Romanum. He built the Cloaca Maxima, the great saw that still functions today, channeling water from the hills into the Tiber. He laid the foundations for the Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, which would become the religious center of Roman state cult. He introduced the toga and other Etruscan customs that became quintessentially Roman. Servius Tullius, the sixth king ruling from 578 to 535 BC, may have been Etruscan or Latin, captured as a child and raised in the royal household. He enclosed all 7 hills within a defensive wall, the Servian Wall, portions of which survive today. More importantly, he reorganized Roman society on the basis of wealth rather than birth alone, creating the centuriate system that would structure the Roman army and political assemblies. The tribes he established remained fundamental to Roman organization for centuries. The seventh and final king, Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, ruled from 535 to 509 BC. His reign saw Rome reach its greatest extent under the monarchy, dominating other Latin cities and completing the Temple of Jupiter. But his tyranny and the rape of the noblewoman Lucretia by his son Sextus sparked the revolution that ended the monarchy forever. The regal period, whether lasting exactly 244 years as tradition claimed or representing a compression of a longer evolution, established the foundations of Roman civilization. The Forum, initially a marshy cemetery, became a paved public space surrounded by shops, temples, and political buildings. The Regia, the king's residence, stood near the Temple of Vesta, where the sacred fire tended by the Vestal Virgins burned perpetually. The Comitium, the assembly place where citizens gathered to vote, took shape adjacent to the Senate House. Archaeological evidence increasingly supports the outline, if not every detail, of these traditional accounts. The influence of Etruscan culture on archaic Rome is undeniable, visible in religious practices, architectural forms, political institutions, and material culture. Rome's transformation from village to city occurred precisely when tradition claimed, under kings whose existence, at least for the later ones, seems historically probable. Ancient Rome, Chapter 1, Part 3. The consequences of Rome's founding would echo through millennia, but the immediate aftermath of that April day in 753 BC was far more modest in scope. Romulus, having established his settlement on the Palatine Hill, now faced the practical challenges that confronted any new community in Bronze Age Italy. The legend tells us that his city began with perhaps no more than 3,000 souls, predominantly young men drawn by the promise of new beginnings and the protection of a fortified position above the Tiber's floodplain. The first consequence of Rome's founding was demographic. According to Livy, Romulus established an asylum, a place of refuge, between two groves on the Capitoline Hill, welcoming fugitives, runaway slaves, and exiles from neighboring communities. This pragmatic policy addressed an immediate problem: a settlement of warriors needed farmers, craftsmen, merchants, and families. The asylum worked, perhaps too well, for Rome soon found itself with a population of men but few women, setting in motion the infamous episode known as the Rape of the Sabine Women. This event, whether historical or mythological, reveals the transitional nature of early Rome. In approximately 750 BC, according to tradition, Romulus invited the neighboring Sabines to a festival honoring Neptune Equesta. During the celebrations, at a prearranged signal, the Roman men seized the unmarried Sabine women. The Sabine men, led by their king Titus Tatius, eventually retaliated, but when battle was joined near the Roman Forum, the Sabine women themselves intervened, positioning themselves between their fathers and brothers on one side and their new husbands on the other. This forced reconciliation resulted in a merger of the two peoples, with Titus Tatius ruling jointly with Romulus until his death around 748 BC. This legend encapsulates a historical truth: Rome was, from its inception, a synthesis of different peoples. The Palatine settlement absorbed Sabine communities, probably those dwelling on the Quirinal and Capitoline hills. Archaeological evidence from the 8th century BC shows distinct burial practices and pottery styles existing side by side in the area, supporting the tradition of ethnic diversity. The consequence was a hybrid culture, neither purely Latin nor Sabine, but something new that would prove remarkably adaptive. The transition from a single hilltop settlement to a multi-hill community occurred gradually over the 8th and 7th centuries BC. The 7 hills of Rome, Palatine, Capitoline, Quirinal, Viminal, Esquiline, Celian, and Aventine, were not incorporated simultaneously. The Palatine came first, naturally, being the site of Romulus's original settlement. The Capitoline, with its steep cliffs and defensible position, was fortified early, serving as the city's citadel, or arx. The Quirinal, associated with the Sabine population, joined the federation next, probably during Romulus's reign or shortly thereafter. The valley between these hills, the area that would become the Forum Romanum, initially served as a burial ground and later as neutral meeting space between the separate hilltop communities. In the 7th century BC, this marshy valley underwent a remarkable transformation. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's great sewer, was constructed to drain the valley, though dating its origin precisely remains controversial. Some scholars place its earliest phases in the 7th century BC, others insist it belongs to the Tarquin period around 600 BC. Regardless, the draining of the Forum Valley was a pivotal moment, creating usable public space at Rome's heart. Romulus, according to tradition, ruled for 37 years until 717 BC, when he supposedly ascended to heaven during a thunderstorm, becoming the god Quirinus. His disappearance, some ancient sources whisper of assassination by senators, exemplifies the transition from myth to political reality. The monarchy Romulus established would last for nearly 2.5 centuries, with 6 kings succeeding him before the Republic's founding in 509 BC. The second king, Numa Pompilius, who reigned from 715 to 673 BC according to traditional chronology, represented a dramatic shift in Rome's character. Where Romulus had been a warrior, Numa was a lawgiver and priest. Said to be a Sabine from Chios, Numa established many of Rome's religious institutions, the calendar of festivals, the priesthoods including the Vestal Virgins, and the Temple of Janus, whose doors stood open in war and closed in peace. His reign, lasting 43 peaceful years according to legend, allowed Rome to consolidate its social structures and develop the complex relationship between religion and state that would characterize Roman civilization. Tullus Hostilius, Rome's third king, who ruled from 673 to 642 BC, swung back toward military expansion. He destroyed Alba Longa, Rome's supposed mother city, around 650 BC, incorporating its population into Rome and settling many Albans on the Cælian hill. This established a pattern: conquest followed by incorporation, absorption rather than mere subjugation. The destroyed city's gods were brought to Rome. Its noble families, including the Julii, ancestors of Julius Caesar, were enrolled in the Roman Senate. The consequence was steady population growth and the transition of Rome from village to town. Ancus Marcius, the fourth king, reigning from 642 to 617 BC, further expanded Roman territory, founding Ostia at the Tiber's mouth according to tradition, though archaeological evidence places Ostia's actual founding several centuries later. Nevertheless, control of the lower Tiber and the salt beds at its mouth probably does date to this period, providing Rome with a valuable commodity and trade connections to the wider Mediterranean. The final three kings, Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, are all associated with Etruscan influence, and here legend begins giving way more clearly to history. The Etruscans, dwelling in the region north of Rome called Etruria, had developed sophisticated urban civilization by the 8th century BC. Their cities, Veii, Tarquinii, Caere, Volsinii, and others, boasted impressive walls, temples, and tombs. They had adopted the alphabet from Greek colonists and developed complex political and religious systems. Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, who seized power in 616 BC and ruled until 579 BC, was said to be from the Etruscan city of Tarquinii, though his father was actually a Greek exile from Corinth named Demaratus. This mixed heritage typified the cosmopolitan culture of 7th century Italy. Tarquinius Priscus transformed Rome architecturally. He initiated the great temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, though it would not be completed until 509 BC. He expanded the Senate to 300 members, drawing from newly conquered Latin, Sabine, and Etruscan populations. He instituted the Roman Games and began the construction of the Circus Maximus in the valley between the Palatine and Aventine hills. The consequences of Etruscan influence cannot be overstated. Etruscan architectural techniques, particularly the stone foundation and terracotta decorations, transformed Rome from a city of mud, brick and thatch to one of more permanent structures. Etruscan religious practices, including the interpretation of lightning and examination of sacrificial animals' livers, became integral to Roman state religion. The fasces, bundles of rods with an axe carried before magistrates as symbols of authority, were of Etruscan origin, as was the purple-bordered toga praetexta worn by high officials. Servius Tullius, Rome's sixth king, who ruled from 578 to 535 BC, was credited with Rome's first constitution. He organized the citizen body into military units called centuries based on wealth rather than birth, creating 5 classes of citizens. The wealthiest, possessing property valued at 100,000 asses, served as cavalry and the first class of heavy infantry. The poorest, the proletarii, were exempt from military service but counted in the census. This Servian constitution, whatever its actual date, marked the transition from a tribal society organized by kinship to a civic society organized by residence and property. Servius Tullius also constructed the first comprehensive defensive circuit around all 7 hills, the Servian Wall, portions of which, though mostly dating to later rebuilding in the 4th century BC, can still be seen in modern Rome. This wall, encompassing approximately 427 hectares, defined Rome as a true city, no longer merely a cluster of hilltop villages but a unified urban entity. The final king, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, ruled from 535 to 509 BC. His reign, marked by tyranny according to Roman tradition, ended in revolution when his son Sextus Tarquinius raped Lucretia, wife of a Roman nobleman. Her subsequent suicide in 509 BC catalyzed the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the Republic. Whether these precise dates and events are historical hardly matters for understanding their consequence. What emerges from the legendary period is a clear transition from pastoral settlements to urban center, from isolated Latin community to cosmopolitan city incorporating Sabine, Etruscan, and Greek influences, from kingship based on personal charisma to institutions that would outlast any individual. The forum evolved from burial ground to marketplace to political center. The hills transformed from separate villages to unified city. The population grew from a few thousand to perhaps 35,000 by 500 BC. By the end of the monarchy, Rome had become the dominant power in Latium, controlling territory within a radius of approximately 15 to 20 kilometers. The city possessed monumental architecture rivaling any in Italy, the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, the Regia or King's House in the Forum, the earliest phases of the Comitium where assemblies met. The consequences of Rome's founding had established not merely another Italian city-state but something different, something whose peculiar genius for organization, incorporation, and adaptation would carry it far beyond the 7 hills where it began. Ancient Rome, Chapter 2, The Roman Kingdom, Part 1 of 3. The story of Rome's beginning lies shrouded in the mists of legend and history, where myth and fact intertwine so closely that separating them becomes almost impossible. Yet from these uncertain origins emerged a civilization that would reshape the world. Between the traditional founding date of 753 BC and the establishment of the Republic in 509 BC, Rome was ruled by kings, 7 men whose reigns transformed a collection of hilltop settlements into a unified city-state that would eventually command an empire. The Roman kingdom, or *regnum Romanum*, represents a crucial formative period lasting approximately 244 years. During this time, the foundations of Roman law, religion, military organization, and social structure were laid down, institutions that would endure for centuries and influence Western civilization to the present day. Our understanding of this period comes primarily from later Roman historians, particularly Livy, writing in the 1st century BC, and Dionysius of Halicarnassus, a Greek historian of the same era. Archaeological evidence from the Palatine and Capitoline hills has begun to corroborate aspects of their accounts, revealing that a sophisticated community did indeed exist in this location during the 8th and 7th centuries BC. The 7 kings of Rome form a dynasty that begins with Romulus, the legendary founder, and ends with Tarquinius Superbus, whose tyranny would forever poison the Roman attitude toward monarchy. Between these bookends, each king contributed distinctive elements to Rome's development. After Romulus, who reigned from 753 to 715 BC and established the basic framework of the city, came Numa Pompilius, the Sabine king whose peaceful reign lasted from 715 to 673 BC. He was succeeded by Tullus Hostilius, who ruled from 673 to 642 BC, then Ancus Marcius from 642 to 617 BC. The final 3 kings were of Etruscan origin: Tarquinius Priscus, reigning from 616 to 579 BC, Servius Tullius from 578 to 535 BC, and finally Tarquinius Superbus from 535 to 509 BC. This succession was not hereditary in the manner of later monarchies. The Roman kingship was, in theory, elective, with the Senate and the people both playing roles in selecting each new ruler. This notion of elected authority, however theoretical it may have been in practice, would become deeply embedded in Roman political consciousness and help shape the republican system that followed. Numa Pompilius stands as perhaps the most culturally significant of Rome's early kings, for it was he who transformed Rome from a warrior settlement into a religious community. According to Livy, Numa was a Sabine from the town of Chios, chosen for his wisdom and piety. Where Romulus had been a man of war, Numa was a man of peace. His reign saw not a single military campaign, an almost unthinkable achievement in that violent age. Numa's great contribution was the establishment of Rome's religious calendar and cult practices. He divided the year into 12 months, though his calendar required regular adjustment to align with the solar year. He designated certain days as holy and others as available for public business, creating the distinction between dies fasti and dies nefasti that would govern Roman civic life for centuries. The king established the priesthoods that would become central to Roman religion, the pontifices, who oversaw religious law and the calendar, the flamines, priests dedicated to specific deities, and the Vestal Virgins, who tended the sacred flame of Vesta in the temple that housed Rome's spiritual heart. According to tradition, Numa claimed to receive guidance from the nymph Egeria, whom he would meet in a sacred grove outside the city. Whether this represents genuine religious belief, political theater, or later romantic embellishment, it illustrates an important truth: Roman religion was inseparable from Roman state power. The king himself served as the chief intermediary between the human and divine realms, and religious authority reinforced political authority. The religious framework Numa established was contractual in nature. The Romans conceived of their relationship with the gods as a mutual obligation, *deut des*, I give that you might give. Proper ritual performance, conducted with meticulous attention to detail, was expected to secure divine favor. This practical, almost legalistic approach to religion would characterize Roman spirituality throughout its history. The gods were to be honored, propitiated, and consulted through augury and other forms of divination, but they were not to be loved in the way later religions would demand. Religion was a civic duty, essential to the prosperity and security of the state. At the opposite end of Rome's regal period stands Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, whose reign would end not only his own rule but the institution of kingship itself. Taking power around 535 BC, possibly through the murder of his predecessor Servius Tullius, Tarquinius Superbus ruled as a tyrant in the classical Greek sense, a ruler who had obtained power through irregular means and governed without regard for traditional constraints. The ancient sources paint Tarquinius as a man of ability but also of cruelty and arrogance. He surrounded himself with a bodyguard rather than relying on the people's affection. He made decisions without consulting the Senate, executed political opponents, and confiscated property to fund his ambitious building projects. Under his direction, the great temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus was completed on the Capitoline Hill, a structure that would remain the religious center of Rome for centuries. He also completed Rome's Great Sewer, the Cloaca Maxima, parts of which still function today, nearly 26 centuries later. Yet Tarquinius's tyranny bred resentment among Rome's leading families. The crisis came in 509 BC with the rape of Lucretia, a noblewoman, by the king's son Sextus Tarquinius. Lucretia's suicide after revealing the assault to her husband and father sparked a revolution led by Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus. The king and his family were expelled from Rome, and a solemn oath was taken that never again would Rome tolerate a king. The Roman Republic was born from this act of collective revulsion against monarchical tyranny. Between Numa's peaceful piety and Tarquinius's violent tyranny came Servius Tullius, whose reign from 578 to 535 BC transformed Rome's social and military organization through reforms that would shape the republic and empire that followed. Servius's origins were mysterious even to ancient historians. Some claimed he was the son of a slave woman, others that he was of noble Latin or Etruscan birth. What matters is not his parentage but his legacy. The Servian reforms reorganized Roman society according to wealth rather than birth, establishing a system that would influence Roman politics for 5 centuries. Servius conducted a census, assessing the property of all Roman citizens. Based on this assessment, he divided the population into 5 economic classes. The wealthiest formed the first class, the poorest the 5th, with gradations between. Below these stood those who possessed no significant property at all, the *proletarii*, whose contribution to the state was their children, their *prol*. This classification system determined military service and political participation. The army was reorganized into units called centuries, with the wealthier classes required to provide more heavily armed soldiers, cavalry and heavy infantry, while the poorer classes served as light infantry. In the assembly known as the Comitia Centuriata, these same centuries voted on important matters, but voting was weighted heavily toward the wealthy. The first class alone controlled nearly half the centuries, ensuring that the propertied elite maintained political dominance even within nominally popular institutions. Servius also expanded Rome's physical boundaries, constructing a defensive wall that enclosed all 7 hills and increased the city's territory substantially. Portions of this Servian wall, built of massive tufa blocks, can still be seen in modern Rome, though much of what survives dates from the 4th century BC reconstruction after the Gallic sack. The Roman kingdom was also defined by a fundamental social division that would persist throughout Roman history, the distinction between patricians and plebeians. The patricians were Rome's hereditary aristocracy, claiming descent from the first senators appointed by Romulus. They alone could hold certain priesthoods, possessed detailed knowledge of religious law and procedure, and initially monopolized political power. The plebeians constituted everyone else: farmers, artisans, merchants, a diverse group united primarily by their exclusion from patrician privilege. The ancient Romans themselves believed their city was ruled by 7 kings across a span of nearly 2.5 centuries, from 753 to 509 BCE. While the historicity of these early rulers remains debated among scholars, the tradition itself reveals much about how Romans understood their own origins and the foundations of their remarkable civilization. Following the death of Romulus, the legendary founder, the Romans elected Numa Pompilius as their second king around 715 BCE. Numa was a Sabine, chosen deliberately to balance the original Latin population with their Sabine neighbors who had been integrated into the community following the famous episode of the Sabine women. This choice reflected an early Roman talent for incorporating different peoples into their political framework, a characteristic that would define their expansion for centuries to come. Numa Pompilius represents something quite different from his predecessor. Where Romulus had been a warrior king, establishing Rome through conquest and violence, Numa was remembered as a king of peace and piety. According to tradition, he reigned for 43 years without waging a single war. Instead, Numa devoted himself to establishing the religious institutions that would form the bedrock of Roman spiritual life. He was said to have been inspired by the nymph Egeria, who met him in sacred groves and instructed him in divine law. Whether mythological embellishment or not, this detail emphasizes the perceived sacred origins of Rome's religious practices. Numa's reforms were comprehensive and long-lasting. He established the College of Pontiffs, the priests who would maintain the sacred calendar and oversee religious observances. He created the office of Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest, a title that would persist throughout Roman history and eventually be adopted by Christian bishops of Rome. He established the Temple of Janus, whose doors would remain open in times of war and closed in times of peace. He reorganized the calendar, adding the months of January and February to the existing 10 months, bringing the Roman year closer to the solar cycle, though still imperfect by later standards. The third king, Tullus Hostilius, who reigned approximately from 673 to 642 BCE, returned Rome to its warlike ways. His very name, Hostilius, became associated with hostility and warfare. Under Tullus, Rome entered into conflict with Alba Longa, the mother city from which Roman tradition claimed descent. Rather than commit both armies to wholesale slaughter, tradition records that the conflict was decided by combat between two sets of triplets, the three Horatii brothers representing Rome and the three Curiatii representing Alba Longa. The Horatii emerged victorious, and Alba Longa was subsequently destroyed, its population forcibly relocated to Rome. This episode, whether historical or legendary, illustrates Rome's early policy of expanding through the absorption of neighboring communities, increasing both its territory and manpower. Ancus Marcius, the fourth king, reigning from approximately 642 to 617 BCE, was said to be the grandson of Numa Pompilius. He combined the religious devotion of his grandfather with the military vigor of Tullus Hostilius. Ancus established Rome's first bridge across the Tiber, the Pont Sublicius, constructed entirely of wood without the use of nails or metal fastenings, in accordance with religious prescription. He also founded the port of Ostia at the mouth of the Tiber, giving Rome access to the sea and establishing the trading connections that would prove essential to the city's growth. The fifth king marked a significant change in Rome's royal succession. Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, known as Tarquin the Elder, came to power around 616 BCE. He was not Roman by birth but Etruscan, the son of a Greek merchant who had settled in the Etruscan city of Tarquinii. This foreign origin did not prevent his rise. Indeed, tradition holds that he arrived in Rome seeking opportunity and, through ability and ambition, rose to become king. His reign brought Etruscan influence flooding into Rome. He initiated the drainage of the swampy valley between the Palatine and Capitoline hills, beginning the construction of the Cloaca Maxima, the great saw that would allow this area to become the Forum Romanum, the political heart of the city. Tarquinius Priscus began construction of the great temple to Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, a project that would not be completed until after the monarchy's end. He instituted the Roman Games, the Ludi Romani, athletic and religious festivals that would become central to Roman public life. He expanded the Senate, adding 100 members to the original 200, incorporating leading families from newly conquered territories into Rome's governing class. The sixth king, Servius Tullius, reigning from approximately 578 to 535 BCE, was perhaps the most significant reformer of the royal period. His origins were mysterious. Some traditions claimed he was the son of a slave woman, others that he was a foreign prince. Regardless, his reforms fundamentally restructured Roman society. The so-called Servian Constitution reorganized the Roman population according to wealth rather than birth, a revolutionary change with profound implications. Servius Tullius divided the population into 5 classes based on property assessment, measured in arses, the basic unit of bronze currency. The wealthiest citizens, those possessing at least 100,000 arses, formed the first class. Below them came for progressively poorer classes, with those possessing little or no property classified as proletarii, literally producers of offspring, whose contribution to the state was their children rather than military service or taxation. Each class was subdivided into centuries, military units that also functioned as voting groups in the Comitia Centuriata, the Centuriate Assembly. This system was ingeniously weighted toward the wealthy. The first class alone possessed 80 centuries, and with the addition of 18 centuries of equites, the cavalry provided by the wealthiest citizens, this meant that the richest Romans controlled 98 of the 193 total centuries. Since voting proceeded by century and stopped once a majority was reached, the wealthy could determine any vote before the lower classes had opportunity to participate. Yet this system was not simply oligarchic oppression. It linked military obligation to political privilege. Those who could afford better equipment and who bore the greatest military burden enjoyed proportionally greater political influence. Servius Tullius also reorganized Rome's physical territory, dividing the city into 4 urban tribes and creating additional rural tribes in the surrounding countryside. He constructed a new wall around Rome's 7 hills, enclosing an area of nearly 300 hectares. Sections of this wall, known as the Servian Wall, remain visible in modern Rome, though much of what survives dates from a later reconstruction following the Gallic sack of 390 BCE. The seventh and final king, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, came to power around 535 BCE through violence, allegedly murdering his predecessor Servius Tullius with the complicity of his own wife, Tullia, who was Servius's daughter. Tarquin's reign was remembered as tyrannical, characterized by autocratic rule without consultation of the Senate and by ruthless suppression of opposition. Yet he was not incompetent. He completed the great temple of Jupiter Capitolinus begun by his grandfather, a magnificent structure that would serve as the symbolic heart of Roman religion. He made treaties with neighboring cities and extended Roman influence into Latium. The end of the monarchy came not from political opposition to Tarquin's autocracy but from a personal outrage. According to tradition, in 509 BCE, Tarquin's son, Sextus Tarquinius, raped Lucretia, the virtuous wife of a Roman nobleman. After revealing the crime to her family, Lucretia committed suicide. This act catalyzed a rebellion led by Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus. The king and his family were expelled from Rome, and the Roman Republic was established, governed not by kings but by annually elected magistrates called consuls. Throughout the regal period, Roman society developed its fundamental division between patricians and plebeians. The patricians were the aristocratic families who claimed descent from the original senators appointed by Romulus, the patres or fathers. They monopolized religious and political offices, possessed exclusive knowledge of religious law and legal procedures, and formed a closed hereditary elite. The plebeians constituted everyone else: farmers, artisans, merchants, later arrivals to Rome, freed slaves, and their descendants. Though some plebeian families acquired considerable wealth, they remained excluded from the highest offices and from the priestly colleges. This social division would drive much of Rome's internal political development in the coming centuries, as plebeians struggled for political equality and legal protections against patrician domination. Chapter 2, The Roman Kingdom, Part 3/3. The expulsion of Tarquinius Superbus in 509 BCE marked not merely the end of a reign, but the collapse of an entire political system that had governed Rome for nearly 2.5 centuries. The consequences of this transformation would echo through the remaining 1,000 years of Roman history, establishing patterns of governance, social division, and political ideology that defined what it meant to be Roman. The immediate aftermath of the monarchy's fall was chaotic. Tarquinius Superbus did not accept his expulsion passively. From his refuge in Etruria, the deposed king sought allies to restore him to power. His first attempt came through Lars Porsena, the powerful king of Clusium, an Etruscan city some 80 miles north of Rome. The siege of Rome by Porsena's forces became the stuff of legend, with tales of Horatius defending the Sublician Bridge and Mucius Scaevola thrusting his hand into flames to demonstrate Roman resolve. Whether these stories contain historical truth or represent later patriotic invention, they reveal how deeply the Romans came to value the idea that they had fought for their freedom against tyranny. Modern scholarship suggests that Porsena may actually have captured Rome temporarily, though Roman tradition could never admit such a humiliation. What remains certain is that by 506 BCE, Tarquinius had lost his Etruscan support and turned instead to the Latin League. At the Battle of Lake Regillus in 496 BCE, fought near modern Frascati in the Alban Hills, the forces of the new Roman Republic defeated the combined army of Tarquinius and his Latin allies. The Roman commanders were the consuls Aulus Postumius Albus and his colleague, leading an army that may have numbered some 24,000 men. Legend claimed that the divine twins Castor and Pollux themselves appeared on the battlefield, fighting for Rome on their white horses. In gratitude, a temple to these gods was constructed in the Forum Romanum, dedicated in 484 BCE, its 3 standing columns still visible today. With this victory, Tarquinius fades from history. He died in exile at Cumae, in Campania, around 495 BCE, an old man whose dreams of restoration had turned to dust. He was the last king Rome would ever have. The institutional consequences of the monarchy's end were profound and immediate. The Romans did not simply remove one man and continue as before. They fundamentally restructured their state to prevent any single individual from again wielding monarchical power. The position of king was replaced by 2 consuls, elected annually by the assembly of citizens. This dual magistracy ensured that power was shared and limited, each consul possessing the right to veto his colleagues' decisions. The term of office, restricted to a single year, prevented any individual from consolidating permanent authority. These twin principles, collegiality and annuality, became hallmarks of republican governance for the next 5 centuries. Yet the transition was not complete revolution. Much of the machinery established by the later kings, particularly the Servian reforms, remained intact. The centuriate assembly continued to function, organizing citizens by wealth for both military and voting purposes. The division of the population into tribes persisted, though the number would eventually grow to 35 by 241 BCE. The Senate, that advisory council of elders that had counseled the kings, transformed into the most powerful political body in Rome, though it held no formal legislative authority. Its decrees, or senatus consulta, carried immense moral and practical weight, and membership in this body of some 300 men became the ultimate mark of political achievement. The social consequences of the monarchy's end, however, proved far more troubling and enduring. The distinction between patricians and plebeians, which had emerged during the regal period, now hardened into a bitter class struggle that would consume Roman politics for the next 2 centuries. The patricians, those families who claimed descent from the 100 senators Romulus had supposedly appointed, moved swiftly to monopolize political power in the new republic. They declared that only patricians could hold the consulship, the priesthoods, and seats in the Senate. They claimed exclusive knowledge of the law, which remained unwritten and known only through oral tradition passed down within patrician families. They forbade intermarriage between patricians and plebeians, enshrining social separation in law. The plebeians, comprising perhaps 90% of the citizen population, found themselves legally free but politically powerless. These were not slaves or foreigners but Roman citizens who had fought in the legions, paid taxes, and contributed to Rome's growth. Many were small farmers working plots in the surrounding countryside, the Ager Romanus. Others were craftsmen, traders, and artisans dwelling in the growing city. Some possessed considerable wealth. Yet all were excluded from the highest offices and from the religious colleges that mediated between Rome and its gods. This grievance would fuel the conflict of the orders, a prolonged struggle that began in the early 5th century BCE and would not resolve until 287 BCE with the passage of the Lex Hortensia. The religious consequences of the monarchy's transition were equally significant. The early Roman religion that had developed under the kings, particularly under Numa Pompilius's guidance, had to adapt to a world without a priest-king. The role of Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest who oversaw the College of Pontiffs and maintained the calendar, continued but was now filled by election rather than royal appointment. The Rex Sacrorum, the king of sacred rites, was created as a purely religious office to perform those rituals that specifically required a king. This position held great religious prestige but was deliberately stripped of all political power and forbidden from holding any other magistracy. The Flamines, those priests dedicated to specific deities, continued their functions. The Flamen Diales, priest of Jupiter, remained bound by extraordinary taboos. He could not touch metal, ride a horse, see an army in battle formation, or sleep away from his own bed for more than 3 nights. These archaic restrictions, preserved from the regal period, connected republican Rome to its monarchical past, maintaining ritual continuity even as political structures transformed. The Vestal Virgins, established under Numa, continued tending the sacred flame of Vesta in their house beside the Forum. Their persons remained sacrosanct, and their testimony in court carried special weight, a recognition of their essential role in maintaining the Pax Deorum, the peace with the gods that ensured Rome's survival. The augurs, who interpreted the will of the gods through observing birds and other signs, became increasingly important in republican politics. No major decision, no election, no battle could proceed without favorable auspices. The right to take the auspices, the ius auspiciorum, became a critical element of political authority. This religious framework, largely established during the monarchy, provided structure and legitimacy to republican institutions. The gods who had protected Rome under kings continued to watch over the republic, provided that proper rituals were maintained and traditional practices observed. The cultural memory of the seven kings became a foundation myth for republican values. Each king, in Roman tradition, embodied certain qualities and contributed specific innovations. Romulus represented the founder's courage and military virtue. Numa Pompilius stood for piety, wisdom, and the importance of religion in civic life. Tullus Hostilius embodied martial aggression and expansion. Ancus Marcius demonstrated the balance between war and peace, conquest and consolidation. Tarquinius Priscus showed how talent and ambition, even from foreign origins, could achieve greatness. Servius Tullius represented constitutional reform and the integration of all citizens into the state. And Tarquinius Superbus served as the eternal warning against tyranny and the abuse of power. Whether these seven kings existed as distinct historical individuals remains debated. The chronology presents problems. 7 kings ruling for 244 years requires an average reign of nearly 35 years, implausibly long for an era of short life expectancy and violent politics. Some scholars suggest that the number 7, sacred and symbolic, may have been imposed on a longer list of rulers, or that several kings were conflated into single legendary figures. Archaeological evidence cannot confirm individual reigns but does support the broad narrative of Etruscan influence, urbanization, and monumental building during the period traditionally assigned to the monarchy. Yet historical accuracy misses a deeper truth. For the Romans themselves, these 7 kings were absolutely real, their deeds and characters woven into the fabric of Roman identity. Schoolboys learned their names and accomplishments. Orators invoked their examples. Poets celebrated their achievements. The kings provided moral exemplars, both positive and negative, for Roman behavior. They explained the origins of institutions, religious practices, and social divisions that defined Roman life. The transition from monarchy to republic in 509 BCE thus became the central narrative of Roman political ideology. Romans defined themselves as a people who had overthrown tyranny and established liberty. The word rex, king, became an insult in republican politics, the worst accusation that could be leveled against an ambitious politician. When Julius Caesar was offered a crown in 44 BCE, he refused it publicly, 3 times, knowing that accepting would be political suicide. Even when Augustus established what was effectively a monarchy after 27 BCE, he carefully avoided royal titles, preferring princeps, first citizen, and cloaking his power in republican forms. This profound anti-monarchical ideology shaped Roman politics, literature, and self-understanding for centuries. The legacy of the 7 kings was thus paradoxical. They were honored as founders and innovators who had built Rome from a village into a city, yet their system of governance was utterly rejected. Romans could venerate Numa's piety and Servius's wisdom while simultaneously proclaiming that monarchy itself was incompatible with human dignity and freedom. As we move forward into the Roman Republic, we carry with us these foundational elements established during the regal period: the religious calendar and priesthoods, the division between patricians and plebeians, the tribal and centuriate organization, the Senate and assemblies, and above all, a political culture that valued shared power, limited magistracies, and collective decision-making over individual rule. The birth of the Republic. The year is 509 before Christ. In the hills above the Tiber River, a revolution is about to unfold that will shape the course of Western civilization for the next 2,500 years. Rome, a city that has been ruled by kings for over 2 centuries, stands on the threshold of an extraordinary political experiment. What emerges from the turmoil of these days will not be another monarchy, but something entirely different, a republic, a state governed not by the will of one man, but by the collective voice of its citizens, mediated through intricate systems of checks and balances that will become a template for democratic governments across the ages. The catalyst for this transformation is a single act of violence, a crime so heinous that it galvanizes an entire population into action. But to understand the birth of the Roman Republic, we must first look at what it replaced, and why the Romans turned so decisively against the very institution of kingship. For nearly 250 years, Rome had been ruled by kings. 7 kings, according to tradition, had guided the city from its legendary foundation by Romulus in 753 BC. The last 3 of these monarchs were Etruscans, members of the sophisticated civilization that dominated central Italy during this period. These Etruscan kings, the Tarquins, had brought great wealth and architectural splendor to Rome. They had drained the marshland of the Forum, built the great temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, and established Rome as a significant power in the region. But the last of these kings, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, would destroy forever the Roman tolerance for monarchy. The traditional account of Tarquin's fall centers on an incident that occurred in 509 BC, during a military campaign against the city of Ardea. While the Roman army besieged this neighboring settlement, a group of young Roman nobles, including the king's son, Sextus Tarquinius, engaged in a debate about the virtue of their wives. To settle the matter, they decided to ride home unannounced to see what their wives were doing. While the other women were found at lavish banquets, Lucretia, the wife of Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus, was discovered working wool with her servants, the model of Roman domestic virtue. What happened next would echo through the centuries. Sextus Tarquinius, inflamed by Lucretia's reputation and beauty, returned to Collatinus's house days later and, exploiting the rules of hospitality, gained entry. That night, he crept to Lucretia's bedroom and raped her, threatening her with not only death but eternal dishonor if she refused him. The following day, Lucretia summoned her father and her husband, told them what had occurred, and demanded they avenge her. Then, declaring that while she could absolve herself of sin, she could not absolve herself of punishment, lest her example give license to other women to survive dishonor, she drew a knife and plunged it into her heart. Whether this story is historical fact or symbolic narrative, it captured something essential about the Roman spirit. Lucretia's kinsman, Lucius Junius Brutus, seized upon this moment. Drawing the bloody knife from Lucretia's body, he swore an oath before the gods that he would drive Tarquin and all his family from Rome and never again allow a king to rule the city. Brutus, who had long pretended to be a simpleton to avoid the king's suspicion, now revealed his true nature. He carried Lucretia's body to the Forum and displayed it to the people, recounting the crime and the tyranny of the Tarquins. The effect was immediate and electric. The Roman people, both patricians and plebeians, rose in revolt. Tarquin the Proud, who was still besieging Ardea, found the gates of Rome barred against him when he attempted to return. His reign was over. His family went into exile, seeking shelter with Rome's enemies. The Roman people, assembled in the Comitia Centuriata, their military assembly, formally decreed the banishment of the entire Tarquin family. Never again, they swore, would Rome tolerate a king. The very word rex, king, became an obscenity to Roman ears, a symbol of tyranny and oppression. But having expelled their king, the Romans faced a fundamental question: how should they be governed? Into this void, they created something revolutionary. Rather than appoint a single ruler, they elected 2 magistrates to share power equally. These were the consuls, and their creation marks the true beginning of the Roman Republic. The very name consul suggests their role, those who consult together, who deliberate and share authority. The consulship embodied principles that would define Roman political culture for half a millennium. First, collegiality. Power was shared between two men of equal authority, each able to veto the other's decisions. This simple mechanism prevented either from assuming dictatorial powers. Second, annuality. The consul served for only 1 year, ensuring that no individual could entrench himself in power. And third, accountability. At the end of their term, consuls could be prosecuted for any abuses committed during their magistracy. These three principles, collegiality, annuality, and accountability, became the cornerstones of the republican system. The first two consuls, elected in 509 BC, were Lucius Junius Brutus himself and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus, the husband of the martyred Lucretia. But even this new beginning was complicated. Collatinus, despite his personal virtue and the wrong done to his family, bore the cursed name of Tarquin. The people, in their hatred of monarchy, could not bear to have anyone named Tarquin in a position of authority. Collatinus, recognizing this, voluntarily abdicated and went into exile, replaced by Publius Valerius Publicola, whose surname meant friend of the people. This act established another crucial precedent: the good of the state must come before personal ambition or even personal justice. Yet the consuls, powerful as they were, did not govern alone. Standing behind them, and often above them in practical influence, was the Senate. This assembly of elders, which had advised the kings, now became the guiding force of the Republic. The Senate of the early Republic consisted of 300 members, all patricians, all former magistrates or distinguished citizens. They served for life, providing continuity and institutional memory in contrast to the annually rotating magistrates. The Senate did not pass laws in the formal sense, but it issued decrees, the senator's consulta, that carried enormous weight. It controlled foreign policy, directed military campaigns, managed the treasury, and oversaw the administration of territories. The famous four letters SPQR, Senatus Populusque Romanus, the Senate and people of Rome, expressed the dual nature of republican authority. Yet in these early years, there was profound tension in that formula, for the Senate represented primarily one segment of Roman society, the patricians, the hereditary aristocracy. Below the patricians in the social hierarchy were the plebeians, the common people. They were farmers, artisans, traders, soldiers, the vast majority of Rome's population. And while they were citizens, they found themselves systematically excluded from political power in the early Republic. They could vote in the assemblies, yes, but they could not hold the consulship or sit in the Senate. They could not even marry patricians. Most crucially, they had no written code of laws to protect them from the arbitrary judgments of patrician magistrates who could interpret customary law as they wished. This inequality sparked what Roman historians called the conflict of the orders, a struggle between patricians and plebeians that would dominate the first 2 centuries of the Republic. It was a conflict not resolved by violence or civil war, though it came close at times, but through negotiation, compromise, and the gradual expansion of political rights. This process would prove to be one of Rome's greatest strengths, this capacity to adapt and reform without destroying the essential structure of the state. The first great victory of the plebeians came in 494 BC, just 15 years after the founding of the Republic. Burdened by debt, excluded from power, and subjected to harsh judgments by patrician creditors, the plebeians took the most dramatic action imaginable: they went on strike. In what became known as the First Secession of the Plebs, they withdrew from Rome entirely, marching to the Sacred Mount, a hill about 3 miles from the city. There they established their own camp and refused to return. This was a crisis of the first magnitude. Without the plebeians, Rome's army could not function. Its economy would collapse. The patricians, for all their pride and privilege, needed the common people. Negotiations ensued, and the result was a landmark compromise. The year 509 BC marks one of the most pivotal moments in Roman history. According to tradition, it was in this year that the last king of Rome, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, known to history as Tarquin the Proud, was expelled from the city. The catalyst for revolution came not from political philosophy, but from a crime of passion that ignited the fury of Rome's leading families. The story centers on Lucretia, wife of Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus, a Roman nobleman. Sextus Tarquinius, the king's son, had become obsessed with Lucretia's renowned virtue. While her husband was away on military campaign, Sextus arrived at their home in Galatia, where he was received as an honored guest. During the night, he entered Lucretia's chamber and threatened her with death and disgrace if she did not submit to him. After the assault, Lucretia summoned her father, Spurius Lucretius Tricipitinus, and her husband. In their presence, and that of Lucius Junius Brutus and Publius Valerius, she recounted what had happened. Despite their attempts to console her, insisting that the guilt lay with the perpetrator, Lucretia took her own life with a concealed dagger, declaring that while she absolved herself of sin, she would not provide an example for unchaste women to escape punishment. Lucius Junius Brutus, who had previously feigned stupidity to survive the dangerous reign of Tarquin, seized this moment. He pulled the bloody knife from Lucretia's body and swore an oath by her blood that he would pursue Tarquin, his family, and all their supporters with fire and sword. The other men present joined him in this oath. They carried Lucretia's body to the Forum in Rome, where Brutus, revealing his true intelligence and oratorical skill for the first time, addressed the assembled crowd. He recounted the crimes of the Tarquin dynasty, the murder of Servius Tullius, the forced labor imposed upon Roman citizens, and finally, this ultimate violation of Roman honor. The people rose in revolt. They voted to deny Tarquin re-entry to Rome and to strip him of his imperium, his legal authority. Messengers were sent to the Roman army besieging Ardea, where both the king and his sons were present. When Tarquin attempted to return to Rome, he found the gates closed against him and a decree of exile pronounced upon his entire family. His sons fled to seek refuge in Etruscan cities, while Tarquin himself eventually found sanctuary with Lars Porsena, the king of Clusium. Thus ended the monarchy in Rome, after 244 years, if we accept the traditional chronology from Romulus's founding in 753 BC. In its place, the Romans established something unprecedented in the ancient world, a republic. The very word comes from the Latin residential publica, meaning the public thing, the commonwealth. This was a state that belonged not to a king, but to its citizens. The Romans, deeply suspicious of concentrated power after their experience with Tarquin, designed a system built on shared authority and limited terms. Instead of one king ruling for life, they created two chief magistrates called consuls. The first consuls, elected in 509 BC, were Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus, the very men who had witnessed Lucretia's death. Each consul possessed equal authority, and critically, each could veto the actions of the other. Their term of office lasted only 1 year, after which they returned to private life. This principle of collegiality and annual magistracy would become fundamental to Roman constitutional thinking. The consuls wielded significant power. They commanded armies, presided over the Senate, and administered justice. They were attended by 12 lictors, attendants who carried the fasces, bundles of rods bound around an axe, symbolizing the magistrate's power to punish and execute. However, the axe heads were removed from the fasces when consuls operated within the sacred boundary of the city itself, the Pomerium, acknowledging that Roman citizens within Rome possessed the right of appeal against summary execution. Yet even this carefully balanced system faced immediate challenges. Collatinus, despite his role in the revolution, bore the hated name Tarquinius. Public pressure, orchestrated partly by Brutus himself, forced Collatinus to resign his consulship and leave Rome. He was replaced by Publius Valerius, who would earn the cognomen publicola, friend of the people, for his legislation protecting citizens' rights. The early republic faced external threats as well. Lars Porsena of Clusium marched on Rome, ostensibly to restore Tarquin. The siege that followed produced legendary tales of Roman virtue, Horatius Cocles defending the Sublician bridge single-handedly while it was destroyed behind him, Gaius Mucius Scaevola thrusting his right hand into flames to demonstrate Roman courage, earning the name Scaevola, meaning left-handed, Cloelia, a young hostage who escaped by swimming the Tiber. Whether these stories contain historical truth or represent later patriotic invention, they reveal what Romans believed about the character required to preserve their infant republic. At the heart of the republic stood the Senate. This body of approximately 300 men, drawn from Rome's most distinguished families, had existed under the monarchy as an advisory council. Now it became the guiding force of Roman policy. Senators served for life, providing continuity that balanced the annual turnover of magistrates. The Senate controlled public finances, directed foreign policy, and assigned military commands. Though technically its decrees were merely advice to magistrates, in practice senatorial authority was enormous. Former consuls, called consules, held special prestige within the Senate, and their opinions carried great weight in deliberations. The Senate represented the patricians, Rome's hereditary aristocracy who claimed descent from the original senators appointed by Romulus. These families, including the Aemilii, Claudii, Cornelii, Fabii, Manlii, and Valerii, monopolized political power in the early republic. They controlled religious knowledge, legal interpretation, and access to magistracies. The vast majority of Rome's population, the plebeians, found themselves excluded from this system despite bearing its burdens, particularly military service and taxation. This fundamental inequality produced what historians call the conflict of the orders, a struggle between patricians and plebeians that would dominate Roman internal politics for 2 centuries. The conflict was not a simple class warfare between rich and poor. Some plebeian families possessed considerable wealth. Rather, it was a constitutional struggle over legal rights, political access, and social dignity. The first major confrontation occurred in 494 BC with the first secession of the plebs. Burdened by military service and crushed by debt, with many plebeians enslaved for non-payment and no legal recourse against patrician creditors or magistrates, a large portion of the plebeian population withdrew from Rome itself. They established a camp on the Sacred Mount, approximately 3 miles from the city. This was not violent revolution but something more sophisticated, a general strike. Without plebeian soldiers, farmers, and laborers, Rome could neither defend itself nor function economically. The patricians were forced to negotiate. The result was the creation of new magistrates called tribunes of the plebs, tribuni plebis. Initially 2 in number, later increased to 10, the tribunes were elected exclusively by plebeian assembly and served as protectors of plebeian interests. Their power derived from the sacredness of their persons, established by a solemn oath sworn by the plebeians. Anyone who harmed a tribune was declared sacca, accursed, and could be killed with impunity. The tribunes possessed the vital power of intercessio, the right to veto actions by magistrates, Senate decrees, or legislation harmful to plebeian interests. A tribune needed only to pronounce the single word veto, meaning I forbid, to halt proceedings. The tribunes could not leave the city and had to keep their doors open day and night, providing constant access for plebeians seeking protection. They convened plebeian assemblies, brought cases before the people, and over time became crucial players in Roman politics, their veto power making them essential allies or formidable obstacles to any political program. Yet plebeian demands extended beyond political representation. They sought legal clarity and protection. In the early republic, legal knowledge was controlled by patrician priests who interpreted divine and customary law. This monopoly allowed arbitrary application of justice. The plebeians demanded written laws, publicly displayed, that would apply equally to all citizens. After years of agitation, a special commission of 10 men, the Decembri Legibus Scribundis, was appointed in 451 BC to codify Roman law. According to tradition, they sent envoys to Athens to study the laws of Solon. The result, inscribed on 12 bronze tablets and displayed in the Forum, was the 12 Tables, created in 451 and 450 BC. These laws covered civil procedure, property rights, family relations, inheritance, and criminal matters. Though the original tablets were destroyed when the Gauls sacked Rome in 390 BC, their content was preserved through memorization, and Roman school children would recite them for centuries. The 12 Tables were hardly egalitarian by modern standards. They enshrined the authority of the paterfamilias, the male head of household, who held power of life and death over his family. They prescribed harsh punishments and permitted debt bondage. Yet their public, written nature represented progress. One fragment states, "Privileges or exemptions from law shall not be proposed for private individuals." Another establishes the principle of proportionate retaliation. The 12 Tables became the foundation of Roman civil law and a source of enduring pride. Cicero, writing 5 centuries later, would call them the fountainhead of all public and private law. The conflict of the orders continued with further plebeian victories. The Lex Canulea of 445 BC legalized marriage between patricians and plebeians, previously forbidden. In 367 BC, the Licinian Sextian laws mandated that one of the 2 consuls must be plebeian, finally breaking the patrician monopoly on the highest office. Gradually, wealthy plebeian families merged with patricians to form a new nobility based not on birth but on office holding. Throughout these transformations, one symbol endured: SPQR, Senatus Populusque Romanus, the Senate and people of Rome. These 4 letters, inscribed on standards, monuments, and public works, expressed the Roman ideal of their republic. It represented a partnership, however imperfect, between the wisdom of the Senate and the sovereign will of the Roman people. This formula acknowledged that legitimate authority derived from both deliberative excellence and popular consent, a concept that would echo through Western political thought for millennia to come. Ancient Rome, Chapter 3, Part 3, The Birth of the Republic. The expulsion of Tarquinius Superbus in 509 BC marked not merely the end of monarchy in Rome, but the beginning of an extraordinary constitutional experiment that would endure for nearly 5 centuries. What the Romans created in the aftermath of tyranny was a system of government so innovative, so carefully balanced between competing interests, that it would become one of the most influential political structures in human history. Yet this system did not spring fully formed from the minds of its founders. The Roman Republic was forged through decades of internal conflict, compromise, and gradual reform, a process as dramatic and consequential as any foreign war. In the immediate aftermath of the king's overthrow, the aristocratic families who had led the rebellion faced a fundamental question: what form should government take in the absence of a monarch? Their answer was both conservative and revolutionary. Rather than abandon the existing institutions entirely, they chose to preserve much of the royal structure while radically redistributing power. The imperium, the absolute authority once wielded by a single king, would now be shared between 2 annually elected magistrates known as consuls. The first consuls, chosen in 509 BC, were Lucius Junius Brutus, the man who had led the revolt against Tarquin, and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus, the husband of the tragic Lucretia. Their selection was rich with symbolism. Brutus represented the spirit of liberation, while Collatinus embodied the personal wrong that had catalyzed revolution. Yet this partnership proved short-lived. Despite his personal virtue, Collatinus bore the hated Tarquin name, and public sentiment demanded his resignation. He withdrew from office and went into exile, replaced by Publius Valerius Publicola, whose very cognomen, friend of the people, announced his political philosophy. The consular system embodied a principle that would become fundamental to Roman political thought: collegiality. Each consul possessed equal authority and could veto the actions of the other, a mechanism known as intercessio. This mutual check prevented either magistrate from accumulating monarchical power. Furthermore, their term of office was limited to a single year, ensuring regular accountability and preventing the entrenchment of personal authority. In times of extreme crisis, the Republic could appoint a dictator with supreme power, but even this office was limited to 6 months, after which the dictator was required to lay down his authority and return to private life. Behind the consul stood the Senate, an institution that predated the Republic but now assumed unprecedented importance. Originally an advisory council to the kings, the Senate became the Republic's most powerful and enduring institution. Its approximately 300 members, all drawn from Rome's patrician families in these early years, served for life. Though technically lacking legislative power, the Senate's auctoritas, its collective wisdom and authority, guided virtually every significant decision. The Senate controlled foreign policy, managed state finances, assigned military commands, and determined which matters would be put before the popular assemblies. Through an institution known as the Senatus Consultum, the senatorial decree, this body effectively directed the course of the Republic. Yet from the Republic's very inception, a fundamental tension existed at its heart. The overthrow of Tarquin had been achieved through cooperation between patricians and plebeians, but the new constitution reserved virtually all political power for the aristocracy. The consulship, the Senate, and the major priesthoods remained exclusively patrician preserves. The plebeians, farmers, artisans, merchants, the vast majority of Rome's free population, found themselves citizens of a republic in which they could not participate in governance. This inequality generated what later Romans would call the conflict of the orders, a protracted struggle between patricians and plebeians that dominated the first 2 centuries of the Republic. Unlike the violent revolutions that consumed other ancient societies, Rome's class conflict played out largely through political maneuvering, strategic withdrawals, and negotiated compromises. This pattern of managed conflict and gradual reform would prove crucial to Rome's ultimate success. The plebeian response to their exclusion was both ingenious and effective. In 494 BC, faced with patrician intransigence and burdened by debt and military service, the plebeians undertook what became known as the First Secession. The plebeian soldiers and workers withdrew from Rome entirely, establishing themselves on the Aventine Hill and later at the Sacred Mount, the Mons Sacra, some 3 miles from the city. There they announced their intention to found a new city, leaving patrician Rome to fend for itself. The threat was credible and devastating. Without plebeian labor, soldiers, and artisans, the city could not function. Without plebeian troops, Rome could not defend itself against its numerous enemies. Negotiations followed, and from this crisis emerged a revolutionary institution, the tribunate of the plebs. Created in 494 BC, the tribunes were elected officials chosen exclusively by and from the plebeian order to protect plebeian interests. They possessed a power called sacrosanctity, their persons were inviolable, protected by a plebeian oath that anyone who harmed a tribune would be consecrated to the gods and subject to summary execution. This sacrosanctity gave the tribunes the authority to interpose themselves physically between patrician magistrates and plebeian citizens, blocking arrests or other official actions. From this protective function evolved the tribunician veto, the power to halt any action by a magistrate or even prevent the Senate from meeting. A single word, veto, I forbid, could stop the machinery of state. Initially there were 2 tribunes, the number would eventually increase to 10. They could summon the plebeian assembly, the concilium plebis, and present measures for its consideration. The resolutions of this assembly, called plebiscita, at first bound only plebeians, but they established a parallel source of authority within the state. The creation of the tribunate represented a remarkable constitutional innovation, a revolutionary office embedded within the existing system, capable of blocking patrician authority but also of gradually transforming the republic from within. Yet securing political representation proved only part of the plebeian struggle. Equally pressing was the question of law itself. In the early republic, legal knowledge remained the monopoly of patrician priests and magistrates. The law was unwritten, transmitted orally, and interpreted according to precedent and priestly wisdom. This system allowed enormous scope for arbitrary or biased application. A patrician magistrate judging a dispute between patrician and plebeian could easily favor his fellow aristocrat, claiming ancient custom or religious law. For the plebeians, justice seemed less a right than a privilege granted or withheld according to the whims of their social superiors. The demand for written law, clear, public, accessible to all, became central to the plebeian cause. After years of agitation, the patricians finally conceded. Around 451 BC, a special commission of 10 men, the Decemviri Legibus Scribundis, was appointed to codify Roman law. According to tradition, a delegation had been sent to Greece to study the laws of Solon in Athens, bringing Greek legal principles to inform Roman practice. The Decemvirs suspended the normal constitution, ruling with absolute authority while they completed their work. The result, completed in 450 BC, was the Law of the 12 Tables, 12 bronze tablets inscribed with legal provisions and displayed in the Roman Forum where all citizens could read and reference them. The 12 Tables addressed matters both grand and minute, inheritance rights, debt procedures, property disputes, assault, theft, religious obligations, and proper legal procedures. Some provisions strike modern ears as severe: if a patron shall have defrauded his client, he shall be accursed. Others seem almost mundane, regulations about the width of roads or the obligation to control one's animals. But the significance lay not in any particular provision but in the act of codification itself. By making law public and written, the 12 Tables established that justice was not the private knowledge of an elite but the common property of all citizens. Though the original tablets were destroyed when Gauls sacked Rome in 390 BC, Roman school children memorized the 12 Tables for centuries afterward. Cicero, writing 500 years later, recalled learning them by heart as a boy, noting that we used to learn the 12 Tables by heart as children, though no one does so now. These laws became the foundation of Roman jurisprudence, the bedrock upon which centuries of legal development would build. Yet even publication of the laws did not end patrician-plebeian conflict. The consulship remained closed to plebeians, as did the major priesthoods and the censorship. Intermarriage between the orders was prohibited by law. In 445 BC, however, the tribune Gaius Canuleius successfully championed the Lex Canulea, which permitted marriage between patricians and plebeians, a crucial step in breaking down social barriers. Political offices opened more gradually. In 421 BC, plebeians gained access to the quaestorship, the lowest rung of the cursus honorum, the ladder of political advancement. Then, in 367 BC, the Licinian Sextian laws required that one of the two consuls must be a plebeian, a revolutionary requirement that forever changed the republic's character. The first plebeian consul, Lucius Sextius Lateranus, took office in 366 BC, a moment of profound symbolic and practical importance. Through these centuries of managed conflict, the Roman constitution evolved into an intricate system of checks and balances. Magistrates balanced each other through collegiality. The Senate provided continuity and collective wisdom. The tribunes protected the common people. The various popular assemblies gave citizens a voice in legislation and elections. No single group could dominate completely, all required the cooperation or at least acquiescence of the others. This complex system found expression in full Latin letters that appeared on Rome's standards, coins, and monuments, SPQR, Senatus Populusque Romanus, the Senate and people of Rome. This formula embodied the republic's essential character, government arising from both the aristocratic Senate and the sovereign people acting together. The phrase represented neither democracy nor oligarchy but something distinctively Roman, a mixed constitution balancing different elements of society. The transition from monarchy to republic transformed not only Rome's government but its very identity. The Romans developed a profound ideological commitment to libertas, liberty understood not merely as freedom from tyranny but as the right to live under law rather than the arbitrary will of a monarch. They cultivated civic virtue, the willingness to subordinate private interest to public good. They honored those who served the state selflessly and despised those who grasped for excessive power. In this new republic, shaped by struggle and compromise, ancient Rome found the constitution that would carry it from a modest city-state to mastery of the Mediterranean world. The institutions born in these formative centuries, tested, refined, balanced against each other, would prove resilient enough to manage an empire spanning 3 continents. The birth of the Republic was complete. Now its true test would begin. Chapter 4, The Conquest of Italy, Part 1. The year is 338 BC. Rome has existed for more than 4 centuries, but her dominion extends barely 20 miles from the city walls. The Roman Forum, once a marshy hollow between hills, now stands as the beating heart of a small but ambitious republic. Yet if we were to stand upon the Capitoline Hill and gaze across the Italian peninsula, we would see not a united land, but a patchwork of peoples, each with their own languages, customs, and fierce independence. The Etruscans hold the north, the Samnites command the central Apennine mountains, Greek cities glitter along the southern coasts, and the Gauls, those fearsome warriors from beyond the Alps, still threaten from the Po Valley. Between them all, the Latins, Rome's closest cousins in blood and language, occupy the fertile plains of Latium. In the century and a half to come, Rome will fight, conquer, and absorb them all, transforming herself from a modest city-state into the undisputed master of the Italian peninsula. This is the story of how Rome learned to make war, and in doing so, forged an empire. The path to this dominance begins not with foreign enemies, but with family. The Latin War of 340 to 338 BC represents a bitter conflict between Rome and her nearest neighbors, cities that share the same gods, speak the same language, and trace their ancestry to the same legendary past. For generations, Rome has been the leading member of the Latin League, a confederation of perhaps 30 cities bound together for mutual defense. But leadership is not the same as supremacy, and by the middle of the 4th century BC, Rome's Latin cousins have grown restless. The immediate cause of conflict is surprisingly mundane, the distribution of conquered land and the question of who holds ultimate authority in the alliance. The cities of Tibur, only 20 miles from Rome, and Praeneste, nestled in the Alban Hills, lead the rebellion. They are joined by many others, and they find willing allies in the Campanians, the Volsci, and even some Latins who remain loyal to Rome but desire a more equal partnership. The Roman response is methodical and devastating. 2 consuls lead the legions into the field in 340 BC, Titus Manlius Imperiosus Torquatus and Publius Decius Mus. Both names will echo through Roman history, though for very different reasons. Manlius earns his fearsome reputation when his own son disobeys orders and engages in single combat with a Latin champion. Despite the young man's victory, Manlius orders his immediate execution, declaring that military discipline supersedes even the bonds of family. The story, whether entirely true or embellished by later historians, captures something essential about Roman character: the subordination of the individual to the state, of personal glory to collective duty. Decius Mus provides the counterpoint. At the Battle of Vesuvius, near modern-day Campania, seeing his line begin to waver, he performs the ritual of devotio, dedicating both himself and the enemy army to the gods of death before charging alone into the Latin ranks. His self-sacrifice rallies the Roman soldiers, who surge forward to victory, trampling Decius and the enemy beneath their advance. By 338 BC, the Latin resistance has collapsed. But Rome's treatment of the defeated cities reveals a political sophistication that will become her greatest weapon. Rather than simply annexing all territory and enslaving the populations, Rome adopts a policy of divide and rule, treating each city according to its perceived loyalty and strategic value. Some communities, like Lanuvium and Aricia, receive full Roman citizenship, their people becoming Romans in every legal sense. Others, like Tibur and Praeneste, the rebellion's ringleaders, retain local self-government but are bound to Rome by perpetual treaty, forbidden from making alliances with any other state. A third category receives civitas sine suffragio, citizenship without the vote. They bear the burdens of Roman citizenship, including military service and taxation, but cannot participate in Roman political life. Most revolutionary of all, Rome dissolves the Latin League entirely. No longer can the Latin cities meet in council or act collectively. Each stands alone before Rome, unable to combine against her. It is a masterpiece of political engineering, and it establishes a pattern Rome will repeat across Italy and eventually across the Mediterranean world. With Latium secured, Rome now controls a solid block of territory in central Italy, perhaps some 2,000 square miles, supporting a population of perhaps 300,000. But this consolidation has brought Rome into direct contact with another power, one that will prove far more formidable than the Latin cities. High in the Apennine Mountains, in the rugged country east and south of Rome, dwell the Samnites, a confederation of hill tribes renowned for their ferocity and independence. The Samnites are Oscan speakers, linguistically distinct from the Latins, and they have expanded from their mountain homeland to dominate much of southern Italy. The stage is set for a confrontation that will consume 50 years and 3 separate wars. The First Samnite War, from 343 to 341 BC, is almost an accident of geography. The wealthy Greek-influenced city of Capua, in the fertile Campanian plain, appeals to Rome for protection against Samnite expansion. Rome's intervention is brief and inconclusive, but it establishes Roman interest in Campania and opens a wound that will not easily heal. The Second Samnite War, beginning in 326 BC, is altogether more serious. The immediate cause is Rome's establishment of a colony at Fregellae, on the river Liris, which the Samnites view as an unacceptable intrusion into their sphere of influence. What follows is a grinding conflict that exposes the limitations of Rome's military organization and nearly ends in catastrophe. In 321 BC, at a narrow mountain pass called the Caudine Forks, somewhere in the Apennine Mountains near modern Bonevento, a Roman army under the consuls Spurius Postumius Albinus and Titus Veturius Calvinus marches into a trap. The Samnite general Gavius Pontius has blocked both ends of the defile with felled trees and boulders. The Romans, unable to fight in their preferred formations in the narrow space, unable to escape, and rapidly running short of supplies, are forced to surrender without a proper battle. The terms are humiliating beyond measure. The entire Roman army, perhaps 15,000 men, must pass beneath the yoke, a symbolic gesture of subjugation where captured soldiers crawl beneath a structure of spears. The consuls agree to a treaty returning all disputed territory and recognizing Samnite equality with Rome. It is Rome's darkest hour since the Gallic sack of 390 BC. But the Senate in Rome refuses to ratify the treaty. The consuls who agreed to it are sent back to the Samnites in chains, a legalistic evasion that fools no one but preserves Roman honor in Roman eyes. The war continues, and Rome, learning from defeat, begins to adapt. The old phalanx formation, borrowed from the Greeks and Etruscans, a solid block of spearmen advancing in lockstep, proves too rigid for the mountain warfare the Samnites prefer. Fighting in rough terrain requires flexibility, the ability to break formation and reform, to maneuver independently in small units while maintaining cohesion. In response, Roman military tribunes develop what will become known as the Manipula system, a revolutionary tactical formation that will carry Rome to mastery of the Mediterranean world. The Manipula legion, fully developed by the early 3rd century BC, divides the army into smaller tactical units called maniples, from the Latin word for handful. Each maniple consists of 2 centuries of 60 to 80 men, commanded by centurions. The legion itself is organized in 3 lines according to age and experience. The first line, the hastati, are the youngest soldiers, vigorous but relatively inexperienced. The second line, the principes, are men in their physical prime with several campaigns behind them. The third line, the triarii, are veterans, older men whose steadiness can shore up a wavering battle. Each line is arranged in a checkerboard pattern, with gaps in the front line covered by units in the second, creating flexibility while maintaining mutual support. This allows the legion to advance, retreat, and wheel across broken ground without losing cohesion. Between the lines stand the velites, light skirmishers drawn from the poorest citizens, armed with javelins and small shields. Supporting the infantry are the equites, the cavalry, though Rome will never particularly excel at mounted warfare. The manipular system's true genius lies in its adaptability. If a maniple is hard-pressed, fresh troops from the second line can move forward to reinforce or replace it. If the enemy breaks through at one point, the gaps in formation allow surrounded units to fight their way clear while others close the breach. The Romans developed specialized training and equipment for this system. The hastati and principes wield the pilum, a heavy javelin with a long iron shank designed to bend on impact, making it impossible for enemies to throw back and weighing down their shields. After throwing their pila at close range, the soldiers draw the gladius, a short thrusting sword perfect for close quarters combat in tight formation. The triarii retain the long spear of the old phalanx, a last line of defense. The entire legion, perhaps 4,200 infantry and 300 cavalry, can maneuver as a single organism or break into its constituent parts as the battle demands. The story of Rome's conquest of Italy is not one of sudden triumph, but of patient, methodical expansion punctuated by moments of genuine peril. After subduing the Latin League, Rome faced nearly a century of intermittent warfare that would transform it from a regional power into the master of the entire Italian peninsula. The Latin Wars that concluded in 338 BCE had demonstrated Roman military prowess, but they had also revealed something perhaps more significant: Rome's genius for political organization. Rather than simply subjugating the defeated Latins, Rome created a complex hierarchy of relationships. Some communities received full citizenship, others obtained citizenship without voting rights, and still others became formal allies bound by treaty. This flexibility would become Rome's greatest weapon, more powerful in the long term than any legion. But the most formidable challenge lay ahead, in the rugged highlands of south-central Italy, where the Samnites dwelled. The Samnite people were fierce mountain warriors, organized into loose confederations rather than cities. They occupied the Apennine spine of Italy, a landscape of steep valleys and forested peaks that favored their style of irregular warfare. The conflict that erupted between Rome and the Samnites would span 3 separate wars over more than 50 years, from 343 to 290 BCE, testing Roman resolve as never before. The First Samnite War, from 343 to 341 BCE, was brief and indecisive, little more than a prelude. The Second Samnite War, beginning in 326 BCE, would prove far more serious. The immediate cause was a dispute over Neapolis, modern Naples, a Greek city on the Campanian coast that both powers sought to influence. But the deeper cause was simple geography: 2 expanding powers whose territories increasingly overlapped would inevitably collide. The early phases of this war went poorly for Rome. In 321 BCE, Roman forces marched into a trap that would become infamous in their military history: the Caudine Forks. 2 Roman consular armies, commanded by Spurius Postumius and Titus Veturius, advanced into a narrow mountain pass near Caudium. The Samnite commander Gavius Pontius had blocked both ends of the pass. The Romans, caught without supplies or means of escape, were forced to surrender without a battle. The Samnites subjected the entire Roman army to the ritual humiliation of passing under the yoke, a structure formed by spears beneath which the defeated soldiers crawled, stripped of their weapons and dignity. 600 Roman equestrians were held as hostages to guarantee the peace treaty Rome was compelled to sign. The disaster at the Claudian Forks might have broken a lesser state. Rome refused to accept the defeat as final. The Senate repudiated the treaty, claiming the consuls had lacked authority to agree to its terms, and returned the humiliated commanders to the Samnites. The war resumed with renewed intensity. It was during these Samnite conflicts that Roman military organization underwent its most significant evolution. The old phalanx formation, inherited from Greek models and the Etruscans, had proven inflexible in the mountainous Samnite terrain. Rome's response was the manipular formation, one of the great tactical innovations of ancient warfare. Rather than fighting as a single massive block, the Roman legion reorganized into smaller units called maniples, meaning handfuls. Each maniple contained approximately 120 men and could maneuver independently while maintaining coordination with adjacent units. The legion was now arranged in 3 distinct lines. The first line consisted of the hastati, younger soldiers in the prime of youth. Behind them stood the principes, men in their physical prime with some military experience. The third line comprised the triarii, veterans who would fight only when the situation was desperate. The expression "it has come to the triarii" became a Roman saying meaning matters had reached a critical point. Each line was arranged in a checkerboard pattern, allowing the front line to fall back through the gaps in the second line if necessary, or permitting fresh troops to advance through to replace exhausted ones. This flexibility gave Roman forces tremendous tactical adaptability. The Roman soldier of this period carried distinctive equipment. The pilum, or javelin, was specifically designed to bend upon impact, making it impossible for enemies to throw back and causing it to drag down an opponent's shield. After throwing their pila, soldiers drew their gladius, the short stabbing sword that would become synonymous with Roman infantry. Large oval shields, reinforced with an iron boss, provided protection, while armor varied according to wealth, from mail shirts for the wealthy to simple chest protectors for the poor. The Samnite Wars dragged on through the final decades of the 4th century. In 316 BCE, the Romans suffered another serious defeat at Lauchuli. But they persisted, establishing colonies deep in contested territory and building roads to ensure rapid movement of armies. The construction of the Via Appia, begun in 312 BCE by the censor Appius Claudius Caecus, was both a practical military measure and a symbol of Roman determination. This magnificent road ran initially from Rome to Capua, later extended to Brundisium on the Adriatic coast. Built with precisely fitted paving stones over multiple layers of foundation, sections of the Via Appia remain intact today, more than 2 millennia later. The Romans called it the Regina Viarum, the Queen of Roads. Roman colonies played a crucial role in securing conquered territory. These were not colonies in the modern sense of distant overseas settlements, but rather fortified communities of Roman citizens planted in strategic locations throughout Italy. A typical colony might consist of several thousand settlers, granted land in exchange for military service. These colonies served simultaneously as garrisons, agricultural centers, and instruments of Romanization. The Latin colonies, established with Latin rights rather than full Roman citizenship, performed similar functions. By the early 3rd century BCE, dozens of such colonies dotted the Italian landscape, creating a network of loyal communities bound to Rome by shared interest. The Second Samnite War finally concluded in 304 BCE with Rome victorious but exhausted. Peace lasted less than a decade. The Third Samnite War, from 298 to 290 BCE, saw the Samnites form a grand coalition with other Italian peoples who feared Rome's growing power, the Etruscans to the north, the Umbrians of the Central Highlands, and the Gauls who had settled in the Po Valley. The decisive confrontation came in 295 BCE at Sentinum in Umbria. For Roman legions under the consuls Publius Decius Mus and Quintus Fabius Maximus Rullianus faced a combined force of Samnites and Gauls. The ancient sources, though likely exaggerated, claim each side fielded forces exceeding 30,000 men. The battle hung in the balance until Decius Mus performed the ritual of devotio, a sacred act in which a Roman commander dedicated both himself and the enemy army to the gods of the underworld, then charged to his death into the enemy ranks. Whether through divine intervention or the inspirational effect of such sacrifice, the Romans won a crushing victory. The coalition collapsed, and within 5 years, the Samnites sued for peace on Roman terms. By 290 BCE, Rome controlled central Italy from the Arno River in the north to Campania in the south. But the final phase of Italian unification still lay ahead, triggered by an unexpected source, a call for help from the Greek city of Tarentum in southern Italy. The Greek cities of Magna Graecia, Great Greece, had flourished along the southern Italian coast for centuries. Tarentum was the greatest of these, wealthy from trade and proud of its Spartan heritage. When Rome's expanding influence threatened Tarentine interests, the city made a fateful decision. It invited Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, to defend the Greek cities against Roman expansion. Pyrrhus was one of the great military adventurers of the Hellenistic age, a cousin of Alexander the Great and widely regarded as one of the finest generals of his era. In 280 BCE, he crossed to Italy with an army of 25,000 professional soldiers and 20 war elephants. For the first time, Rome would face a Hellenistic army led by a commander trained in Alexander's methods. The armies met at Heraclea in 280 BCE. The Roman legions fought with their customary discipline and courage, but they had never encountered war elephants. These enormous beasts, armored and carrying towers filled with archers, terrified the Roman cavalry and broke their formations. Pyrrhus won the battle, but at tremendous cost. Thousands of his irreplaceable veterans lay dead, and the Romans, though defeated, remained defiant. When Pyrrhus remarked, "Another such victory and I shall be lost," he gave the world the phrase Pyrrhic victory. The king won another costly victory at Asculum in 279 BCE, but the Romans simply raised new legions. Rome's system of Italian alliances proved its worth. Even in defeat, most allied communities remained loyal. Pyrrhus began to understand that he faced not merely an army but an entire system, a network of communities and colonies that could sustain losses no single kingdom could match. Chapter 4, The Conquest of Italy, Part 3/3. The consequences of Rome's expansion across the Italian peninsula would reshape not merely the political geography of the region, but the very fabric of Mediterranean civilization. Between 340 and 272 BCE, through 3 successive waves of conflict, Rome transformed from a modest city-state into the undisputed master of Italy. Yet this transformation came at tremendous cost, demanded extraordinary innovation, and established patterns of governance that would echo through the centuries. The Latin War of 340 to 338 BCE marked the first great rupture in Rome's traditional alliance system. The Latin cities, who had fought alongside Rome for generations, now turned against their former partner, alarmed by Roman ambitions and resentful of their increasingly subordinate status. The cities of Tibur, Praeneste, and Lanuvium led the revolt, joined by the Campanians whom Rome had ostensibly been protecting. It was a conflict between peoples who spoke the same language, worshipped the same gods, and had intermarried for centuries. At the Battle of Tryphaenum in 338 BCE, Roman forces decisively defeated the Latin coalition near Suessa. The consul Gaius Menius commanded the Roman legions with such effectiveness that tradition claims he was the first to attach the beaks of captured enemy ships to the speaker's platform in the Forum, creating the rostra that would become central to Roman political life. The settlement that followed demonstrated Rome's emerging genius for creative governance. Rather than simply destroying the defeated cities or imposing uniform terms, Rome crafted individual arrangements with each community. Some Latin cities, like Tusculum and Lanuvium, received full Roman citizenship, their inhabitants becoming Romans in law and fact. Others received citizenship without voting rights. The civitors signed suffragio, allowing them to conduct business, contract marriages, and enjoy legal protections under Roman law, while remaining politically distinct. Still others became allies, soci, bound by treaty to provide troops when Rome required but otherwise autonomous. This flexible system, this willingness to extend citizenship and create gradations of belonging, would become one of Rome's most powerful tools of expansion. Where other ancient powers ruled through domination, Rome increasingly ruled through incorporation. The Samnite Wars, stretching across nearly 50 years from 343 to 290 BCE, represented a far more existential struggle. The Samnites, a hardy mountain people occupying the central Apennines, were formidable warriors organized in a loose confederation of tribes. Unlike the Latins, they shared neither language nor close cultural ties with Rome. The conflicts arose from competing ambitions in Campania and central Italy, regions of agricultural wealth that both powers sought to control. The Second Samnite War, from 326 to 304 BCE, nearly destroyed Rome. In 321 BCE, at the Claudian Forks, a narrow mountain pass near Claudium, the Roman army walked directly into a trap. The Samnite commander Gavius Pontius positioned his forces to block both ends of the ravine, catching two entire Roman legions without possibility of escape or maneuver. Rather than annihilate the trapped Romans, Pontius forced them to surrender and pass under the yoke, a ritual humiliation in which Roman soldiers were compelled to walk beneath a structure of spears, symbolizing their subjugation. The consuls Spurius Postumius and Titus Veturius returned to Rome in disgrace. The Senate, in an extraordinary gesture, offered to hand over the consuls to the Samnites to nullify the shameful peace they had agreed to, but the Samnites refused, recognizing the offer as legal theater rather than genuine restitution. This defeat forced Rome to fundamentally reconsider its military organization. The Samnites had demonstrated that the traditional phalanx formation, effective on flat ground, was dangerously inflexible in the mountainous terrain of central Italy. The Romans responded with characteristic pragmatism, developing what would become known as the Manipular Legion. Instead of a single dense block of soldiers, the Manipular system organized troops into smaller units called maniples, each containing roughly 120 men. These maniples were arranged in a checkerboard pattern across three lines, the hastati in front, young men in their physical prime, the principes behind them, more experienced soldiers in their late 20s and 30s, and the triarii at the rear, veterans who served as the final reserve. Each maniple could move independently, allowing the legion to maintain formation on rough ground, respond to threats from multiple directions, and replace exhausted frontline troops with fresh reserves. The expression "it has come to the triarii," meaning a situation of last resort, entered Roman speech during this period, reflecting the role of these veteran rear anchors. The tactical flexibility of the Manipular Legion proved decisive in the Third Samnite War, from 298 to 290 BCE. At the Battle of Sentinum in 295 BCE, Rome faced its most dangerous coalition yet. The Samnites had allied with the Gauls, Etruscans, and Umbrians, assembling perhaps the largest army Italy had yet seen. The Roman commanders, the consuls Publius Decius Mus and Quintus Fabius Maximus Rullianus, commanded approximately 30,000 men against a coalition force that may have exceeded 50,000. According to Roman tradition, when the battle turned against Rome's left flank, Decius Mus performed the ritual of devotio, solemnly dedicating himself and the enemy army to the gods of the underworld, then charging to his death into the enemy lines to seal the covenant. Whether this occurred as described or represents later romanticization, the Battle of Sentinum broke the anti-Roman coalition. The Samnites submitted finally in 290 BCE, accepting alliance on Roman terms. Even as Rome secured its position in central Italy, it constructed one of history's most remarkable engineering achievements. In 312 BCE, the censor Appius Claudius Caecus commissioned the Via Appia, the first of Rome's great highways. Beginning at the Porta Capena in Rome's southern wall, the road stretched initially to Capua, a distance of 132 miles, later extending to Brundisium on Italy's southeastern coast. Unlike earlier roads, which followed natural contours and meandered with the landscape, the Via Appia pursued the straightest possible course, cutting through hills, bridging valleys, and paving the surface with carefully fitted polygonal stones. These basalt blocks, some weighing several hundred pounds, were laid so precisely that water could not penetrate the joints. Beneath the surface, Roman engineers constructed layers of progressively finer material, large stones, then gravel, then sand and mortar, creating a roadbed of remarkable durability. Sections of the Via Appia remain in use today, more than 2 millennia later, a testament to Roman engineering prowess. But the road was more than an engineering marvel, it was a strategic instrument. Legions could march swiftly from Rome to Campania, reinforcements could arrive quickly, and trade could flow efficiently. The Via Appia bound newly conquered territories to Rome with bands of stone. Rome also developed a systematic approach to securing conquered territory through colonization. These were not spontaneous settlements but carefully planned communities of Roman and Latin citizens established at strategic locations throughout Italy. Some colonies, called Coloniae Civium Romanorum, consisted of Roman citizens who retained their full political rights. These tended to be smaller, typically 300 families, and were often located on the coast to serve as naval stations. Others, Coloniae Latini, were larger foundations of Latin status, their inhabitants possessing Latin rights rather than full Roman citizenship. Colonies such as Cosa, founded in 273 BCE on the Etruscan coast, Paestum, established in 273 BCE in Lucania on the site of the Greek city of Poseidonia, and Beneventum, founded in 268 BCE in Samnite territory, served multiple functions. They garrisoned strategic points, provided land for Rome's growing population, and created islands of Roman culture and loyalty throughout the peninsula. The colonists received land allotments, typically of modest size, sufficient to support a farming family. In exchange, they stood ready to defend their community and serve in Rome's legions when called. The final test of Rome's Italian system came from beyond the peninsula. Pyrrhus of Epirus, a Hellenistic monarch of considerable ambition and military talent, answered an appeal from the Greek city of Tarentum in 280 BCE. Tarentum, the dominant Greek city in southern Italy, viewed Rome's expansion southward with alarm and invited Pyrrhus to defend Greek civilization against Roman barbarism. Pyrrhus arrived with 25,000 infantry, 3,000 cavalry, and 20 war elephants, the first time Roman soldiers faced these creatures in battle. At Heraclea in 280 BCE, the elephants terrorized Roman cavalry and contributed to a Greek victory, though at substantial cost. The following year at Osculum, another costly engagement gave rise to the term Pyrrhic victory, for as Pyrrhus himself reportedly observed, "Another such victory and I shall be utterly ruined." After a fruitless expedition to Sicily, Pyrrhus faced Roman forces again at Beneventum in 275 BCE. This time, Roman troops had learned to counter the elephants, using fire and javelins to panic the beasts. More significantly, the Manipular legions proved their worth against Hellenistic pike formations, their flexibility allowing them to exploit gaps and attack the flanks of Pyrrhus's phalanx. Pyrrhus withdrew to Epirus, where he would die in street fighting in Argos 2 years later. By 272 BCE, Tarentum had surrendered, and Rome controlled the entire Italian peninsula south of the Po Valley. The consequences of this century of expansion were profound. Rome now commanded a military manpower pool unprecedented in the Mediterranean world. The various cities, colonies, and allied communities of Italy owed Rome military service, and the Senate could call upon perhaps 750,000 infantry and cavalry, a staggering figure for the ancient world. This system, codified in treaties and tested in war, bound Italy together under Roman leadership while allowing substantial local autonomy. It was not a centralized empire but a confederation led firmly from Rome, held together by self-interest, habit, shared success, and the ever-present threat of Roman military power. The stage was now set for Rome to turn its attention beyond Italy, to the wider Mediterranean, where it would encounter Carthage and enter the greatest conflict of the ancient world. Chapter 5, The Punic Wars, Part 1. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Rome stood poised at a crucial juncture in its history. The city that had begun as a collection of settlements on 7 hills beside the Tiber River had now unified the Italian peninsula under its authority. The wars against the Samnites, the Latins, and Pyrrhus of Epirus lay behind them. Rome's legions had proven themselves formidable, its political institutions resilient, and its determination to expand seemingly limitless. Yet the Romans had never faced a challenge quite like the one that now awaited them across the Mediterranean Sea. To understand the conflict that would define Roman ambition for over a century, we must first turn our attention to Carthage, a civilization as remarkable as Rome itself, though today far less remembered. Founded by Phoenician colonists from the ancient city of Tyre, in what is now Lebanon, Carthage had been established around 814 BC on the coast of North Africa, in modern-day Tunisia. The name Carthage derives from the Phoenician Kart Hadasht, meaning simply the new city. While Rome had built its power through military conquest on land, Carthage had created a vast commercial empire across the waters of the Mediterranean. By the middle of the 3rd century BC, Carthage controlled a formidable maritime network. Its territory stretched along the North African coast, encompassed significant portions of southern Spain with its rich silver mines, and included the western half of Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, and the Balearic Islands. Carthaginian merchants traded as far as the British Isles for tin and down the African coast for gold and ivory. The city itself was magnificent, home to perhaps 400,000 people, its harbors filled with warships and merchant vessels, its temples dedicated to Phoenician deities like Baal Hammon and Tanit gleaming in the Mediterranean sun. Yet Carthage and Rome were fundamentally different societies. While Rome drew its military strength from its citizen soldiers and the allies bound to it through treaty, Carthage relied primarily on mercenary armies, professional soldiers hired from across the Mediterranean world. Numidian cavalry from North Africa, fierce Iberian swordsmen from Spain, Gallic warriors from beyond the Alps, and Greek hoplites all served in Carthaginian forces. The true military might of Carthage, however, rested in its navy. The Carthaginian fleet was without rival in the western Mediterranean, manned by skilled sailors and equipped with the latest naval technology. The two powers had coexisted for centuries without direct confrontation. Rome had been occupied with its struggles in Italy, while Carthage focused on commerce and its territories in the western Mediterranean. Indeed, several treaties existed between them, delineating spheres of influence. But as Rome's power grew and its ambitions expanded beyond the Italian mainland, collision became inevitable. The spark that ignited the First Punic War came from Sicily, that large island that lies like a stepping stone between Italy and North Africa. The year was 264 BC. The city of Messana, located at the northeastern tip of Sicily, closest to the Italian mainland, found itself in crisis. A group of Italian mercenaries called the Mamertines had seized control of the city years earlier but now faced attack from Hiero II, the powerful ruler of Syracuse, the greatest Greek city in Sicily. The Mamertines appealed for help both to Carthage and to Rome. The Roman Senate deliberated carefully. Sicily had never been part of their sphere of interest, and Carthage had long-standing interests there. Yet the strategic implications were clear. If Carthage controlled Messana, they would command the strait between Sicily and Italy, a mere 3 kilometers of water. After much debate, Rome decided to intervene, sending a force across the strait in 264 BC. This decision marked a turning point in Roman history, the moment when Rome ceased to be merely an Italian power and became a competitor for Mediterranean supremacy. What followed was a conflict unlike any Rome had previously fought. The First Punic War, as it would be called, the name deriving from Punicus, the Latin word for Phoenician, would last 23 years, from 264 to 241 BC. On land, Roman legions proved generally superior, quickly establishing control over much of Sicily. But this war would not be won on land alone. Carthage's naval supremacy posed an existential challenge. Carthaginian fleets could strike at will along the Italian coast, supply their forces in Sicily, and prevent Rome from fully exploiting its land victories. The Romans, who had never possessed a significant navy, faced a stark choice: accept Carthaginian naval dominance or build a fleet capable of challenging it. In a remarkable display of innovation and determination, Rome chose to challenge Carthage at sea. According to the ancient historian Polybius, the Romans used a wrecked Carthaginian warship as a model and constructed a fleet of 100 quinqueremes and 20 triremes in just 60 days in 261 BC. While this time frame may be somewhat exaggerated, the achievement was nonetheless extraordinary. These were complex vessels, quinqueremes with 5 rows of oars requiring trained crews of approximately 300 men each. But building ships was easier than learning to sail them. The Romans were farmers and soldiers, not sailors. They could not match Carthaginian skill in naval maneuver. So they innovated. Roman engineers developed a device called the corvus, or crow, a boarding bridge approximately 11 meters long with a heavy spike at one end. When a Roman ship approached an enemy vessel, the corvus would be dropped, the spike would embed itself in the enemy deck, and Roman soldiers would pour across, transforming a naval battle into a land battle, where Roman military superiority could be decisive. This innovation proved remarkably effective. In 260 BC, at the Battle of Mylae off the northern coast of Sicily, the Roman fleet won its first major naval victory, capturing or sinking 50 Carthaginian ships. The victory was both practical and psychological, proving that Carthage could be beaten at sea. Further victories followed at Sulci in 258 BC and at Cape Ecnomus in 256 BC, the latter involving perhaps 600 ships and 300,000 men, making it one of the largest naval battles in ancient history. Emboldened by these successes, Rome attempted an ambitious invasion of North Africa in 256 BC under the command of Marcus Atilius Regulus. Initial successes gave way to disaster. The Carthaginians hired a Spartan general named Xanthippus, who reorganized their army and defeated Regulus decisively in 255 BC. Regulus himself was captured. The surviving Roman forces were evacuated by sea, but a storm destroyed most of the rescue fleet, drowning tens of thousands. The war ground on for years, characterized by massive battles, shifting fortunes, and staggering casualties. Both sides suffered tremendous losses, yet neither would yield. The financial strain was enormous. Rome, with its citizen army, bore the cost in Roman and Italian blood. Carthage, relying on mercenaries, faced crushing financial burdens. Entire fleets were built, lost to storms or battle, and built again. The decisive moment came at sea. In 241 BC, after yet another Carthaginian defeat at the Battle of the Aegates Islands, with Carthage financially exhausted and unable to pay its mercenaries or rebuild its fleet, the war finally ended. The peace terms were severe. Carthage agreed to evacuate Sicily entirely, to pay Rome an indemnity of 3,200 talents of silver over 10 years, and to renounce any future claims to the island. Sicily became Rome's first overseas province, governed directly by Roman magistrates rather than incorporated through alliance, establishing a pattern that would define Roman imperial expansion for centuries to come. For Rome, the victory represented an extraordinary achievement and a fundamental transformation. The land power had become a naval power. The Italian hegemon had become a Mediterranean competitor. But the cost had been staggering, perhaps 100,000 dead or more, countless ships lost, and resources stretched to their limit. The First Punic War was the longest continuous war in ancient history up to that point, and it had tested Roman endurance as never before. The Second Punic War began with an act that would echo through the centuries. In 218 BC, a 29-year-old Carthaginian general named Hannibal Barca stood before his assembled army in New Carthage, modern-day Cartagena in Spain. His father, Hamilcar Barca, one of Carthage's greatest commanders during the First Punic War, had died 9 years earlier, but not before making young Hannibal swear eternal enmity to Rome. Now, commanding Carthage's forces in Iberia, Hannibal was ready to fulfill that oath in spectacular fashion. The immediate cause of war was Hannibal's siege of Saguntum, a city on the eastern coast of Spain that lay south of the Ebro River, which had been agreed upon as the boundary of Carthaginian influence. Saguntum, however, was a Roman ally. For 8 months, from 219 to 218 BC, Hannibal's forces besieged the city. When it finally fell, Rome demanded Hannibal's surrender. Carthage refused. War was inevitable. What followed was one of the most audacious military maneuvers in history. Rather than waiting for Rome to bring the war to Spain or North Africa, Hannibal decided to invade Italy itself. His route would take him overland through southern Gaul and across the Alps, a journey most Romans considered impossible for a large army. Hannibal departed New Carthage in late spring of 218 BC with approximately 90,000 infantry, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 war elephants. By the time he crossed the Rhone River in late summer, he had already fought several engagements with hostile tribes. The true test came in October 218 BC when Hannibal's army approached the Alps. Ancient sources debate which pass he used, with modern scholars suggesting routes through the Col de Clapia, the Col du Mont Cenis, or the Col de la Traversette. What is certain is that the crossing was catastrophic. The army faced early snowfalls, treacherous narrow paths, and attacks from mountain tribes who rolled boulders down upon the marching columns. Hannibal lost pack animals, supplies, and thousands of men to the cold and the terrain. The elephants, already reduced in number, struggled desperately on the icy paths. After 15 days in the mountains, Hannibal descended into the Po Valley with perhaps 26,000 infantry, 6,000 cavalry, and only a handful of surviving elephants. He had lost more than half his army, yet he had accomplished what Rome thought impossible. He was in Italy. The psychological impact on Rome was immediate and profound. The Senate, which had planned to fight this war in Spain and Africa, suddenly faced an enemy army on Italian soil. The consul Publius Cornelius Scipio, who had been en route to Spain, hurried back to confront Hannibal. Their first engagement came in November 218 BC at the Ticinus River. It was a cavalry battle, and Hannibal won decisively. Scipio himself was wounded and saved only by the intervention of his 17-year-old son, also named Publius Cornelius Scipio, who would later become famous as Scipio Africanus. Weeks later, in December 218 BC, a larger Roman force under the consul Tiberius Sempronius Longus met Hannibal at the Trebia River. Hannibal lured the Roman army across the freezing river early in the morning, then ambushed them with troops he had concealed on the flanks. Of approximately 40,000 Romans, only about 10,000 escaped. Rome had lost 2 battles in as many months. The following year, 217 BC, brought no improvement to Roman fortunes. In June, the consul Gaius Flaminius pursued Hannibal's forces along the northern shore of Lake Trasimene in Etruria. Hannibal had positioned his troops in the hills overlooking the lake, hidden by morning mist. As the Roman column stretched along the shore, Hannibal's forces descended upon them. Trapped between the hills and the lake, 15,000 Romans died, including Flaminius himself. Another 15,000 were captured. It was one of the largest ambushes in military history. Rome's response was to appoint a dictator, Quintus Fabius Maximus Verrucus. Fabius understood that Hannibal could not be defeated in direct battle. Instead, he adopted a strategy of delay and attrition, shadowing Hannibal's army, harassing his foragers, avoiding major engagements, and denying him the decisive victory he needed. The Romans called him Cunctator, the delayer. His strategy was sound but deeply unpopular with a Roman public that demanded action. In 216 BC, Rome abandoned Fabian caution. The consuls for that year, Gaius Terentius Varro and Lucius Aemilius Paulus, assembled the largest army Rome had ever fielded, approximately 80,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry. They marched south to confront Hannibal near the town of Cannae in Apulia, where he had captured a Roman supply depot. The battle that followed, fought on August 2, 216 BC, would become the gold standard for military annihilation. Hannibal commanded approximately 40,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry. He was significantly outnumbered in infantry but possessed superior cavalry forces. He arranged his infantry in a convex formation, with his weakest troops, Gauls and Iberians, bulging forward in the center, and his African veterans on the flanks, formed in deeper columns. His cavalry anchored both wings. The Roman army, massive and confident, formed in traditional fashion with deep ranks in the center, designed to overwhelm through sheer weight and pressure. The battle began with cavalry engagements on both flanks. Hannibal's cavalry, led by his subordinate Maharbal, drove off the Roman horsemen on both wings. Meanwhile, in the center, the Roman infantry pushed forward against Hannibal's Gauls and Iberians, who gave ground slowly, the convex line gradually becoming concave. The Romans, sensing victory, pressed harder, their formation becoming denser as they pushed into the pocket. This was precisely what Hannibal intended. As the Roman center advanced, Hannibal's African infantry on the flanks wheeled inward, striking the Roman formation from both sides. Simultaneously, Hannibal's cavalry, having routed their opposite numbers, swept behind the Roman army and attacked from the rear. The Romans were now surrounded on all sides, packed so tightly they could barely wield their weapons. What followed was systematic slaughter. Ancient sources report that 50,000 Romans died at Cannae, including the consul Paulus, 2 former consuls, 2 quaestors, 29 of 48 military tribunes, and 80 senators. Varro escaped with perhaps 70 survivors. Hannibal lost approximately 6,000 men. Cannae was the worst military disaster in Roman history. Several of Rome's Italian allies defected to Hannibal, including Capua, the second largest city in Italy. Syracuse in Sicily switched sides. Philip V of Macedon allied with Hannibal. The Romans, it seemed, faced annihilation. Yet Rome did not surrender. The Senate refused even to discuss peace terms. Instead, they returned to Fabian tactics, avoiding battle while slowly grinding down Hannibal's forces and recapturing defecting cities with merciless efficiency. More crucially, they opened new fronts. In Spain, Roman forces under the Scipio brothers, Gnaeus and Publius, fought Carthaginian armies, preventing reinforcements from reaching Hannibal. When both Scipio brothers were killed in 211 BC, Rome sent the young Publius Cornelius Scipio, son of the consul wounded at Ticinus, to take command in Spain. He was only 25 years old, technically too young for such command, but he had studied Hannibal's tactics carefully. In 209 BC, Scipio captured New Carthage in a daring assault, seizing Carthage's main Iberian base in a single day. Over the next 4 years, he systematically defeated Carthaginian forces in Spain, employing flexible tactics that adapted Hannibal's own methods. By 206 BC, Carthage had lost Spain. Scipio returned to Rome and proposed a bold strategy: invade North Africa and threaten Carthage directly, forcing them to recall Hannibal from Italy. In 204 BC, now serving as consul, Scipio landed in North Africa with approximately 30,000 men. He formed an alliance with the Numidian prince Massinissa and defeated Carthaginian armies in 2 successive campaigns. In 203 BC, 15 years after crossing the Alps, Hannibal was finally recalled from Italy. He had never been defeated there, had ravaged the countryside, and had killed more Roman soldiers than any other enemy commander in history, yet Rome had not surrendered. The war would be decided in Africa. The final confrontation came in October 202 BC at Zama, approximately 5 days' march southwest of Carthage. Hannibal commanded approximately 45,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, including 80 war elephants. Scipio had approximately 29,000 infantry but superior cavalry forces provided by his Numidian allies. Scipio arranged his infantry in 3 lines with gaps between the maniples, allowing Hannibal's elephant charge to pass through harmlessly. His Numidian cavalry then routed Hannibal's cavalry and swept behind the Carthaginian infantry, replicating Hannibal's own canny tactics. This time, it was the Carthaginian army that was surrounded and destroyed. 20,000 Carthaginians died, 20,000 more were captured. Carthage sued for peace. The terms were harsh: surrender all territories outside Africa, hand over all but 10 warships, pay an indemnity of 10,000 talents over 50 years, and wage no wars without Roman permission. Hannibal advised the Carthaginian Senate to accept. Scipio returned to Rome and received the honorific Africanus in recognition of his victory. Chapter 5, The Punic Wars, Part 3/3. The aftermath of Cannae sent shockwaves through the Roman world that would reverberate for generations. In a single day, Rome had lost perhaps 50,000 men, including 80 senators. It was a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. City-states across southern Italy, long resentful of Roman dominance, now defected to Hannibal's banner. Capua, the second largest city in Italy, opened its gates to the Carthaginian general. Syracuse in Sicily renounced its alliance with Rome. Even some Latin cities wavered in their loyalty. The Italian confederation that Rome had so carefully constructed over centuries threatened to collapse entirely. Yet Rome did not surrender. In the Senate House, when one faction proposed seeking terms with Hannibal, they were shouted down. The Senate passed a decree forbidding any discussion of peace while foreign armies remained on Italian soil. They refused even to ransom the Roman prisoners Hannibal held, declaring that soldiers who had allowed themselves to be captured had forfeited their right to citizenship. This was Roman obstinacy elevated to the level of national policy, a collective decision that they would endure any suffering rather than admit defeat. The Romans adopted a strategy that would become known as the Fabian strategy, named after Quintus Fabius Maximus, who had first employed it. They would avoid pitched battles with Hannibal's superior tactical genius. Instead, they would shadow his army, harass his foragers, intercept his supplies, and gradually wear him down. While Hannibal held the countryside, Rome's fortified cities, connected by their magnificent road network, remained largely impregnable. The Romans controlled the seas, preventing Carthage from sending substantial reinforcements. Slowly, methodically, they began to isolate Hannibal in the land he had invaded. For 13 years, from 216 to 203 BC, Hannibal remained in Italy, an army without a home, gradually growing weaker while never suffering decisive defeat. His forces became progressively more isolated. His younger brother Hasdrubal attempted to bring reinforcements from Spain, crossing the Alps just as Hannibal had done, but was intercepted and killed at the Battle of the Metaurus River in 207 BC. According to legend, Hannibal learned of his brother's death when Roman cavalry threw Hasdrubal's severed head into his camp. The message was clear: no help would come. Meanwhile, Rome had raised new armies with astonishing speed, drawing upon the deep reserves of manpower provided by their Italian allies. They opened new fronts, understanding that while they could not defeat Hannibal in Italy, they could defeat Carthage elsewhere. In Spain, a young Roman general named Publius Cornelius Scipio was achieving remarkable successes. Born in 236 BC, Scipio had fought at both Ticinus, where he famously saved his wounded father's life, and at Cannae, where he was one of the few senior officers to escape. These experiences had taught him valuable lessons about Carthaginian tactics. Given command in Spain at the unprecedented age of 25 in 210 BC, Scipio demonstrated military genius that would rival Hannibal's own. He studied the Carthaginian methods, particularly their use of cavalry and tactical flexibility, and adapted them for Roman use. In 209 BC, he captured New Carthage, the Carthaginian capital in Spain, in a daring assault that combined careful planning with bold execution. Over the next 4 years, he systematically drove Carthaginian forces from the Iberian Peninsula. At the Battle of Ilipo in 206 BC, he defeated the main Carthaginian army using a tactical formation that mirrored and reversed Hannibal's own strategy at Cannae, enveloping the enemy's center by strengthening his wings. With Spain secured, Scipio proposed an audacious strategy: rather than continue the grinding war of attrition in Italy, Rome should invade North Africa and threaten Carthage itself. This would force the Carthaginians to recall Hannibal to defend their homeland. The Senate, conservative and cautious after years of Hannibal's depredations, was reluctant. But Scipio's record spoke for itself. In 204 BC, he landed in North Africa with an army of approximately 30,000 men. The strategy worked precisely as Scipio had predicted. Carthage, facing Roman legions on African soil for the first time, panicked. They negotiated with the Numidian king Massinissa, who had become Scipio's ally, but to no avail. Scipio won several engagements, and Carthage's position became increasingly desperate. In 203 BC, the Carthaginian Senate sent urgent orders to Hannibal: return home. After 15 years in Italy, the great general who had terrorized Rome was forced to abandon his campaign. He had never been defeated in Italy, yet he had failed in his ultimate objective. Rome still stood. In 202 BC, Scipio and Hannibal finally met on the battlefield at Zama, approximately 5 days' march southwest of Carthage. It was a confrontation between the two greatest generals of their age. Hannibal, now 45 years old, commanded an army that included 80 war elephants but lacked the superb Numidian cavalry that had been so crucial to his earlier victories. Those horsemen now fought for Scipio. The two generals reportedly met before the battle, speaking privately as equals, each recognizing the other's greatness. When battle was joined, Scipio demonstrated that he had learned every lesson Hannibal could teach. He opened lanes in his formation to allow Hannibal's elephants to pass through harmlessly, neutralizing their impact. He held his infantry in defensive positions while his superior cavalry, commanded by Massinissa, drove off Hannibal's horsemen and then returned to strike the Carthaginian rear, exactly as Hannibal had done at Cannae. The Battle of Zama was decided by mid-afternoon. Hannibal, defeated for the first time in his career, rode from the field. 20,000 Carthaginians lay dead. The peace terms Rome imposed were harsh but not annihilating. Carthage was stripped of all territory outside North Africa. She was forced to surrender her fleet, retaining only 10 warships for coastal defense. An indemnity of 10,000 talents of silver, to be paid over 50 years, was imposed. Most significantly, Carthage was forbidden from waging war without Roman permission. The proud maritime empire that had once contested control of the Mediterranean was reduced to a client state. Scipio returned to Rome in triumph, awarded the honorific name Africanus in recognition of his victory. He was 33 years old. For nearly 50 years, an uneasy peace prevailed. Carthage, despite her reduced circumstances, remained commercially prosperous. The city rebuilt, her markets thrived, and she faithfully paid the crushing indemnity to Rome. Hannibal himself served as Suffete, the chief magistrate, implementing reforms and rebuilding Carthaginian finances, before Roman pressure forced him into exile in 195 BC. He would spend his final years in the courts of various Eastern kings, always one step ahead of Roman agents, until he took his own life in Bithynia in 183 BC rather than face Roman capture. He was 64 years old, and even in death, he had never surrendered. But in Rome, a prominent senator named Marcus Porcius Cato became obsessed with what he perceived as Carthage's resurgence. Cato the Elder, as history would know him, ended every speech in the Senate with the same phrase, regardless of the topic under discussion: Carthago delenda ist, Carthage must be destroyed. He would display fresh figs from North Africa, pointing out that Carthage was only 3 days' sail from Rome and remained dangerous. His paranoia, or perhaps his ambition, found fertile ground among Romans who had never forgotten Hannibal's march through their lands. In 149 BC, using a minor violation of the treaty as pretext, Rome declared the Third Punic War. It was not a war in any meaningful sense, it was an execution. The Carthaginians, desperate to avoid conflict, surrendered all their weapons and armor. When Rome then demanded that Carthage be abandoned and the population relocate at least 10 miles inland, away from the sea that had been the source of their identity and prosperity for 7 centuries, the Carthaginians finally chose resistance over submission. The siege of Carthage lasted 3 years. The city's inhabitants, having surrendered their weapons, made new ones from anything they could find, melting down metal fixtures, even cutting women's hair to make catapult strings. They held out with desperate courage, knowing that no mercy would be granted. In 146 BC, under the command of Scipio Aemilianus, grandson by adoption of Scipio Africanus, Roman forces finally breached the walls. The destruction that followed was systematic and total. For 6 days, the Romans fought through the city street by street, house by house. Of a population estimated at perhaps 200,000 at the siege's beginning, 50,000 starved survivors emerged to be sold into slavery. Scipio Aemilianus then ordered the city burned. The fire raged for 17 days. According to some accounts, once the flames had died, the Romans plowed the ruins and sowed them with salt, though this detail may be apocryphal, a legend added by later writers to emphasize the totality of the destruction. What is certain is that Carthage, which had stood for nearly 700 years, ceased to exist. A civilization that had circumnavigated Africa, that had developed sophisticated republican institutions, that had produced Hannibal, the greatest tactical genius Rome would ever face, was erased from the earth. Years later, Polybius reported that Scipio Aemilianus, watching Carthage burn, wept and quoted Homer, "A day will come when sacred Troy shall perish, and Priam and his people." He understood that Rome, having destroyed Carthage so completely, might someday face the same fate. The Punic Wars had transformed Rome irrevocably. They had conquered their greatest rival and established unchallenged dominance over the Western Mediterranean. The wealth flowing into Rome from conquered territories would fuel unprecedented growth and change. But the wars had also brutalized Roman society, teaching lessons about the application of overwhelming force, about total war, about the annihilation of enemies rather than their integration. The Romans who destroyed Carthage in 146 BC were harder, more ruthless than those who had first sailed to Sicily in 264 BC. The Republic had survived its greatest test, but in doing so, it had planted seeds of its own future transformation. The Late Republic, Part 1. The year is 146 BC. 2 momentous events mark this date in Roman history. In North Africa, the Third Punic War concludes with the total destruction of Carthage, Rome's ancient rival. In Greece, the legions crushed Corinth, bringing the once proud Greek city-states firmly under Roman control. The Mediterranean world now belongs to Rome. Yet this triumph carries within it the seeds of profound crisis. For the next century, the Roman Republic will tear itself apart from within, as the institutions designed to govern a city-state prove catastrophically inadequate for administering an empire. The problems facing Rome in the mid-2nd century BC are complex and interconnected. Conquest has brought enormous wealth flowing into Italy, but this wealth is distributed with profound inequality. The old citizen farmer, the backbone of the Republic's armies and political system, finds himself increasingly displaced. Years spent campaigning in Spain, Africa, or the East have left small farms neglected and ruined. Meanwhile, aristocratic generals and their associates have grown spectacularly rich from war plunder and the exploitation of the provinces. These wealthy Romans invest their fortunes in vast estates, worked by the countless slaves captured during Rome's wars of expansion. This land consolidation creates what the Romans call latifundia, great plantation estates that dominate the Italian countryside. The social consequences prove severe. Dispossessed farmers drift to Rome, swelling the urban population with unemployed citizens who own no property and nurse growing resentment against the aristocratic elite. The Roman constitution, with its careful balance of offices and its reliance on tradition and precedent, has no mechanism to address such fundamental economic transformation. The Senate, composed almost entirely of the aristocratic families who benefit from the current system, shows little inclination toward reform. Into this volatile situation step two brothers from one of Rome's most distinguished families, men who will challenge the Republic's political order and set in motion its eventual collapse. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus is elected tribune of the plebs in 133 BC. He is 30 years old, a war hero who served with distinction at Carthage, and the grandson of Scipio Africanus, victor of Zama. His family credentials are impeccable. Yet Tiberius has witnessed firsthand the crisis afflicting Italy. Traveling through Etruria, he observed vast estates worked by foreign slaves while freeborn Roman citizens found themselves landless and destitute. As tribune, he proposes what seems a moderate reform, the enforcement of an old, long-ignored law limiting the amount of public land any individual can occupy to 500 jugera, approximately 312 acres. Excess land would be redistributed to landless citizens in small plots. The proposal ignites a firestorm. Wealthy landholders, who have occupied public lands for generations and consider them private property, resist fiercely. The Senate mobilizes in opposition, persuading another tribune, Marcus Octavius, to veto Tiberius's legislation. In response, Tiberius takes a step without precedent in Roman constitutional practice. He convinces the popular assembly to vote Octavius out of office. The veto is removed, and the land law passes. To oversee the redistribution, Tiberius has himself appointed to a special commission, along with his father-in-law and his younger brother Gaius. He then compounds his breach of tradition by seeking immediate re-election as tribune, defying the customary interval between magistracies. On election day, violence erupts. A group of senators and their supporters, led by the Pontifex Maximus Scipio Nasica, Tiberius's own cousin, arm themselves with clubs and furniture legs. They attack Tiberius and his followers near the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus dies from blows to the head. 300 of his supporters are killed with him. Their bodies are thrown into the Tiber River. For the first time in the Republic's history, political dispute has been resolved through bloodshed in the streets of Rome. The sanctity of the tribune's person, held inviolate for more than 3 centuries, has been violated. A threshold has been crossed. The Land Commission continues its work, but the aristocratic opposition remains implacable. When Tiberius's brother Gaius Sempronius Gracchus is elected tribune 10 years later, in 123 BC, he brings a far more comprehensive reform program. Gaius is the more talented brother, a gifted orator and skilled political operator. He wins re-election for 122 BC and implements a sweeping series of reforms. He establishes subsidized grain distributions for Rome's urban poor. He transfers control of the extortion courts from the Senate to the equestrian order, wealthy non-senators who resent aristocratic monopoly on power. He proposes extending Roman citizenship to Latin allies and Latin rights to other Italian communities. He initiates ambitious colonization schemes, including a proposal to refound Carthage. His legislation weakens senatorial power at every turn. The Senate, learning from its experience with Tiberius, adopts more sophisticated tactics. They support a rival tribune, Marcus Livius Drusus, who proposes even more radical reforms, deliberately designed to erode Gaius's support. When Gaius stands for a third tribunate in 121 BC, he is defeated. Violent clashes erupt when his opponents attempt to repeal his legislation. The Senate passes what Romans call the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, the final decree, authorizing the consuls to take any measures necessary to protect the state. The consul Lucius Opimius arms supporters and attacks Gaius's followers on the Aventine Hill. Gaius orders a slave to kill him rather than face capture. Opimius declares that he will pay the weight of Gaius's head in gold. Some 3,000 supporters of Gaius are subsequently executed without trial. The head is delivered, but its finder, hoping to increase his reward, has filled it with molten lead. The fate of the Gracchi establishes a pattern that will define the late Republic. Political reformers, appealing to popular support against senatorial authority, meet violent ends. The Senatus Consultum Ultimum becomes a tool for suppressing opposition through force. The careful constitutional balance of the Republic proves unable to accommodate fundamental reform or resolve deep social divisions. Competition among Rome's elite, once channeled through established institutions, increasingly spills into violence. The next crisis emerges from an unexpected quarter, military necessity. In 112 BC, Rome finds itself at war with Jugurtha, the wily king of Numidia in North Africa. The conflict drags on inconclusively, marked by Roman incompetence and rumors of Numidian bribery. Frustration with aristocratic generals opens opportunity for a novus homo, a new man, the first in his family to reach high office. Gaius Marius, a tough officer of equestrian background from the Latin town of Arpinum, has distinguished himself in Numidia. With support from the popular assemblies and the backing of the equestrian order, he wins election as consul for 107 BC, despite fierce aristocratic opposition. Marius implements military reforms that will transform Rome's army and, ultimately, its politics. Previously, legionaries were recruited from citizens wealthy enough to equip themselves, a requirement that limited the pool of available manpower as the number of property-owning farmers declined. Marius opens recruitment to the capiticensi, the propertyless headcount, equipping them at state expense. The reform creates a professional army of long-service volunteers, men who look to their general rather than the state for pay, plunder, and the land grants they expect upon retirement. The change proves militarily effective. Marius defeats Jugurtha by 105 BC, but politically destabilizing. Generals now command the personal loyalty of armies who depend on their commander's political success for their own futures. Marius's moment of greatest glory comes in confronting a massive invasion. Germanic tribes, the Cimbri and Teutons, have been migrating southward, inflicting catastrophic defeats on Roman armies. In 105 BC at Arausio, modern Orange in southern Gaul, they annihilate a Roman force, killing as many as 80,000 men. Rome faces what seems an existential threat. Marius is elected consul repeatedly from 104 through 100 BC, a string of consulships utterly contrary to constitutional precedent. He reorganizes the legions, intensifying training and improving tactics. At Aquae Sextiae in 102 BC, he destroys the Teutons. The following year at Vercelli in northern Italy, he annihilates the Cimbri. Rome is saved, and Gaius Marius becomes the most powerful figure in the Republic, a military hero of unprecedented stature whose veterans expect him to secure their rewards. The tranquility of Rome's Mediterranean dominance concealed deep fractures within the Republic itself. By the middle of the 2nd century BCE, Rome's extraordinary military success had created profound social and economic tensions that would ultimately tear the Republic apart. The story of Rome's final century as a true republic begins not on distant battlefields, but in the Forum, with two brothers who dared to challenge the established order. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus came from one of Rome's most distinguished families. His father had been consul twice, and his mother Cornelia was the daughter of Scipio Africanus, the conqueror of Hannibal. In 133 BCE, at the age of 30, Tiberius was elected tribune of the plebs. What he witnessed during his journey to Spain had disturbed him deeply. The Italian countryside, once populated by small farmers who formed the backbone of Rome's legions, was now dominated by vast estates worked by slaves captured in Rome's wars. Displaced farmers crowded into Rome, unemployed and bitter, while wealthy senators accumulated enormous latifundia plantations. Tiberius proposed the Lex Sempronia Agraria, a land reform bill that would enforce an old, ignored law limiting the amount of public land any citizen could hold to 500 jugera, roughly 310 acres. The excess would be redistributed to landless citizens. The proposal was not radical by historical standards, but it threatened the wealth of the senatorial class who had quietly appropriated vast tracts of public land over generations. When a fellow tribune named Marcus Octavius vetoed the bill at the Senate's urging, Tiberius took an unprecedented step. He persuaded the plebeian assembly to vote Octavius out of office, violating the sacred principle that a tribune's person and position were inviolable. The Land Commission began its work, but Tiberius had made powerful enemies. When he sought re-election as tribune for 132 BCE, breaking with tradition that discouraged consecutive terms, his opponents saw an aspiring tyrant. On election day, a group of senators led by Scipio Nasica, the Pontifex Maximus himself, armed themselves with clubs and fragments of broken benches. They attacked Tiberius and his supporters near the Temple of Jupiter. Tiberius Gracchus was beaten to death, along with 300 of his followers. Their bodies were thrown into the Tiber. It was the first political violence in Rome in nearly 400 years, a threshold crossed that could never be recrossed. 10 years later, in 123 BCE, Tiberius's younger brother Gaius Gracchus was elected tribune. Gaius was a more skilled politician and a brilliant orator. Over 2 consecutive years as tribune, he enacted a sweeping program of reforms. He expanded his brother's land redistribution, established colonies for Roman citizens, introduced a grain subsidy to provide subsidized wheat to Rome's poor, and reformed the courts, transferring jury service in corruption trials from senators to equestrians, the wealthy business class. He proposed extending full Roman citizenship to all Latins and Latin rights to other Italians, recognizing their contributions to Rome's armies. But this proposal proved his undoing. Roman citizens jealously guarded their privileges, and the Senate exploited this sentiment. When Gaius stood for a third term in 121 BCE, he was defeated. His enemies, led by the consul Lucius Opimius, systematically dismantled his reforms. When violence broke out, the Senate passed its first Senatus Consultum Ultimum, the ultimate decree, effectively declaring martial law and authorizing the consul to use any means necessary to protect the state. Gaius fled to the grove of Farina on the Janiculum Hill, where he ordered his slave to kill him. 3,000 of his supporters were subsequently executed. Once again, the Tiber received the bodies of those who had challenged senatorial authority. The brothers had failed, but they had demonstrated a dangerous truth: a politician who appealed directly to the people could bypass the Senate's authority. They had also shown that violence was now a viable political tool in Rome. The Republic's unwritten constitution, based on custom, precedent, and the good faith of the ruling class, had been irreparably damaged. The next crisis emerged not from political reform but from military disaster. In 112 BCE, Rome went to war against Jugurtha, king of Numidia in North Africa. The war dragged on shamefully as Jugurtha bribed Roman commanders and senators alike. In 107 BCE, the Roman people turned to a novus homo, a new man without senatorial ancestry, named Gaius Marius. Born near Arpinum to an equestrian family, Marius had risen through military competence rather than family connections. As consul, he swiftly brought the Jugurthine War to an end, though his subordinate Lucius Cornelius Sulla actually captured Jugurtha, a fact that would breed bitter rivalry. Marius's greatest contribution came through military reform. The Roman army had traditionally recruited only property-owning citizens who could afford their own equipment. As the number of small farmers dwindled, the recruitment pool shrank. Marius abolished the property requirement entirely. The capiticency, the head count, the poorest Romans who owned nothing, could now enlist. The army would provide their equipment and training. Upon retirement, they would expect their commander to secure them land grants or money. This reform solved Rome's immediate military manpower needs. Marius recruited 6 new legions and led them to crushing victories against invading Germanic tribes, the Teutons and Cimbri, at Aquae Sextiae in 102 BCE and Vercelli in 101 BCE. He was elected consul an unprecedented 5 consecutive times from 104 to 100 BCE. But Marius's reforms had a profound unintended consequence. Soldiers now owed their loyalty not to the abstract Roman state but to their general, the man who would reward them with land and plunder. The army was becoming a tool for ambitious commanders to pursue personal power. The Republic's next trauma arose from an unlikely source: Rome's Italian allies. For centuries, Italian communities had fought alongside Rome, providing more than half the troops for Rome's conquests. Yet they remained second-class, lacking citizenship, unable to vote in assemblies or stand for office. When the tribune Marcus Livius Drusus proposed granting them citizenship in 91 BCE, he was assassinated. The Italians' patience expired. In 90 BCE, communities across central and southern Italy rebelled in what became known as the Social War, from soci, the Latin word for allies. They established their own capital at Corfinium, which they renamed Italia, minted their own coins showing the Italian bull goring the Roman wolf, and raised an army of 100,000 men. The rebels won stunning early victories. Rome mobilized both consuls, Publius Rutilius Lupus and Lucius Julius Caesar, and its best commanders, including Marius and Sulla. The conflict was bitter and destructive. Towns were besieged and sacked throughout Italy. Pompeii, Isernia, and Asculum saw fierce fighting. The Romans gradually gained the upper hand through military victories and, more importantly, through political concession. The Lex Julia of 90 BCE granted citizenship to all Italian communities that had remained loyal or laid down arms. The Lex Plautia Papiria of 89 BCE extended citizenship further. By 88 BCE, the military phase of the war was essentially over. Rome had won, but only by granting what the Italians had demanded in the first place. The citizen body had roughly doubled, fundamentally changing Rome's political landscape. The social war had barely concluded when an even graver crisis emerged in the east. Mithridates VI, king of Pontus in Asia Minor, invaded the Roman province of Asia in 88 BCE. He orchestrated the massacre of 80,000 Roman and Italian residents. The command against Mithridates naturally fell to the consul Sulla, an optimate, a supporter of senatorial authority. But the tribune Publius Sulpicius Rufus, backed by the aging Marius, passed legislation transferring the command to Marius instead. Sulla's response was extraordinary and unprecedented. He was with his army at Nola in southern Italy. He addressed his 6 legions, told them that another commander would lead them east and claim the glory and plunder. The soldiers rioted, killing the officers sent to replace Sulla. Then Sulla did what no Roman commander had ever done. He marched on Rome itself at the head of his legions. His own officers, except for one young quaestor named Lucullus, refused to accompany him into the city. Sulla seized Rome in 88 BCE. Street fighting broke out. Marius and Sulpicius fled. Sulpicius was caught and executed, his head displayed in the Forum. Marius escaped to Africa. Sulla reversed Sulpicius's legislation, strengthened the Senate's power, and then, remarkably, departed for the east to fight Mithridates, leaving his enemies alive to plot revenge. They did not wait long. Once Sulla left Italy, the consul Lucius Cornelius Cinna seized power in 87 BCE. Marius returned from exile with an army of slaves and outlaws. Together, they took Rome in an orgy of violence. The heads of Sulla's supporters decorated the Forum's rostra. Marius, now 70 years old and mentally unstable, was elected consul for the 7th time but died in 86 BCE, just days into his term. In the east, Sulla fought Mithridates methodically. He defeated the Pontic armies at Chaeronea in 86 BCE and Orchomenus in 85 BCE. He besieged and sacked Athens. By 84 BCE, he had forced Mithridates to terms, abandoning his conquests and paying an indemnity. Sulla was now ready to return to Italy, but Italy was controlled by his enemies. Chapter 6, The Late Republic, Part 3/3. The assassination of Tiberius Gracchus in 133 BC proved not an ending, but a beginning. The blood spilled on the Capitoline Hill that day marked the first time in nearly 4 centuries that Roman political disputes had turned to murder within the city itself. It was a threshold crossed, a boundary broken that could never be restored. Yet the crisis that had driven Tiberius to his reforms remained unresolved. The land question festered. The urban poor grew more desperate. The Republic's institutions, designed for a city-state, now groaned under the weight of empire. 10 years passed. The Italian countryside still languished. Veterans still returned from distant wars to find their farms gone, absorbed into the great estates of the wealthy. And in 123 BC, Tiberius Gracchus's younger brother Gaius stood for the tribunate, carrying forward his brother's cause with even greater determination and a more comprehensive vision of reform. Gaius Gracchus was a more formidable figure than his brother had been. Where Tiberius had been earnest and perhaps naive, Gaius was calculating and strategic. He understood that lasting reform required not just land redistribution but a complete restructuring of political power. Elected tribune in 123 and again in 122 BC, he unleashed a whirlwind of legislation that touched nearly every aspect of Roman society. He revived his brother's agrarian law, establishing colonies of poor citizens throughout Italy and even proposing settlements overseas. He introduced a grain law, requiring the state to sell wheat to Roman citizens at subsidized prices, creating the first permanent welfare system in the city's history. Most controversially, he proposed extending Roman citizenship to all Latins and Latin rights to all Italians, recognizing the obvious injustice that Rome's allies bore the burdens of empire while enjoying few of its rewards. The Senate watched with growing alarm. Gaius was building a coalition of the dispossessed, the equestrian class, and the Italian allies that threatened to permanently shift the balance of power. The Senate found its champion in Marcus Livius Drusus, a tribune who proposed even more generous reforms, designed not to help the poor but to undermine Gaius's support. The tactic worked. In 121 BC, when Gaius stood for a third tribunate, he was defeated. But the Senate was not content with mere electoral victory. When violence erupted between Gaius's supporters and his opponents, the Senate passed what was called the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, the ultimate decree of the Senate, effectively declaring martial law. The consul Lucius Opimius received authorization to defend the Republic by any means necessary. What followed was a massacre. 3,000 of Gaius's supporters were killed. Gaius himself fled to the Aventine Hill, where he ordered a slave to kill him rather than face capture. His head was brought to the Senate, and according to tradition, delivered to Opimius, who paid its weight in gold. The heads of Gaius and his supporters were displayed throughout the city. Their bodies were thrown into the Tiber. Their property was confiscated. The message was clear: the Senate would brook no challenge to its authority, whatever the cost. Yet the violence that destroyed the Gracchi brothers had not saved the Republic. It had merely taught Rome's ambitious men a crucial lesson: political success in Rome now required not just oratory and patronage, but force. Into this unstable world stepped Gaius Marius, a man who would transform that lesson into a new kind of power. Marius was a novus homo, a new man, the first of his family to reach the Senate. Born in 157 BC in the small town of Arpinum, he lacked the aristocratic pedigree of Rome's ruling families. What he possessed instead was military genius and an acute understanding of the Republic's vulnerabilities. His opportunity came in 107 BC, when he was elected consul and given command of the war against Jugurtha, the troublesome king of Numidia in North Africa. The Senate had expected the war to provide glory for aristocratic commanders. Instead, Marius transformed it into something far more significant: a revolution in Rome's military system. The Roman army had traditionally been a citizen militia. Property requirements ensured that only those with a stake in the Republic's survival would bear arms. But the decline of the small farmer class meant that fewer and fewer citizens qualified for service, precisely when Rome's expanding empire required more and more soldiers. Marius's innovation was both simple and revolutionary. In 107 BC, he opened military service to the Capiticensi, the head count, those poorest citizens who owned no property and had previously been excluded from the legions. He promised them not just pay, but land grants upon completion of their service. The military reforms of Marius created an army more professional, more disciplined, and more effective than any Rome had fielded before. His legions crushed Jugurtha by 105 BC. They then turned north to face a far graver threat: massive migrations of Germanic tribes, the Cimbri and Teutons, who had already destroyed several Roman armies and threatened Italy itself. In 102 BC at Aquae Sextii, and in 101 BC at Vercelli, Marius annihilated these tribes in battles that saved Rome from invasion. He was hailed as the third founder of Rome, elected consul an unprecedented 5 consecutive times. But Marius's military reforms carried a hidden cost that would reshape the Republic's future. Roman soldiers now looked not to the Senate or the state for their rewards, but to their commanders. The legions became personal armies, loyal to the generals who promised them land and plunder. The Republic had created the instrument of its own destruction. The next crisis emerged not from external enemies but from within Italy itself. For centuries, Rome's Italian allies had fought in her wars, paid taxes, and provided manpower for the legions. Yet they remained second-class citizens, subject to Roman authority but excluded from Roman citizenship. The proposal of Gaius Gracchus to extend citizenship had been rejected. In 91 BC, another reformer, the tribune Marcus Livius Drusus, again proposed citizenship for the allies. Again, he was assassinated. But this time, the allies did not accept defeat. They rebelled. The social war, as it became known, erupted in 91 BC and engulfed the Italian peninsula. The Allies established their own capital at Corfinium, which they renamed Italia, and issued their own coinage showing the Italian bull goring the Roman wolf. This was no slave revolt or foreign invasion, but a civil war fought between Rome and her oldest allies. It was bitter and brutal. Some of Rome's finest commanders emerged during this conflict: Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo, Lucius Cornelius Sulla, and the young Pompey. The fighting raged for 3 years across the Italian countryside. Rome ultimately prevailed not through military victory alone, but through political concession. In 90 BC, the Lex Julia granted Roman citizenship to all Italian allies who had remained loyal or laid down their arms. In 89 BC, the Lex Plautia Papiria extended this grant even further. By the war's end, all free inhabitants of Italy south of the Po River were Roman citizens. Rome had won the war, but the Allies had won their objective. The Republic had been transformed into a state where citizenship was defined not by the city of Rome itself, but by Italy as a whole. Yet the violence had not ended. Indeed, the worst was yet to come. In 88 BC, the consul Lucius Cornelius Sulla was given command of a prestigious war against Mithridates VI of Pontus, who had invaded Roman territory in the east. But the tribune Publius Sulpicius Rufus, allied with Marius, engineered the transfer of this command from Sulla to Marius. Sulla's response was unprecedented. He marched his legions on Rome itself. For the first time in the Republic's history, a Roman army occupied the city. Sulla declared Marius and Sulpicius public enemies, restored his command, and departed for the east. But when Sulla left for his war against Mithridates, Marius returned. In 87 BC, allied with the consul Lucius Cornelius Cinna, Marius seized Rome and unleashed a reign of terror against Sulla's supporters. The heads of senators decorated the forum. Marius was elected consul for the 7th time, but he died just 17 days into his term in 86 BC, leaving Cinna to rule Rome in his stead. In the east, Sulla prosecuted his war with characteristic ruthlessness. By 85 BC, Mithridates was defeated and seeking terms. Sulla imposed a harsh settlement and began the journey home, bringing with him battle-hardened legions loyal to him alone. In 83 BC, he landed in Italy and civil war erupted once more. The armies that met at the Colline Gate in 82 BC were Roman fighting Roman, citizen killing citizen. Sulla's victory was total. He marched into Rome and demanded to be appointed dictator, not for the traditional 6 months, but without time limit, to reconstitute the Republic. What followed has become known as the Proscriptions, and they represent perhaps the darkest moment in the Republic's history. Sulla posted lists in the forum of those condemned to death. Between 40 senators and 1,600 equestrians were named. Anyone could kill a proscribed man and claim a reward. Sons were punished for their father's politics. Brothers betrayed brothers for gold. The heads of the proscribed were displayed on the rostra in the forum. Their property was confiscated and auctioned, enriching Sulla's supporters. Marcus Tullius Cicero, then a young advocate, later wrote that the proscriptions taught Romans to murder one another without scruple. As dictator from 82 to 79 BC, Sulla attempted to restore the Republic by strengthening the Senate and restricting the powers of the tribunes. He increased the number of senators, regulated the cursus honorum, and limited what tribunes could propose. In 79 BC, confident that he had restored republican government, he voluntarily resigned his dictatorship and retired to private life. He died the following year. Yet Sulla's reforms were built on a foundation of corpses. He had saved the Republic's forms while destroying its substance. He had shown that political disputes could be settled not through debate and compromise, but through proscription lists and military force. He had demonstrated that the Senate's authority rested ultimately not on tradition or law, but on the swords of loyal legions. The Republic survived Sulla, but it would not survive the lesson he had taught. In the generation to come, other ambitious men would follow the path he had blazed, until finally one of them would end the Republic altogether. Ancient Rome, Chapter 7, Julius Caesar, Part 1 of 3. In the annals of human history, few names resonate with such enduring power as that of Gaius Julius Caesar. Born on the 12th of July, 100 BCE, into a patrician family of moderate distinction, this man would transform the Roman Republic forever, setting in motion events that would create an empire destined to shape Western civilization for millennia to come. His life represents not merely the biography of an exceptional individual, but rather the story of Rome itself at its most critical juncture, the violent transition from republic to autocracy, from shared governance to the rule of one man. To understand Julius Caesar, we must first understand the Rome into which he was born. By the 1st century before the Common Era, the Roman Republic had existed for over 400 years. The kings had been expelled in 509 BCE, replaced by a complex system of checks and balances designed specifically to prevent any single individual from accumulating excessive power. 2 consuls shared executive authority, elected annually by the people. The Senate, composed of Rome's elite families, guided policy and controlled finances. Tribunes protected the interests of the common citizens, the plebeians. This intricate constitutional arrangement had served Rome well, transforming a modest city-state on the Tiber into the dominant power of the Mediterranean world. Yet by Caesar's time, this republican system showed profound signs of strain. Rome's very success had created the conditions for its transformation. Vast conquests had flooded the city with wealth, creating extremes of fortune previously unknown. Military commanders, leading legions in distant campaigns, accumulated both riches and the fierce loyalty of their soldiers. Men like Marius and Sulla had already demonstrated that armed force could override constitutional propriety. The Republic's institutions, designed for governing a city-state, struggled to administer an empire stretching from Hispania to Asia Minor. Caesar's early career followed the traditional path of an ambitious Roman aristocrat. He served as military tribune, quaestor, and aedile, carefully building relationships and accumulating the political capital necessary for advancement. In 63 BCE, at the age of 37, he achieved election as Pontifex Maximus, Rome's chief priest, a remarkable accomplishment for one so relatively young. He became praetor in 62 BCE, then governor of further Spain. But these positions, impressive as they were, barely hinted at what was to come. The year 59 BCE marked a crucial turning point. Caesar achieved election to the consulship, the highest regular office in the Roman state. But he did not govern alone or according to traditional norms. Instead, he entered into an informal but powerful political alliance with 2 of Rome's most influential men, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, known to history as Pompey the Great, and Marcus Licinius Crassus, reputedly the wealthiest man in Rome. This arrangement, which historians would later call the First Triumvirate, represented a privatization of public power. These 3 men, through their combined influence, wealth, and military resources, could effectively direct the affairs of the Republic. As his consulship ended, Caesar secured for himself an extraordinary prize, a 5-year command over several provinces, including Cisalpine Gaul, northern Italy, and Transalpine Gaul, the region around modern Provence. This proconsular appointment, later extended for another 5 years, would provide the foundation for everything that followed. For it was in Gaul that Julius Caesar transformed himself from a talented politician into one of history's supreme military commanders. The Gallic Wars, lasting from 58 to 50 BCE, would demonstrate Caesar's genius for warfare and also provide him with something equally valuable, a battle-hardened, personally loyal army and immense wealth from conquest and plunder. He documented these campaigns himself in his Commentaries on the Gallic War, a masterpiece of Latin prose that served simultaneously as military history and political propaganda. Through this work, Romans at home could follow his victories over the Helvetii in 58 BCE, his campaigns against the Germanic chieftain Ariovistus, his suppression of the Belgic tribes in the north. In 55 BCE, Caesar achieved feats that captured Roman imagination like nothing before. He led his legions across the Rhine into Germanic territory, building a timber bridge across that formidable river in merely 10 days, an engineering marvel that announced Roman power to the barbarian world. Even more spectacularly, he launched expeditions across the ocean to Britannia, that mysterious island at the edge of the known world. Though these British expeditions of 55 and 54 BCE achieved limited permanent results, they burnished Caesar's reputation as a commander willing to venture where no Roman army had gone before. Yet the Gallic Wars were not merely a series of triumphs. In 52 BCE, Caesar faced his greatest challenge when the Gallic tribes, unified under the charismatic chieftain Vercingetorix of the Arverni, rose in coordinated rebellion. At Gergovia, Caesar suffered a rare defeat. But at Alesia, he demonstrated the ruthless strategic brilliance that characterized his generalship. There, he besieged Vercingetorix's forces while simultaneously defending against a massive Gallic relief army. His soldiers constructed elaborate fortifications in both directions, walls facing inward to contain the besieged, and walls facing outward to repel the relievers. When the battle ended, Vercingetorix surrendered, and organized Gallic resistance collapsed. Modern estimates suggest that over 1 million Gauls died during Caesar's campaigns, with another million enslaved, a demographic catastrophe that brought vast territories permanently under Roman control. By 50 BCE, Caesar stood as one of Rome's greatest living generals, commanding legions absolutely devoted to him, enriched beyond measure, and celebrated among the Roman people for extending their dominion. But in Rome itself, the political landscape had shifted dramatically. Crassus had died in 53 BCE, killed at the disastrous Battle of Carrhae against the Parthians. The triumvirate that had balanced Roman politics no longer existed. Pompey, once Caesar's ally and son-in-law, had drawn closer to the Optimates, the conservative senatorial faction that viewed Caesar with increasing alarm. The Senate, dominated by men who feared Caesar's power and ambition, demanded that he surrender his command and return to Rome as a private citizen. This was the crisis that would decide everything. For a Roman general to enter Italy proper with his army constituted an act of treason. The boundary was clear, both legally and geographically, the Rubicon, a small river in northeastern Italy that marked the limit of Caesar's proconsular authority. But to give up his legions and return to Rome powerless would leave Caesar vulnerable to prosecution from his political enemies, who had already made clear their intentions to destroy him through the courts. The confrontation came to its climax in January of 49 BCE. Caesar, with a single legion, approached the Rubicon. According to the historian Suetonius, he hesitated at the riverbank, contemplating the enormity of what he was about to do. Plutarch tells us he quoted a line from the Greek playwright Menander, "Anaryphtho kaibos, let the die be cast." With those words, Caesar led his troops across the river and into Italy, initiating a civil war that would tear the Roman world apart. The march on Rome proved almost anticlimactic. Pompey and the majority of senators, unprepared for such decisive action, abandoned the city and fled south, eventually crossing to Greece to gather their forces. Caesar entered Rome without battle in March of 49 BCE, claiming he came merely to defend the rights of the tribunes and the liberty of the Roman people, a characteristically astute piece of propaganda that cast his insurrection as defense of constitutional principle. The civil war that followed would rage across the Roman world for 4 years, demonstrating both the geographical extent of Rome's dominion and the terrible cost of internal conflict. Ancient Rome, Chapter 7, Part 2/3, Julius Caesar. The Gallic Wars would transform Caesar from a provincial governor into Rome's greatest military commander. Between 58 and 50 BC, across 8 campaigning seasons, Caesar conquered territory that would add modern France, Belgium, and parts of Germany to Rome's domain. He fought against dozens of tribes, commanded legions through frozen winters and scorching summers, and faced enemies who numbered in the hundreds of thousands. His own account, the Commentarii de Bello Gallico, provides our most detailed narrative of these campaigns, though we must remember it was written as much for political purposes as historical record. The war began in 58 BC when the Helvetii, a Celtic tribe from modern Switzerland, attempted to migrate westward through Roman-controlled territory. Caesar, claiming this posed a threat to Rome's interests, mobilized his legions and defeated them at Bibracte. This initial engagement set the pattern for what would follow. Caesar would identify a threat, real or manufactured, then use it as justification for further military action. By the end of that first year, he had also defeated the Germanic chieftain Ariovistus, pushing his forces back across the Rhine. The following years saw Caesar systematically subjugating Gaul's numerous tribes. In 57 BC, he campaigned against the Belgae in the north, fighting the Nervii at the Battle of the Sabines. In 56 BC, his attention turned to the Atlantic coast, where he defeated the Veneti, a maritime people whose naval power threatened Roman control. Caesar had ships built specifically for this campaign, demonstrating his adaptability to different forms of warfare. By 55 BC, he was ready to enhance his prestige with two spectacular, if militarily limited, expeditions, first across the Rhine into Germanic territory, building a timber bridge across the Great River in just 10 days, and then across the Channel into Britain. These British expeditions of 55 and 54 BC were more significant for their propaganda value than their military achievements. Britain remained largely unknown to Romans, a mysterious island at the edge of the world. Caesar's willingness to venture there, to lead his legions across ocean itself, captured the Roman imagination. The expeditions themselves were nearly disastrous. Storms damaged his fleet, the British tribes proved formidable opponents, and Caesar gained little permanent territory. Yet in Rome, these campaigns were celebrated as extraordinary achievements. The situation in Gaul grew more serious in 54 BC. That winter, the Eburones, led by their chief Ambiorix, destroyed 1.5 legions under Sabinus and Cotta, killing some 7,000 men. It was Caesar's worst defeat in Gaul. The following year, 53 BC, he conducted brutal punitive campaigns, devastating the territories of the offending tribes. But the greatest crisis was yet to come. In 52 BC, the Gallic tribes united under a single leader, Vercingetorix of the Arverni. For the first time, Caesar faced a coordinated resistance across much of Gaul. Vercingetorix proved to be a capable commander who understood that he could not defeat Caesar in open battle. Instead, he adopted a strategy of devastating the countryside to deny the Romans supplies while harassing them with cavalry and guerrilla attacks. That spring, Caesar besieged the town of Avaricum, modern Bourges, where his hungry army slaughtered 40,000 inhabitants. But his next siege, at Gergovia, ended in failure and significant Roman casualties. The decisive confrontation came at Alesia in September 52 BC. Vercingetorix withdrew his army of some 80,000 men into this hilltop fortress. Caesar, with approximately 60,000 legionaries, began a siege. What followed was one of the most remarkable engineering achievements in military history. Caesar's men constructed 11 miles of fortifications around Alesia, complete with ditches, ramparts, and towers. Then, learning that a Gallic relief army was approaching, they built a second ring of fortifications 14 miles long, facing outward. The Romans found themselves between two enemy forces, besieging and besieged simultaneously. When the relief army arrived, perhaps 250,000 strong, Caesar's position appeared desperate. For days, his legions fought on two fronts, holding the inner line against Vercingetorix's breakout attempts while repelling the relief force from outside. At the climax of the battle, with his lines nearly broken, Caesar personally led his reserve cavalry in a charge that shattered the Gallic relief army. Vercingetorix surrendered. The united Gallic resistance collapsed. Vercingetorix himself would be kept prisoner for 6 years, then ritually strangled during Caesar's triumph in 46 BC. The Gallic Wars had cost perhaps 1 million lives. Ancient sources claim Caesar enslaved another 1 million. Modern scholars debate these figures, but there is no doubt the campaigns devastated Gaul's population. For Caesar personally, the wars brought immense wealth from plunder and slaves, a supremely experienced and loyal army, and prestige that rivaled Pompey's. They also brought him closer to conflict with the Senate. By 50 BC, Caesar's proconsular command in Gaul was expiring. His enemies in Rome, led by Cato and supported by Pompey, who had gradually shifted away from his alliance with Caesar, demanded he return to Rome as a private citizen. Caesar knew that without the legal immunity his office provided, he would face prosecution for various alleged illegalities during his consulship. He demanded either the right to stand for consul in absentia or assurance that he would not be prosecuted. The Senate, increasingly dominated by his opponents, refused both. The crisis came to a head in January 49 BC. The Senate passed what was effectively a declaration of emergency, ordering Caesar to disband his army or be declared an enemy of the state. Mark Antony and Quintus Cassius, tribunes of the plebs who supported Caesar, exercised their veto but were forced to flee Rome. This gave Caesar the pretext he needed. On January 10, 49 BC, at the head of a single legion, the 13th, he crossed the Rubicon River, the boundary between his province and Italy proper. According to Suetonius, writing nearly 2 centuries later, Caesar uttered the famous phrase alia iacta ist, the die is cast. Whether he actually spoke these words we cannot know, but they captured perfectly the irreversible nature of his action. By crossing the Rubicon with armed troops, Caesar committed treason. Civil war had begun. The war would last for years, but its first phase was remarkably swift. Pompey and the Senate abandoned Rome, retreating first to Brundisium and then to Greece, hoping to gather their forces. Caesar marched the length of Italy in just 60 days, meeting almost no resistance. The Italian towns opened their gates. Many of Pompey's soldiers deserted to Caesar. By March, Caesar controlled all of Italy without having fought a major battle. Rather than immediately pursuing Pompey, Caesar first secured his position in the west. He spent much of 49 BC in Spain, defeating Pompeian forces there. Upon returning to Rome, he had himself appointed dictator, though he held this position for only 11 days before resigning to become consul for 48 BC. This gave his actions a veneer of legality. The decisive battle came on August 9, 48 BC, at Pharsalus in Thessaly. Pompey commanded perhaps 45,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry. Caesar had only 22,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry. But Pompey's forces were less experienced than Caesar's Gallic War veterans. When Pompey's cavalry charged, Caesar had prepared a special force of infantry who drove them from the field. His legions then outflanked and overwhelmed Pompey's infantry. Pompey fled the battlefield and made for Egypt, where he hoped to find sanctuary. Instead, on September 28, 48 BC, as his boat reached the shore near Pelusium, agents of the young pharaoh Ptolemy XIII murdered him. They sent his severed head to Caesar as a gift. Caesar, arriving in Alexandria days later, reportedly wept at the sight, whether from genuine grief or political theater we cannot know. In Egypt, Caesar became entangled in the dynastic struggle between Ptolemy XIII and his sister Cleopatra VII. The affair was political, military, and personal. Caesar supported Cleopatra, fought a brief war against Ptolemy, and began a relationship with the young queen that would produce a son, Caesarion. He lingered in Egypt for months, an interlude that seemed to serve no purpose except his own pleasure. The civil war, however, was not finished. Caesar spent 47 BC campaigning in Asia Minor, where he defeated Pharnaces of Pontus at the Battle of Zala. It was after this victory that he reportedly wrote Veni, Vidi, Vici, I came, I saw, I conquered. In 46 BC, he defeated Pompeian forces in North Africa at Thapsus, where Cato the Younger, his implacable enemy, committed suicide rather than accept Caesar's pardon. The final campaign came in 45 BC in Spain, where Caesar's forces defeated Pompey's sons at Munda. By October 45 BC, Caesar stood alone and unchallenged. He had been appointed dictator again in 48 BC, and that office was repeatedly renewed. In February 44 BC, he was made dictator perpetuo, dictator for life. He accumulated honors and powers unprecedented in Roman history. He wore a purple toga and golden wreath. His image appeared on coins while he lived. The month of Quintilis was renamed July in his honor. A temple to his clemency was erected. Ancient Rome, Chapter 7, Part 3, The Consequences and Transition. The Gallic Wars, spanning from 58 to 50 BC, fundamentally transformed both Caesar and Rome itself. When Caesar finally departed Gaul, he left behind a province that extended Rome's dominion to the Atlantic Ocean and northward to the English Channel. The human cost had been staggering. Modern scholars estimate that approximately 1 million Gauls perished during the campaigns, while another million were enslaved. Entire tribes had been decimated or displaced. The Helvetii, who number perhaps 368,000 at the campaign's beginning, had been reduced by more than half. The Germanic Usipetes and Tencteride tribes had been virtually annihilated during Caesar's ruthless campaign along the Rhine in 55 BC. Yet for Rome, the spoils were immense. The wealth Caesar extracted from Gaul flowed into the city in unprecedented quantities. Gold from Gallic mines, tribute from conquered tribes, and the sale of enslaved populations enriched not only Caesar himself but also his soldiers and, through carefully orchestrated distributions, the Roman people. Caesar had spent lavishly throughout the campaigns, understanding that generosity purchased loyalty more effectively than discipline alone. Each of his legionaries had received substantial bonuses, binding them to their commander with chains of gold and shared victory. By the winter of 51 to 50 BC, Gaul was pacified, though Roman garrisons would remain necessary for decades to maintain order. Caesar now possessed something far more dangerous than territory, a battle-hardened army of 10 legions, personally loyal to him, and a military reputation that rivaled Pompey's own. The Senate, dominated by the Optimates who had never trusted Caesar, now faced their worst nightmare. Caesar's proconsular command was due to expire, and with it, his legal immunity from prosecution. His enemies, led by Cato the Younger and supported by the consul Marcellus, began preparing charges of misconduct and illegality during his consulship and Gallic campaigns. The political maneuvering of 50 and 49 BC represents one of history's most consequential constitutional crises. Caesar proposed a seemingly reasonable compromise: he would disband his army if Pompey would disband his. Pompey, who commanded legions in Spain and had been granted special authority to oversee Rome's grain supply, hedged and delayed. The Senate, urged on by Cato and the Optimates, grew increasingly bold. On January 7, 49 BC, the Senate passed the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, the ultimate decree, effectively declaring martial law and calling upon the consuls and Pompey to defend the Republic against Caesar. Caesar was in Cisalpine Gaul, the region of northern Italy that remained part of his province, when he received word of the Senate's decision. According to Suetonius, he spent the day of January 10 publicly attending gladiatorial games in Ravenna, maintaining an appearance of normalcy. As evening approached, he departed quietly with a small group of officers, traveling toward Ariminum, modern-day Rimini. Between Ravenna and Ariminum flowed a small, unremarkable river called the Rubicon. This stream marked the boundary between Cisalpine Gaul and Italy proper. Roman law, dating back to the aftermath of Sulla's dictatorship, explicitly forbade a provincial governor from bringing his army across this boundary without Senate authorization. To do so was to commit treason. The ancient sources preserve the drama of that night, though embellishing it considerably. Plutarch writes that Caesar hesitated at the riverbank, contemplating the magnitude of his decision. Suetonius claims he quoted a line from the Greek playwright Menander, "Let the die be cast." Whether these details are historically accurate or literary invention, the fundamental truth remains. On January 11, 49 BC, Caesar led his 13th legion across the Rubicon. Civil war had begun. The speed of Caesar's initial advance stunned Rome. Rather than proceeding cautiously, consolidating forces, Caesar raced southward with only the single legion immediately at hand. Town after town opened their gates without resistance. The Italian population, tired of senatorial misrule and impressed by Caesar's clemency toward his enemies, offered little opposition. Pompey, caught unprepared despite months of warning, abandoned Rome on January 17 without giving battle. The consuls and most of the Senate fled with him, eventually retreating to Brundisium on Italy's southeastern coast. Caesar pursued rapidly, arriving at Rome in late March. He spent minimal time in the capital, respecting the sacred boundary of the Pomerium that he could not cross while under arms without relinquishing his military authority. After arranging basic governmental functions and securing the state treasury in the Temple of Saturn, he hastened to Brundisium. But Pompey had already sailed for Greece on March 17, taking with him much of the Senate and the promise of reinforcements from Rome's eastern provinces. The civil war that followed sprawled across the Mediterranean world. Caesar first secured Spain, defeating Pompey's legates in a brilliant campaign near Ilerda in the summer of 49 BC. Returning to Rome, he had himself appointed dictator by a compliant assembly, held rushed elections that made him consul for 48 BC, then resigned the dictatorship after 11 days. This brief tenure allowed him to bypass constitutional obstacles while maintaining a veneer of republican legitimacy. The decisive confrontation came in Greece. Caesar crossed the Adriatic in January 48 BC with reduced forces, attempting to blockade Pompey at Dyrrhachium. The siege turned against Caesar when Pompey broke through his lines in July, inflicting significant casualties. A lesser commander might have retreated to rebuild. Caesar instead marched inland into Thessaly, gambling that Pompey would pursue. On August 9, 48 BC, the two armies met on the plain of Pharsalus. Despite being outnumbered nearly 2-1, Caesar's veterans shattered Pompey's larger force. Pompey fled toward Egypt, hoping to find refuge with the young pharaoh Ptolemy XIII, whose father Rome had supported. Instead, Ptolemy's advisors, hoping to curry favor with the victor, murdered Pompey as he stepped ashore near Pelusium on September 28, 48 BC. He was 57 years old. Caesar arrived in Alexandria days later. Presented with Pompey's severed head and signet ring, he reportedly wept, whether from genuine grief for his former friend and son-in-law, or from anger at being denied the opportunity to display clemency, we cannot know. Caesar became embroiled in Egypt's dynastic politics, supporting Cleopatra VII against her brother Ptolemy XIII. The Alexandrian War lasted until March 47 BC, nearly costing Caesar his life when Egyptian forces besieged him in the palace quarter. The following years saw Caesar campaigning across the Mediterranean, crushing remnants of Pompeian resistance. He defeated Pharnaces of Pontus at Zala in August 47 BC, the victory so swift he summarized it in 3 Latin words: Veni, Vidi, Vici, I came, I saw, I conquered. In North Africa, at Thapsus in April 46 BC, he destroyed the army of Cato and the Pompeian diehards. Cato, that uncompromising champion of the old republic, killed himself at Utica rather than accept Caesar's clemency. The final Pompeian forces fell at Munda in Spain in March 45 BC. Caesar returned to Rome the undisputed master of the Roman world. He had been appointed dictator multiple times during his absences, and now, in 44 BC, the Senate granted him the title of Dictator Perpetuo, Dictator in perpetuity. This permanent dictatorship shattered all republican pretense. Caesar accumulated additional honors that bordered on divine worship, his image on coins, a golden chair in the Senate, a month named in his honor, Julius, July, and temples decreed for his worship. Whether he sought these honors or accepted them reluctantly, they fatally undermined any claim to republican restoration. Yet Caesar did govern, and effectively. He reformed the calendar, creating the Julian calendar that would persist for 16 centuries. He initiated massive building projects, planned colonies for veterans, and proposed extending citizenship more broadly. He showed remarkable clemency to former enemies, pardoning Brutus, Cassius, and others who had fought against him. This clemency, intended to heal divisions, instead created resentment among his own supporters who coveted the property and positions of the pardoned. By early 44 BC, Caesar was preparing for a massive campaign against Parthia, Rome's great eastern rival. He planned to depart in mid-March. But some 60 senators had grown convinced that Caesar's dictatorship meant the death of the Republic. Led by Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, they formed a conspiracy. Brutus was particularly significant. His mother Servilia had been Caesar's mistress for decades, and rumors suggested Caesar might be Brutus's father, though the dates make this unlikely. Caesar had certainly treated Brutus with extraordinary favor, perhaps from love of Servilia, perhaps from genuine affection for the young man. The conspirators chose the Ides of March 15, 44 BC, when the Senate would meet in the theatre of Pompey. As Caesar took his seat, the conspirators surrounded him under the pretense of petition. Tullius Cimber grabbed Caesar's toga, the signal to attack. Casca struck first, stabbing Caesar in the neck. The other conspirators pressed forward. Caesar fought back initially, but when he saw Brutus among his attackers, the ancient sources claim he said "Kaisu, teknan, you too, child," in Greek. He pulled his toga over his head and fell at the base of Pompey's statue, receiving 23 stab wounds. He was 55 years old. The assassins, who called themselves the Liberators, expected gratitude for restoring the Republic. Instead, they found confusion and fear. Mark Antony, Caesar's loyal lieutenant and co-consul, seized the initiative. When Caesar's will was read, revealing he had left generous gifts to the Roman people and named his grandnephew Octavian as his heir, public opinion turned decisively against the conspirators. By late 44 BC, Brutus and Cassius had fled Italy. The republic they thought they had saved was already dying. The real question was what would replace it, and who would rule the Roman world that Caesar had united through conquest and blood. Chapter 8, The Rise of Augustus, Part 1. The Roman world stands at a crossroads. The year is 44 BC, and the Ides of March have just shattered the Republic beyond repair. Julius Caesar lies dead on the Senate floor, murdered by the very men who claimed to save Rome from tyranny. In the chaos that follows, few could have predicted that the ultimate victor in the coming struggle would be an 18-year-old boy, sickly and politically inexperienced, who at this moment is studying rhetoric in the Greek city of Apollonia. His name is Gaius Octavius, but history will know him by another title entirely, Augustus, the first emperor of Rome. When news of Caesar's assassination reaches Apollonia in April of 44 BC, young Octavius faces a choice that will determine not only his fate but the fate of Western civilization. His mother and stepfather urge caution. Friends advise him to decline the dangerous inheritance. But Caesar's will has named him as the dictator's adopted son and principal heir, and Octavius, displaying a political acumen that belies his years, decides to claim his legacy. He sails immediately for Italy, landing at the port of Lupi in Calabria. From this moment, he assumes the name Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, though he will insist on being called simply Caesar. The audacity is breathtaking. The consequences will reshape the known world. Rome in 44 BC is a cauldron of competing ambitions. The assassins Brutus and Cassius, who styled themselves liberators, have badly miscalculated the public mood. Far from greeting Caesar's death as liberation, many Romans view it as murder. Mark Antony, Caesar's loyal lieutenant and co-consul, initially appears to hold all the advantages. He is a military hero, a skilled politician, and above all, he possesses something the young Octavian desperately needs: the loyalty of Caesar's veteran legions. Antony treats the teenager with contempt, viewing him as a useful pawn at best, an irritating pretender at worst. It is a mistake he will spend the rest of his life trying to correct. The power struggle that follows is Byzantine in its complexity. Octavian demonstrates an instinct for political survival that would have impressed Machiavelli. He allies with the Senate against Antony, securing military command despite his youth. He uses Caesar's fortune, which he has inherited, to win the loyalty of soldiers. When Antony is defeated at the Battle of Mutina in April 43 BC, Octavian finds himself in command of 8 legions. The Senate, having used him against Antony, now seeks to discard him. They promote Brutus and Cassius to command in the east and offer Octavian insultingly minor honors. The young Caesar's response is to march on Rome itself. In August of 43 BC, Octavian occupies the city without resistance and compels the Senate to grant him the consulship. He is 19 years old, the youngest consul in Roman history by more than 2 decades. But Octavian understands that he cannot rule Rome alone, not while Caesar's assassins remain at large and command substantial military forces. In a stunning reversal, he reconciles with Mark Antony and joins forces with another Caesarian general, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. In November 43 BC, on a small island in the Reno River near Bononia, the 3 men form what history will call the Second Triumvirate, a legally constituted dictatorship granted extraordinary powers by a cowed Senate. What follows is one of the darkest chapters in Roman history. The triumvirs publish prescription lists naming thousands of their political enemies. These men are declared outlaws, their property is confiscated, their lives forfeit to anyone who kills them. Among the victims is Rome's greatest orator, Marcus Tullius Cicero, who had foolishly believed he could control young Octavian. On December 7, 43 BC, Cicero is caught fleeing his villa at Formi. Antony's soldiers cut off his head and hands, which are displayed on the rostra in the Roman Forum, a grim warning to any who might oppose the triumvirs. The prescriptions raise money for the coming war and eliminate potential opposition, but they also stain the hands of all 3 men, particularly Octavian, with innocent blood. The Battle of Philippi in October 42 BC marks the definitive end of the Roman Republic. On the plains of Macedonia, the forces of Brutus and Cassius meet the triumviral army. The battle is actually 2 engagements, fought 3 weeks apart. In the first, Brutus defeats Octavian's forces while Antony crushes Cassius' legions. Cassius, believing all is lost, commits suicide. In the second battle on October 23, Antony's tactical brilliance prevails. Brutus's army is destroyed, and he too takes his own life. The tyrannicides are dead. The Republic, for which they claim to fight, dies with them. The triumvirate now divides the Roman world. Antony takes the wealthy east, where he will pursue a war against Parthia and become fatefully entangled with Cleopatra VII of Egypt. Octavian receives the west, including the unenviable task of settling tens of thousands of veteran soldiers on confiscated Italian land. Lepidus, the weakest partner, is assigned Africa. The arrangement is inherently unstable. Two ambitious men cannot indefinitely share supreme power. As the historian Tacitus will later write, the Roman world was divided between them like spoil. Through the late 30s BC, the tension between Octavian and Antony builds slowly but inexorably. Octavian consolidates his position in Italy and the western provinces. He fights a difficult war in Illyria between 35 and 33 BC, transforming himself from a sickly youth into a credible military commander. More importantly, he surrounds himself with extraordinary talents. Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, his closest friend and finest general, wins crucial naval victories. Gaius Maecenas manages political affairs in Rome. These men provide the military and administrative competence that Octavian himself sometimes lacks. In the East, meanwhile, Antony's affair with Cleopatra evolves into a political partnership that scandalizes Rome. When Antony divorces Octavian's sister Octavia in 32 BC and acknowledges Caesar Ion, Cleopatra's son, by Julius Caesar, as Caesar's legitimate heir, he provides Octavian with perfect propaganda material. Octavian seizes a copy of Antony's will from the Vestal Virgins and publishes its contents. The document, genuine or forged, reveals that Antony wishes to be buried in Alexandria and grants Roman territories to Cleopatra's children. Roman public opinion, carefully manipulated by Octavian, turns decisively against Antony. In 32 BC, both consuls and more than 300 senators flee Rome to join Antony, a fact often overlooked in the Augustan propaganda that follows. But Octavian controls Italy, and he stages an elaborate ceremony in which the population of Italy and the western provinces swears a personal oath of allegiance to him. This connuratio, or conspiracy, as he calls it, transforms what might be seen as another civil war into a national crusade. Rome, Octavian declares, is not fighting fellow Romans but an Eastern enemy, Cleopatra, the dangerous seductress who has bewitched a once great Roman. War is declared not on Antony but on the Egyptian queen. The decisive confrontation comes in 31 BC. Antony assembles a massive fleet and army on the western coast of Greece, establishing his headquarters at Actium, near the entrance to the Ambracian Gulf. His strategy is sound: control the sea routes to Italy and threaten invasion. But Octavian, with Agrippa commanding his fleet, moves with characteristic speed. By spring of 31 BC, they have crossed the Adriatic and established positions north and south of Antony's base, effectively trapping his fleet in the Gulf. The Battle of Actium, fought on September 2, 31 BC, is not the dramatic clash that later propaganda will suggest. After months of blockade, disease, and desertion have weakened Antony's forces. His strategy appears to be breaking through Octavian's fleet to reach Egypt and continue the war from there. As the battle unfolds in the waters outside the Gulf, Cleopatra's squadron of 60 Egyptian ships suddenly hoists sail and flees southward. Antony, seeing this, abandons his fleet and follows her with a handful of ships. His remaining forces, leaderless and demoralized, soon surrender. Actium is less a great naval battle than a spectacular collapse of morale, but its consequences are absolute. Octavian pursues the fleeing lovers to Egypt. On August 1, 30 BC, his forces enter Alexandria. Antony, receiving false news of Cleopatra's death, falls on his sword. Brought dying to where Cleopatra has barricaded herself in her mausoleum, he expires in her arms. Days later, on August 12, Cleopatra herself commits suicide, reportedly by allowing a venomous asp to bite her. Octavian shows no mercy to their children. Caesar Ion, the potential rival to his claim as Caesar's heir, is hunted down and killed. Egypt becomes a Roman province, its immense wealth now Octavian's to command. The civil wars are over. One man stands supreme over the Roman world. The delicate alliance between Octavian and Mark Antony, forged in the ashes of civil war, was never destined to endure. By the year 37 BC, the Second Triumvirate had already begun to fracture, its third member, Lepidus, stripped of power and forced into quiet retirement. What remained was a Roman world divided between two men, Octavian, master of the West, and Mark Antony, lord of the East. Between them lay not merely political rivalry, but fundamentally different visions of what Rome itself should become. Mark Antony had established himself in Alexandria, the jewel of the Hellenistic world. There, he had entered into both a political and romantic alliance with Cleopatra VII, the last Ptolemaic ruler of Egypt. Together they commanded the vast wealth of the Nile and the resources of the eastern Mediterranean. Antony styled himself as a new Alexander, a divine ruler in the Eastern fashion, celebrating elaborate ceremonies that shocked traditional Roman sensibilities. In the so-called Donations of Alexandria in 34 BC, Antony proclaimed Cleopatra as Queen of Kings and distributed Roman territories among her children, declaring Caesarion, Cleopatra's son by Julius Caesar, as Caesar's legitimate heir. For Octavian, these acts provided precisely the ammunition he required. Here was proof, he argued, that Antony had abandoned Roman values, had become drunk on Eastern excess, had placed a foreign queen's interests above those of the Republic. Octavian's propaganda machine, guided by trusted advisors including Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa and Gaius Maecenas, worked tirelessly to paint Antony not as a Roman consul fighting a civil war, but as a traitor seduced by Oriental decadence. The enemy, they insisted, was not Antony himself but Cleopatra, the scheming foreign monarch who had bewitched him and threatened to reduce Rome to an Egyptian province. In 32 BC, the conflict erupted into open warfare. Antony's supporters among the consuls fled Rome to join him in the east. In response, Octavian took the extraordinary step of seizing Antony's will from the Temple of Vesta and reading it before the Senate. Whether genuine or fabricated, the document confirmed the public's worst fears. Antony requested burial in Alexandria beside Cleopatra. Italy and the western provinces, with carefully orchestrated unanimity, swore a personal oath of allegiance to Octavian. This oath, a masterstroke of political theatre, bound them to Octavian not as a magistrate of the Republic but as a personal leader in a struggle for Rome's survival. War was declared, but constitutionally, it was declared only against Cleopatra. Antony was stripped of his anticipated consulship for 31 BC, yet technically remained a Roman citizen. This legal fiction allowed Octavian to maintain that he fought not against fellow Romans but against a foreign threat to the Republic's very existence. In reality, of course, everyone understood that this was civil war by another name, the final confrontation between the two most powerful men in the Roman world. The decisive engagement came on September 2, 31 BC, at Actium, a promontory on the western coast of Greece overlooking the Ionian Sea. Antony and Cleopatra had established their forces at this strategic position, their fleet anchoring in the Ambracian Gulf. For months, the two armies had faced each other across these waters. Antony commanded perhaps 500 warships and substantial land forces, but his position was deteriorating. Disease ravaged his camps, desertions weakened his cause, and Octavian's forces, under the brilliant command of Agrippa, controlled the surrounding territory and supply routes. The naval battle that followed would determine the fate of the Mediterranean world. Agrippa had equipped Octavian's fleet with lighter, more maneuverable vessels designed for speed and ramming. Antony's ships were larger, built as floating fortresses suitable for the missile warfare that characterized Eastern naval tactics. As the fleets engaged in the afternoon, the outcome remained uncertain for several hours. Then, mysteriously, Cleopatra's squadron of 60 Egyptian ships raised their sails and broke through the line of battle, heading south toward Egypt. Antony, upon seeing this, transferred to a faster vessel and followed her, abandoning his fleet and army in the midst of battle. What occurred remains one of history's great questions. Was this a planned escape when victory proved impossible? Was it panic? Did Antony follow love over duty? Ancient sources, colored by Augustan propaganda, portrayed it as the ultimate act of a man enslaved by passion, abandoning his men to chase after his foreign queen. Modern historians suggest it may have been a calculated attempt to preserve the war chest and regroup for continued resistance. Whatever the truth, the result was catastrophic for Antony's cause. His abandoned fleet fought on briefly before surrendering. His land forces, demoralized and leaderless, capitulated within a week. Octavian pursued his enemies to Alexandria. On August 1, 30 BC, his forces entered the city. Mark Antony, receiving false news that Cleopatra had died, took his own life by falling upon his sword, a final act of Roman dignity. Cleopatra survived him by a few days, attempting to negotiate with the victor, but when it became clear that Octavian intended to parade her through Rome in his triumph, she too chose death. The asp, the sacred serpent of Egyptian royalty, provided her escape according to tradition, though the actual means remain uncertain. Caesuion, the boy who threatened Octavian's claim as Caesar's heir, was hunted down and executed. Cleopatra's other children were spared and raised in Rome by Octavian's sister, Octavia, who had once been Antony's wife. With the annexation of Egypt as a personal province of the princeps, Octavian stood alone. The civil wars that had consumed Rome for nearly a century were finally, decisively over. On January 16, 27 BC, Octavian appeared before the Senate and performed a carefully choreographed act of political theater. He announced the restoration of the Republic, the return of all extraordinary powers to the Senate and people of Rome, and his own intention to retire from public life. The Senate, as he surely knew they would, refused. Instead, they heaped powers and honors upon him, including a new name, Augustus, meaning the revered one, a title with religious overtones that elevated him above mere mortals without explicitly claiming divinity. Thus was born the Principate, a system of government that would endure for 3 centuries. Augustus, as we must now call him, maintained the careful fiction that the Republic had been restored. He held no office that Cicero would not have recognized as constitutional. He was consul, then proconsul, holder of tribunician power, pontifex maximus, and princeps senatus, first among equals in the Senate. Yet the combination of these powers, the loyalty of the legions, his immense personal wealth from Egypt, and his unmatched auctoritas, his personal authority, made him effectively Rome's first emperor. It was a revolution disguised as restoration, autocracy masked as tradition. The period that followed, from 27 BC until Augustus's death in AD 14, witnessed what posterity would celebrate as the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. Augustus reduced the number of legions from over 50 to 28, settling veterans in colonies throughout the empire. He established permanent garrison frontiers along the Rhine and Danube rivers, creating a defensive perimeter that would shape European history for centuries. Under Agrippa's guidance, he initiated vast building programs that transformed Rome from a city of brick to a city of marble. The Ara Pacis, the Altar of Peace, dedicated in 9 BC, exemplified this new golden age with its exquisite relief celebrating peace and prosperity. Augustus proved as masterful in peace as in war. He reformed the currency, established a professional civil service, created Rome's first permanent fire brigade and police force, and divided the city into 14 administrative regions. He conducted a census of the entire empire, standardizing tax collection and administration. He encouraged marriage and childbearing among the Roman aristocracy through legislation, though his own family life was troubled by scandal and tragedy. His daughter Julia's promiscuous behavior led to her exile, a personal humiliation that Augustus bore with stoic dignity, placing duty to Roman moral renewal above paternal affection. This golden age found its greatest expression not in marble and law but in literature. Augustus, through his cultural minister Maecenas, gathered around himself the finest poets and writers of the age, creating the last great flowering of Latin literature. Publius Virgilius Maro, known to history as Virgil, spent 11 years composing the Aeneid, the epic poem that provided Rome with a foundation myth to rival Homer. In 12 books of exquisite Latin verse, Virgil traced the journey of Aeneas from burning Troy to Italy, establishing the Julian family's divine ancestry and celebrating Augustus as the fulfillment of destiny. When Virgil died in 19 BC, leaving the poem unfinished, Augustus himself ordered its preservation and publication, recognizing its propaganda value even as he appreciated its literary genius. Quintus Horatius Flaccus, or Horace, celebrated the simple virtues and pleasures of Italian life in his odes and satires, while also composing the Carmen Secular, the secular hymn, for Augustus's great religious festival of 17 BC. His poetry balanced Greek sophistication with Roman gravitas, creating a voice that seemed to speak for the age itself. Publius Ovidus Naso, Ovid, brought wit and psychological insight to his Metamorphoses, a vast compendium of mythological transformation, and to his earlier love poetry. His art of love, however, proved too sophisticated for Augustus's moral program, contributing to his exile to Tomies on the Black Sea in AD 8, where he died in bitter longing for Rome. Chapter 8, The Rise of Augustus, Part 3/3. The final confrontation between Octavian and Mark Antony could no longer be postponed. By the year 32 BC, the fragile peace that had preserved Rome's territories under divided rule collapsed entirely. Octavian, now secure in his power base in Italy and the West, engineered a brilliant political maneuver that would transform a civil war into something far more palatable to Roman sensibilities, a foreign war against Egypt. Antony's relationship with Cleopatra provided Octavian with precisely the ammunition he required. When Antony divorced Octavian's sister Octavia in 32 BC, it was portrayed as an unforgivable insult to Roman dignity. But Octavian's masterstroke came when he illegally seized Antony's will from the Temple of Vesta in Rome, where it had been deposited for safekeeping. He read portions of it before the Senate, revealing that Antony intended to be buried in Alexandria and had made provisions for Cleopatra's children by Julius Caesar and himself. To Roman ears, this was tantamount to treason, suggesting that Antony intended to move the center of Roman power to Egypt. The Senate was persuaded to strip Antony of his powers and declare war, not on a Roman citizen and triumvir, but on Cleopatra herself. It was a legal fiction, but an effective one. Once again, Rome would not officially be at war with itself. Instead, the propaganda proclaimed, Octavian would be defending Roman values against an Eastern queen who had bewitched a Roman general, just as the Trojans had once been undone by Helen of Troy. The two forces met at Actium, on the western coast of Greece, in September of 31 BC. Antony had assembled a formidable fleet of over 200 warships and stationed his army on the southern promontory of the Ambracian Gulf. Octavian's fleet, under the command of his supremely capable admiral Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, established a position to the north. For months, the two forces remained in stalemate, but Agrippa's superior naval tactics gradually tightened a blockade around Antony's position. Malaria and desertion began to weaken Antony's forces. His situation grew increasingly desperate. On September 2, 31 BC, Antony made his move. The exact circumstances of the Battle of Actium remain somewhat unclear, debated by ancient sources and modern historians alike. What is certain is that Antony attempted to break through Octavian's naval blockade. Whether this was a planned escape or a battle that went catastrophically wrong remains uncertain. In the midst of the engagement, Cleopatra's squadron of 60 ships suddenly hoisted sail and fled southward toward Egypt. Antony, seeing her departure, abandoned his own flagship and pursued her, leaving his fleet and army to their fate. The Battle of Actium was not the decisive military engagement that later propaganda would suggest. Many of Antony's ships were burned or captured, but it was not a massacre. The truly significant moment came when Antony's remaining forces, both naval and military, surrendered to Octavian over the following days. Without a battle, without siege, the army simply changed sides. Once again, as with Antony's brother Lucius at Perugia, as with Sextus Pompey's supporters, the legions proved willing to accept whoever could promise them stability, land, and payment. Octavian did not immediately pursue Antony and Cleopatra to Egypt. Instead, he spent the following month securing his position, settling veterans on land, and reorganizing the eastern provinces. The invasion of Egypt came in the summer of 30 BC. Antony, his forces diminished and his allies vanished, could mount no effective resistance. On August 1, 30 BC, as Octavian's troops entered Alexandria, Mark Antony fell on his sword, dying in the traditional Roman manner. Cleopatra survived him by several days. Ancient sources claim she took her own life by the bite of an asp, though the truth may be less dramatic. What matters is that by August 12, 30 BC, the last Ptolemaic ruler of Egypt was dead, and the ancient kingdom became a Roman province, not of the Senate, but the personal property of Octavian himself. The century of civil wars that had begun with the conflicts between Marius and Sulla had finally ended. One man stood supreme, unchallenged, in control of the entire Roman world. But the question remained, what would he do with this unprecedented power? Octavian understood what his adoptive father had not. Julius Caesar's assumption of perpetual dictatorship and the trappings of monarchy had triggered the conspiracy that killed him. The Roman aristocracy would not accept a king. Yet neither could they return to the old republic, which had proven incapable of managing an empire and had torn itself apart in factional conflict. Octavian's genius lay in finding a middle path, creating something that appeared traditional while being fundamentally revolutionary. In January of 27 BC, in a carefully orchestrated ceremony before the Senate, Octavian announced that he was restoring the Republic. He laid down his extraordinary powers and returned control of the provinces to the Senate and people of Rome. The Senate, in gratitude for all he had done and in recognition that his guidance remained essential, immediately granted him a vast provincia encompassing Spain, Gaul, and Syria, precisely those provinces where the majority of Rome's legions were stationed. They also bestowed upon him a new name, Augustus, meaning the revered one, a title with religious overtones but without the political implications of king. This moment, known as the First Settlement, established what historians call the Principate. Augustus was princeps, first citizen, not monarch. He held no office that Pompey or Caesar had not held before him. His power rested on his auctoritas, his prestige and moral authority, not on any formal title. Yet through a combination of positions, he held the tribunician power, gave him inviolability and the right to propose legislation. He was granted imperium, allowing him to command armies. He eventually became Pontifex Maximus, chief priest of the Roman religion. Augustus accumulated such authority that his wishes became law without requiring formal legislation. The brilliance of this system was its flexibility and its respect for Roman tradition, at least in appearance. The Senate continued to meet, magistrates were elected, debates were held. The forms of the Republic persisted. But everyone understood where real power lay. Augustus was careful never to flaunt this power, never to humiliate the Senate, always to consult with the aristocracy and maintain the fiction of shared governance. This delicate balance would preserve relative peace for centuries. With stability came prosperity. The Pax Romana, the Roman peace, began under Augustus and would last, with interruptions, for over 2 centuries. For the first time in generations, the Mediterranean world was not torn by civil war. Trade flourished as never before. Augustus boasted that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble, and indeed, his building program transformed the capital into a metropolis worthy of a world empire. The Forum of Augustus, the Theatre of Marcellus, the restoration of 82 temples, these were but the most prominent of countless construction projects. Augustus reorganized the administration of the empire with systematic efficiency. He established a standing professional army, fixing its size at 28 legions, approximately 150,000 men, supplemented by equal numbers of auxiliary forces. Soldiers served for 20 years, receiving land or a cash bonus upon discharge. This created a loyal, disciplined force without the danger of generals recruiting private armies. He established the Praetorian Guard, 9 cohorts that served as both his personal bodyguard and a strategic reserve in Italy. The provinces were divided into 2 categories: senatorial provinces, theoretically governed by the Senate through proconsular appointments, and imperial provinces, administered by Augustus through legates who served at his pleasure. Egypt, immensely wealthy and vital for Rome's grain supply, remained his personal domain, with senators forbidden to enter without his permission. This age of stability also fostered a remarkable cultural flowering, what we now call the Augustan Golden Age of Latin literature. Augustus understood the power of culture and poetry to shape public opinion and legitimize his regime. He and his close advisor Gaius Maecenas became patrons to the greatest poets of the age, men whose works would define Latin literature for all subsequent generations. Publius Virgilius Maro, known to us as Virgil, composed the Aeneid, an epic poem that told the story of Aeneas, Trojan refugee and ancestor of the Roman people. The Aeneid was more than entertainment, it was a foundation myth that connected Augustus's family, the Julii, directly to the gods, that portrayed Roman destiny as divinely ordained, that justified Roman imperium as a force for bringing order and civilization to the world. When Virgil died in 19 BC, leaving the Aeneid unfinished, Augustus ordered it preserved and published, overriding the poet's wish that it be burned. Quintus Horatius Flaccus, or Horace, celebrated the simple virtues of Roman life and the blessings of peace after generations of war. His odes praised Augustus's achievements while exploring themes of friendship, wine, love, and the passing of time. His secular hymn, commissioned for Augustus's religious revival in 17 BC, was performed by choruses of boys and girls at the secular games, a ceremony marking the beginning of a new age. Publius Ovidus Naso, known as Ovid, was perhaps the most naturally gifted poet of the age, a master of wit and elegance. His Metamorphoses wove together hundreds of Greek and Roman myths into a continuous narrative from the creation of the world to the deification of Julius Caesar. Yet Ovid's irreverent treatment of love and his sophisticated, urban sensibility eventually ran afoul of Augustus's program of moral reform. In 8 AD, for reasons never entirely clear, a poem and an error, Ovid cryptically said, Augustus exiled him to Tomies on the Black Sea, where he remained until his death, composing melancholy verses of longing for Rome. Augustus lived until 14 AD, dying at the age of 75 after 41 years as princeps. In his own account of his achievements, the residential Gesti Divi Augusti inscribed on bronze tablets throughout the empire, he portrayed himself as the restorer of the republic, the bringer of peace, the benefactor who had spent his private fortune for the public good. It was a masterpiece of political propaganda, and yet it contained essential truths. He had ended the civil wars. He had created a system of government that, for all its autocratic reality, preserved enough republican forms to satisfy Roman sensibilities. He had transformed Rome from a troubled republic into a stable empire. The transition to his successor, his stepson Tiberius, occurred smoothly, establishing the principle of dynastic succession that would characterize the Julio-Claudian dynasty. The republic, in truth, was dead, though few Romans would admit it even to themselves. In its place stood the empire, and at its head, the emperor, a title that would echo through history long after Rome itself had fallen. Augustus had succeeded where Caesar had failed, not by seizing power openly, but by accepting it subtly, by ruling absolutely while claiming to serve. It was this achievement, more than any military victory, that made him perhaps the most successful statesman in Roman history. Chapter 9, the Julio-Claudian Dynasty, Part 1 of 3. When Augustus died on the 19th of August, 14 years after the birth of Christ, the Roman world held its breath. For more than 4 decades, one man had guided the destiny of an empire stretching from the Atlantic to the Euphrates, from the Rhine to the sands of North Africa. The constitutional settlement he had crafted, that careful fiction of restored republic beneath which imperial autocracy functioned, now faced its greatest test. Could power transfer peacefully? Could the Principate survive its founder? The answer would reveal itself in the crucible of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, named for the 2 great families whose bloodlines intertwined through marriage and adoption to produce Rome's first 5 emperors. What followed Augustus would be 54 years of rule by 4 men whose reigns would demonstrate both the possibilities and the perils of autocratic government. Their stories would encompass military triumph and personal tragedy, administrative competence and spectacular cruelty, territorial expansion and internal convulsion. By the time the last Julio-Claudian fell in 68 Anno Domini, the fundamental nature of Roman imperial power would be starkly revealed, and the city itself would rise renewed from ashes. The succession fell to Tiberius Claudius Nero, stepson of Augustus and son of Livia Drusilla, the emperor's formidable wife. Born in 42 before Christ, Tiberius was already 55 years old when he assumed power, a man of proven military ability but also deep personal reserve. His early career had been distinguished. He had campaigned brilliantly in Pannonia and Germania, consolidating Roman control along the Danube frontier and demonstrating the tactical acumen that had made him Rome's finest living general. Yet his path to power had been neither direct nor willing. Augustus had forced Tiberius to divorce his beloved wife Vipsania to marry the emperor's daughter Julia, a union that brought neither party happiness. When Augustus's preferred heirs, his grandsons Gaius and Lucius Caesar, died young, Tiberius found himself the reluctant inheritor of a position he had not sought. This circumstance would color his entire reign. Where Augustus had embraced the performance of princeps with consummate skill, Tiberius regarded it with barely concealed contempt. The Senate offered Tiberius the imperial powers in September of 14 Anno Domini, and his response revealed the contradictions that would define his principate. He appeared to hesitate, to demur, engaging in elaborate shows of reluctance that exasperated the senators. Was this false modesty or genuine ambivalence? Ancient historians debated the question, and we may never know with certainty. What is clear is that Tiberius understood the constitutional reality. The Principate required the pretense of senatorial authority even as real power resided elsewhere, and he resented having to perform this charade. His early years showed competence and restraint. Tiberius maintained Augustus's administrative system, governed the provinces effectively, and managed imperial finances with such care that he left a substantial surplus in the treasury. He respected senatorial prerogatives where possible and avoided the more excessive forms of personal glorification. In the provinces, his governors maintained order and administered justice. The empire prospered under his stewardship, even if Rome itself grew uneasy under his increasingly withdrawn presence. The military crisis that greeted his accession demonstrated his abilities. Legions in Pannonia and Germania had mutinied upon hearing of Augustus's death, demanding better pay and conditions after years of extended service. Tiberius dispatched his nephew Germanicus to the Rhine and his own son Drusus to Pannonia. Both successfully quelled the mutinies, Drusus through a combination of authority and opportune lunar eclipse that terrified the superstitious soldiers, Germanicus through personal charisma and judicious concessions. The new emperor had passed his first test. Germanicus Julius Caesar, Tiberius's nephew and adopted son, represented everything the emperor himself was not: young, charismatic, beloved by both soldiers and populace. In the years from 14 to 16 Anno Domini, Germanicus campaigned beyond the Rhine, avenging the disaster of the Teutoburg forest where Varus had lost 3 legions in 9 Anno Domini. He recovered 2 of the 3 lost eagle standards, defeated the Germanic chieftain Arminius in pitched battle, and restored Roman military prestige. Rome celebrated these victories enthusiastically, perhaps too enthusiastically for Tiberius's comfort. In 17 Anno Domini, Tiberius recalled Germanicus from Germania and sent him east with imperium over the eastern provinces. 2 years later, in October of 19 Anno Domini, Germanicus died suddenly in Ansch, aged only 33. Rumors immediately circulated that he had been poisoned on Tiberius's orders, allegedly through the agency of Gnaeus Calpurnius Piso, governor of Syria. The truth remains obscured by ancient partisan sources, but Germanicus's death removed the most popular potential rival to Tiberius and left a vacancy in the succession that would have profound consequences. The death of Drusus, Tiberius's biological son, in 23 Anno Domini deepened the emperor's bitterness. Now both his chosen heirs were gone, and suspicion fell everywhere. Into this atmosphere of grief and paranoia stepped Lucius Aelius Sejanus, prefect of the Praetorian Guard. Sejanus understood that Tiberius longed to escape the burdens of presence in Rome, and he encouraged this desire while positioning himself as the essential intermediary between emperor and state. In 26 Anno Domini, Tiberius withdrew to the island of Capri, off the coast of Campania, and would never again set foot in Rome. For the next 11 years, the empire's master ruled from self-imposed exile while Sejanus accumulated power in the capital. The prefect concentrated the previously dispersed Praetorian cohorts into a single camp at the edge of Rome, giving him command of the only significant military force in Italy. He pursued treason trials against perceived enemies, reviving and expanding the lex maestatis, the law of treason against the Roman people. The climate grew poisonous with denunciations and prosecutions. Senators learned to watch their words and their associates. Sejanus aspired to dynastic connection with the imperial house, seeking to marry Livilla, widow of Drusus. His ambitions finally overreached when evidence emerged, possibly provided by Antonia, Tiberius's sister-in-law, of a conspiracy against the emperor himself. On the 18th of October, 31 Anno Domini, Tiberius struck. A letter was read to the Senate that began with routine business before suddenly denouncing Sejanus. The prefect was arrested, executed that same day, and his body thrown down the Gemonian stairs to be torn apart by the Roman mob. His children were killed, his statues demolished, his name erased from inscriptions throughout the empire. The purge extended to his associates and family, a bloodletting that demonstrated Tiberius's capacity for ruthless action when roused. The emperor's final years saw him increasingly isolated on Capri, communicating with Rome through letters while the machinery of treason trials continued to grind. Whatever his administrative competence, Tiberius had failed to maintain the careful balance Augustus had established between autocratic reality and republican pretense. He died on the 16th of March, 37 Anno Domini, at Misenum, aged 77. The Senate received news of his death without grief. So unpopular had he become that crowds celebrated in the streets, shouting "Tiberius" to the Tiber, demanding his body be thrown into the river like a common criminal. Power passed to Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, great-grandson of Augustus and son of the beloved Germanicus. History would know him by his childhood nickname, Caligula, Little Boots, given him by his father's soldiers when he was dressed in miniature military costume as a child. He was 24 years old, the sole surviving heir after Tiberius had systematically destroyed or outlived the other possibilities. Rome greeted his accession with genuine joy. The son of Germanicus promised a return to the approachable style of Augustus, an end to the paranoia and prosecutions of Tiberius's later years. The opening month seemed to justify this optimism. Caligula honored his predecessor with proper funeral rites, recalled political exiles, abolished treason trials, published imperial accounts to demonstrate fiscal transparency, and held magnificent games to delight the populace. He appeared frequently in public, cultivated the Senate, and distributed largesse generously. After the remote and bitter Tiberius, here was an emperor who seemed to embrace his role with enthusiasm and joy. But in October of 37 Anno Domini, less than 7 months into his reign, Caligula fell seriously ill. The nature of this illness remains uncertain, perhaps encephalitis, perhaps a nervous collapse, but when he recovered, something had fundamentally changed. The death of Augustus in 14 AD marked a pivotal moment in Roman history. The question that had lingered unspoken throughout his reign now demanded an answer: could the Principate survive the transition from one man to another? Augustus had carefully groomed his stepson Tiberius for succession, and despite reservations on both sides, the 55-year-old general assumed the purple without serious opposition. This peaceful transfer of power established a precedent that would shape Rome for centuries, yet it also revealed the inherent instability of a system built around individual personalities rather than institutional frameworks. Tiberius Claudius Nero, born in 42 BC, came to power as a man of considerable military distinction and administrative experience. His campaigns in Germania and Pannonia had secured Rome's northern frontiers, and his years of enforced service under Augustus had taught him the mechanisms of imperial government. Yet Tiberius was a study in contradictions. Intelligent and capable, he was also morose, suspicious, and profoundly uncomfortable with the theatrical aspects of princely rule that Augustus had performed so skillfully. Where Augustus had maintained the fiction of republican restoration, Tiberius made little effort to disguise the autocratic reality of his position. The Senate, which Augustus had carefully courted, found itself alternately ignored and bullied by an emperor who seemed to regard their deliberations with barely concealed contempt. The early years of Tiberius's reign, from 14 to 23 AD, showed promise. He governed with efficiency, maintained the fiscal discipline Augustus had established, and respected provincial administration. He rejected attempts to deify Augustus too enthusiastically and refused divine honors for himself. Yet the shadows were already gathering. The death of his nephew and adopted son Germanicus in 19 AD sparked rumors of poisoning that would haunt the reign. Germanicus had been everything Tiberius was not: charismatic, popular with the troops, beloved by the common people. His widow Agrippina the Elder openly accused Tiberius of involvement in his death, beginning a cycle of suspicion and revenge that would poison the imperial family for decades. The transformation of Tiberius's reign came in 23 AD with the rise of Lucius Aelius Sejanus, the Praetorian prefect. Sejanus concentrated the previously dispersed Praetorian Guard into a single fortified camp on the Esquiline Hill in Rome, giving him direct military control of the capital. Through a combination of political acumen and ruthless manipulation, Sejanus became Tiberius's chief confidant and deputy. In 26 AD, the aging emperor made a decision that would define the remainder of his reign. He withdrew from Rome to the island of Capri in the Bay of Naples. For the final 11 years of his life, Tiberius would never return to the capital, governing the empire through correspondence while Sejanus wielded power in his name. The withdrawal to Capri remains one of history's enigmas. Ancient sources, particularly Suetonius and Tacitus, paint lurid pictures of debauchery and cruelty in the emperor's island retreat. Modern scholarship suggests a more complex reality: a man exhausted by the burdens of office, grieving multiple family deaths, and increasingly paranoid about threats to his position. Whatever the truth, his absence created a vacuum that Sejanus eagerly filled. The Praetorian prefect systematically eliminated potential rivals, including members of the imperial family, through treason trials that revived the hated practice of maestas prosecutions. Only in 31 AD did Tiberius finally recognize the threat Sejanus posed to his own position. In October of that year, through a carefully coordinated plan, Sejanus was arrested, executed, and his body thrown down the Gemonian stairs, where the Roman mob tore it to pieces. Tiberius died on March 16, 37 AD, at the villa of Lucullus in Misenum, aged 77. Ancient sources suggest he may have been smothered on orders of Macro, Sejanus's replacement as Praetorian prefect, though natural causes seem more likely. His death was met with public celebration in Rome, a bitter commentary on a reign that had begun with such potential but ended in isolation and fear. The succession passed to Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, known to history as Caligula, a nickname derived from the little military boots he wore as a child in army camps. The 24-year-old great-grandson of Augustus was the son of the beloved Germanicus, and his accession in 37 AD was greeted with genuine enthusiasm. The young emperor began promisingly, recalling exiles, ending treason trials, and staging magnificent games. He honored his father's memory and appeared to restore the partnership with the Senate that Tiberius had abandoned. Then, in October 37 AD, Caligula fell seriously ill. What happened during that illness remains unclear, but the emperor who recovered was a different man. Whether the fever caused brain damage, triggered underlying mental illness, or simply revealed a nature that had been carefully concealed, the result was catastrophic. Over the next 3 years and 4 months, Caligula would transform from a promising young ruler into a figure whose cruelty and extravagance became legendary. The ancient sources present a catalogue of horrors, declarations of his own divinity, incestuous relationships with his sisters, the appointment of his horse Incitatus as consul, the construction of a floating bridge across the Bay of Baiae simply to prove a prophecy wrong, mass executions for entertainment, and the squandering of the treasury surplus Tiberius had carefully accumulated. Modern historians debate how much of this testimony reflects reality versus senatorial propaganda against an emperor who deliberately humiliated the aristocracy. What remains certain is that by January 41 AD, conspiracies against Caligula involved members of the Praetorian Guard, the Senate, and even the imperial household. On January 24, 41 AD, Caligula was assassinated. Cassius Chaerea, a tribune of the Praetorian Guard whom the emperor had repeatedly mocked, struck the first blow as Caligula walked through a cryptoporticus beneath the palace on the Palatine Hill. The assassins also murdered Caligula's wife Caesonia and killed his infant daughter by smashing her head against a wall, ensuring no direct heir survived. In the chaos that followed, a Praetorian guardsman discovered Caligula's uncle Claudius hiding behind a curtain in the palace. Tiberius Claudius Drusus, born in 10 BC, had survived the murderous politics of the Julio Claudian house precisely because he appeared harmless. Afflicted with physical disabilities that ancient sources describe as stammering, limping, and involuntary movements of the head, Claudius had been excluded from public life and relegated to antiquarian studies. Now, at age 50, the Praetorians proclaimed him emperor, recognizing that their own survival depended on maintaining the imperial system. The Senate, briefly entertaining fantasies of restored republican rule, had no choice but to acquiesce. History would prove Claudius far more capable than anyone anticipated. Beneath the ungainly exterior resided a keen intelligence and genuine administrative talent. His reign from 41 to 54 AD saw significant expansion and reform. He enlarged the imperial bureaucracy, creating specialized departments staffed by freedmen who owed loyalty to the emperor rather than senatorial networks. He undertook massive public works, including a new aqueduct, the Aqua Claudia, and improvements to Ostia, Rome's crucial port. He extended Roman citizenship more broadly than any previous emperor and incorporated new peoples into the empire's governing structure. Most dramatically, in 43 AD, Claudius achieved what even Julius Caesar had only briefly attempted, the conquest of Britain. For legions under the command of Aulus Plautius crossed the Channel and established Roman control over the southern portion of the island. Claudius himself joined the campaign for 16 days, entering Camulodunum, modern Colchester, in triumph. The conquest of Britain provided military glory for an emperor who had never commanded troops and offered rich agricultural lands and mineral resources. The establishment of the province of Britannia represented the last major territorial expansion of the early empire, pushing Roman civilization to what seemed the very edge of the known world. Yet Claudius could not escape the poisonous dynamics of the imperial household. His personal life became a weapon his enemies could exploit. His third wife, Messalina, engaged in such notorious behavior, including reportedly marrying another man while still empress, that Claudius ordered her execution in 48 AD. His fourth marriage, to his niece Agrippina the Younger in 49 AD, would prove fatal. Agrippina brought to the marriage her son from a previous union, Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, whom Claudius adopted under the name Nero Claudius Caesar. Through careful maneuvering, Agrippina positioned Nero ahead of Claudius's own son Britannicus in the succession. On October 13, 54 AD, Claudius died after eating a dish of mushrooms. While possibly natural, most ancient sources claim Agrippina poisoned him to secure the throne for her 17-year-old son. Nero's accession marked the final act of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. The young emperor's early years, guided by his tutor the philosopher Seneca and the praetorian prefect Burrus, showed competence and even promise. This period, later called the Quinquennum Neronis, saw reasonable governance and restraint. But like Caligula before him, Nero would descend into tyranny, though by a different path. Where Caligula's madness seemed sudden and chaotic, Nero's transformation was gradual, driven by artistic pretensions, paranoia, and the deadly logic of autocratic power. The turning point came in 59 AD when Nero, weary of his mother's domination, arranged her murder. The matricide, accomplished after at least one failed attempt involving a collapsible boat, marked the end of any restraining influence on the emperor. Nero increasingly devoted himself to artistic pursuits, performing publicly as a singer and charioteer, activities the Roman aristocracy considered beneath imperial dignity. His marriage to Poppaea Sabina in 62 AD, after divorcing Claudius's daughter Octavia, further alienated traditional opinion. Then came the night of July 18, 64 AD, when fire broke out in the shops lining the Circus Maximus and spread through Rome's densely packed neighborhoods. The Great Fire burned for 6 days, destroying 3 of Rome's 14 regions entirely and damaging 7 others. While Nero was at Antium when the fire started and returned to organize relief efforts, rumors spread that he had started the blaze deliberately to clear land for his planned Golden House, or that he had performed a musical composition about the fall of Troy while watching Rome burn. To deflect blame, Nero identified scapegoats, the Christians, a small sect of Jewish origin that denied the traditional gods. The resulting persecution, described by Tacitus, included Christians being burned alive as human torches to illuminate Nero's gardens. Among the victims, Christian tradition holds, were the apostles Peter and Paul, establishing Rome paradoxically as the center of the faith that emperors sought to destroy. Chapter 9, The Julio-Claudian Dynasty, Part 3/3. The death of Augustus in 14 AD set a precedent that would haunt Rome for generations. The empire's founder had solved the problem of perpetual civil war by concentrating power in one man's hands, but he had created a new dilemma: how to transfer that immense power peacefully from one ruler to the next. The solution Augustus chose, dynastic succession, would prove both stabilizing and catastrophic in equal measure. Tiberius Claudius Nero, Augustus's stepson and adopted heir, ascended to power at the age of 55 with considerable reluctance. Born in 42 BC, Tiberius was a man shaped by decades of military command and political disappointment. He had divorced his beloved wife Vipsania at Augustus's insistence to marry the emperor's daughter Julia, a union that brought him neither happiness nor legitimate heirs. When he finally became emperor, Tiberius was a capable but embittered man, suspicious of the Senate that had once rejected him and wary of the succession games that had consumed his family. The early years of Tiberius's reign, from 14 to 23 AD, demonstrated considerable administrative competence. He respected the Senate's dignity, at least in form, and managed the empire's finances with a frugality that Augustus would have approved. The legions stationed along the Rhine and Danube remained secure. Provincial administration continued efficiently. Yet Tiberius possessed none of his predecessor's political genius for managing appearances. Where Augustus had concealed his autocracy behind republican forms, Tiberius seemed almost contemptuous of the necessary theatre of power. The turning point came with the rise of Lucius Aelius Sejanus, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard. Recognizing the isolation of an aging emperor who had never courted popularity, Sejanus consolidated the previously scattered Praetorian cohorts into a single fortress, the Castra Praetoria, on Rome's outskirts in 23 AD. This concentration of military force within striking distance of the city would have alarmed the Republic's founders, but it gave Sejanus unprecedented influence. When Tiberius withdrew to the island of Capri in 26 AD, never to return to Rome, Sejanus became the effective ruler of the empire. From his villa on Capri, Tiberius governed through correspondence while Sejanus wielded power in the capital. The prefect used the laws of treason, originally designed to protect the emperor, to eliminate rivals and accumulate wealth. Denunciations became common. Trials multiplied. The Senate, which Tiberius had initially respected, found itself presiding over show trials of its own members. When Tiberius finally recognized Sejanus's ambitions in 31 AD, he orchestrated the prefect's downfall with a subtlety that recalled Augustus's own political acumen. A single letter to the Senate, delivered by the new Praetorian prefect Macro, denounced Sejanus. By nightfall, he was dead, strangled in prison, his body torn apart by Roman mobs. But the purges continued. The final years of Tiberius's reign, from 31 until his death in 37 AD, descended into paranoia and cruelty. The emperor who had once governed competently now saw conspiracies everywhere. When he died at Misenum at the age of 77, possibly smothered by Macro, Rome celebrated. The Senate, which Augustus had carefully cultivated, had learned to fear the Principate's dark potential. The new emperor, Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, known to history as Caligula, was 24 years old. The great-grandson of Augustus through his mother Agrippina the Elder, and the grandson of the beloved general Germanicus, Caligula ascended to power on a wave of genuine popular enthusiasm in March 37 AD. Rome hoped for a return to Augustan stability after the grim final years of Tiberius. For approximately 6 months, this hope seemed justified. Caligula recalled political exiles, granted bonuses to the Praetorian Guard and army, and staged lavish public entertainments. Then, in October 37 AD, he fell seriously ill. Ancient sources disagree on what happened, but the emperor who emerged from this illness was dramatically changed. Whether the sickness affected his mind, or whether it merely revealed what power could do to an inexperienced young man raised in a family where poison and assassination were commonplace, we cannot know with certainty. What followed was a reign of increasing erraticism and terror. Caligula began to style himself as a living god, demanding worship in a manner that offended Roman sensibilities and horrified the Jewish population of the empire. He appointed his favorite horse, Incitatus, as a priest and allegedly planned to make it consul. He humiliated the Senate systematically, forcing senators to run beside his chariot and treating Rome's most distinguished men as servants. He executed perceived rivals on whims and confiscated property to fund his extravagancies. Whether these actions reflected genuine madness, calculated cruelty, or a young autocrat's contempt for institutions he considered hypocritical, they made his position untenable. On January 24, 41 AD, officers of the Praetorian Guard, led by Cassius Chaerea, assassinated Caligula in the Cryptoporticus beneath the Palatine Hill. He was 28 years old and had ruled for less than 4 years. The assassins also murdered his fourth wife Caesonia and their infant daughter Julia Drusilla. the Julio-Claudian dynasty seemed finished. But while senators debated restoring the Republic, the Praetorian Guard found Caligula's uncle Claudius hiding behind a curtain in the palace. Tiberius Claudius Drusus Nero Germanicus, born in 10 BC, had survived the dynasty's murderous politics precisely because he seemed harmless. A childhood illness had left him with a limp and a speech impediment. The imperial family had largely excluded him from public life, allowing him to pursue scholarly interests instead. Now, the Praetorians recognized something the Senate had missed. This 50-year-old scholar was the last adult male of the Julio-Claudian line. The Praetorians proclaimed Claudius emperor, and the Senate, faced with a military fait accompli, acquiesced. It was a pivotal moment in Rome's constitutional evolution. The Republic's ghost had been invoked one final time and definitively laid to rest. The Praetorian Guard had demonstrated that they, not the Senate, controlled imperial succession. Yet Claudius proved a more capable ruler than anyone had anticipated. His reign, from 41 to 54 AD, was marked by efficient administration and significant expansion. He reformed the grain supply, constructed new aqueducts including the Aqua Claudia, and drained the Fucine Lake. He expanded the imperial bureaucracy, employing freedmen in key administrative positions, a practice that offended senatorial dignity but improved governmental efficiency. Most dramatically, in 43 AD, Claudius launched the long-contemplated invasion of Britain. For legions under the command of Aulus Plautius crossed the Channel, defeated the British tribes at the River Medway, and established Roman control over the southeast of the island. Claudius himself visited Britain for 16 days, entering Camulodunum, modern Colchester, in triumph. It was Rome's first significant territorial expansion since Augustus, and it provided Claudius with military prestige that strengthened his position. But the Julio-Claudian curse remained. Claudius's personal life became entangled in the dynasty's familiar patterns of ambition and murder. His third wife, Valeria Messalina, engaged in such flagrant conspiracies and scandals that Claudius finally ordered her execution in 48 AD. His fourth wife would prove even more consequential, Agrippina the Younger, his own niece, great-granddaughter of Augustus, and Caligula's sister. Agrippina brought her 12-year-old son from a previous marriage, Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, into the imperial household. Claudius adopted him in 50 AD, giving him the name Nero Claudius Caesar. When Claudius died on October 13, 54 AD, most likely poisoned by Agrippina with mushrooms, Nero was proclaimed emperor at age 16, guided by his mother, his tutor the philosopher Seneca, and the Praetorian prefect Burrus. The first 5 years of Nero's reign, the so-called Quinquennum Neronis, were remembered as a period of good government, with Seneca and Burrus effectively administering the empire while the young emperor indulged his artistic interests. But as Nero matured, he chafed under guidance. He murdered his mother Agrippina in 59 AD after several failed attempts. He divorced and executed his wife Octavia, Claudius's daughter, to marry his mistress Poppaea Sabina. He performed publicly as an actor and charioteer, activities that scandalized the Roman elite. The philosopher advisors lost influence, Burrus died in 62 AD, and Seneca retired. Then came the catastrophe that would define Nero's reign. On the night of July 18, 64 AD, fire broke out in the shops around the Circus Maximus. Fanned by summer winds, the flames spread rapidly through Rome's crowded neighborhoods. For 6 days and 7 nights, the Great Fire raged. Of Rome's 14 districts, 3 were completely destroyed and 7 severely damaged. Countless thousands lost their homes and possessions. Nero was at Antium when the fire started but returned to organize relief efforts, opening his gardens to refugees and arranging food supplies. Nevertheless, rumors spread that he had watched Rome burn while singing of the destruction of Troy, or even that he had ordered the fire to clear space for his planned palace, the Domus Aurea, the the Golden House. Whether these accusations held any truth, they revealed how far Nero's popularity had fallen among Rome's elite. The emperor needed scapegoats. He found them in Rome's Christian community, followers of a Jewish preacher executed in Judea under Tiberius. In October 64 AD, Nero launched the first imperial persecution of Christians, accusing them of starting the fire. The Roman historian Tacitus, no friend to Christians, described the horrific spectacles: Christians sewn into animal skins and torn apart by dogs, others crucified, still others burned alive as human torches to illuminate Nero's gardens. Among those who may have perished in this persecution was the Apostle Peter, though historical certainty remains elusive. The persecution did not restore Nero's reputation. Nor did his Golden House, a vast palace complex covering parts of the Palatine, Esquiline, and Cælian hills, complete with an artificial lake, revolving dining rooms, and a colossal bronze statue of Nero himself. While Romans still lacked adequate housing, their emperor built a residence of unprecedented extravagance. Military setbacks compounded political failures. In Judea, tensions between the Jewish population and Roman administrators erupted into full revolt in 66 AD. In Britain, misgovernment provoked Boudicca's rebellion in 60–61 AD, which destroyed Camulodunum, Londinium, and Veraclamium before being suppressed. In 68 AD, the legions in Gaul and Spain revolted, led by governors who declared for Galba, the elderly governor of Hispania Tarraconensis. With the Praetorian Guard wavering and the Senate declaring him a public enemy, Nero fled Rome. On June 9, 68 AD, in a villa outside the city, he committed suicide with the help of his secretary, allegedly lamenting, "What an artist dies in me." He was 30 years old. The Julio-Claudian dynasty, which had ruled Rome for 95 years since Augustus's victory at Actium, was extinct. What followed was chaos. The year of the four emperors, 69 AD, demonstrated the fundamental instability Augustus had tried to prevent. Galba entered Rome but alienated the Praetorian Guard by refusing them their expected bonus. In January 69 AD, the Guard murdered him and proclaimed Otho, a former governor and Nero's friend. But the Rhine legions had already acclaimed their own commander, Vitellius. Otho's forces met Vitellius's at Bedriacum in northern Italy in April. Defeated, Otho committed suicide. Vitellius entered Rome, but the eastern legions refused to accept him. They proclaimed their commander, Titus Flavius Vespasianus, Vespasian, who had been conducting the siege of Jerusalem. Vespasian's supporters defeated Vitellius's forces at a second battle of Bedriacum in October 69 AD. Vitellius was dragged through Rome's streets and murdered on December 20. By the year's end, Vespasian had secured power, founding a new dynasty, the Flavians. The Julio-Claudian experiment had ended in fire, persecution, and civil war. Yet for all its failures, the dynasty had established the Principate as Rome's permanent government. The Republic would never return. The question was no longer whether one man would rule, but which man, and how that succession would occur. It was a question Rome would struggle to answer for the next 4 centuries. Chapter 10, The Five Good Emperors, Part 1. The year is 96 AD. In the imperial palace on the Palatine Hill, Emperor Domitian lies dead, assassinated by members of his own household. The Flavian dynasty, which had restored order after the chaos of 68 AD, has ended as it began, in violence and conspiracy. But what follows this murder will not be another civil war, another year of 4 emperors tearing the Roman world apart. Instead, Rome stands at the threshold of what the 18th century historian Edward Gibbon would call the period when the human race was most happy and prosperous. For the next 84 years, from 96 to 180 AD, 5 emperors will guide Rome through what history remembers as its golden age, a time of unprecedented peace, prosperity, and territorial expansion. These are the 5 good emperors: Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius. To understand why this period proved so remarkable, we must first recognize what made it different. Since the death of Augustus in 14 AD, imperial succession had been a perilous lottery. Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero had been linked by blood and adoption, but their reigns ranged from merely competent to catastrophically insane. The Flavians, Vespasian and his sons Titus and Domitian, had restored stability, but Domitian's increasingly paranoid tyranny in his final years reminded Rome's elite that hereditary succession was fundamentally unreliable. What emerged after 96 was something different, a system whereby each emperor adopted the most capable man available to succeed him, regardless of blood relation. Merit, not birth, would determine who wore the purple. This principle of adoptive succession would prove to be Rome's salvation. On September 18, 96 AD, the Senate moved swiftly to proclaim Marcus Cocceius Nerva as emperor. At 66 years old, Nerva was among the oldest men to assume the purple. A distinguished senator from a respected family, he had served as consul under both Vespasian and Domitian. His election was a deliberate choice by the Senate. Here was a man who represented continuity, stability, and senatorial tradition. Nerva was safe, diplomatic, and unlikely to rule for long. In many ways, he was a transitional figure, a bridge between the troubled end of the Flavian dynasty and something greater. Nerva's reign lasted only 16 months, but in that brief time, he established the precedents that would define the century to come. He immediately sought to distance himself from Domitian's legacy, declaring that no senator would be executed during his reign. He recalled those exiled under Domitian, restored confiscated properties, and attempted to rebuild trust between the emperor and the Senate. In Rome itself, he initiated a program called the Alimenta, a welfare scheme that provided financial support to poor children throughout Italy. It was both humanitarian and practical, ensuring that Italian families could afford to raise children helped maintain the population that supplied Rome's legions. Yet Nerva faced immediate challenges. His age and lack of military experience made him vulnerable. In October 97 AD, the Praetorian Guard, still loyal to Domitian's memory, surrounded the imperial palace and demanded the execution of Domitian's assassins. Nerva, powerless before the armed soldiers, was forced to comply. It was a humiliating demonstration that senatorial approval alone could not sustain an emperor. Military support remained essential. Nerva understood that he needed to secure his position, and more importantly, secure the succession. On October 27, 97 AD, Nerva made the decision that would change the course of Roman history. He adopted Marcus Ulpius Traianus, Trajan, as his son and heir. Trajan was not a senator in Rome, but a general commanding the legions on the Rhine frontier. He was 54 years old, an experienced military man, and crucially, he commanded the loyalty of Rome's armies. He was also something Rome had never seen before, the first emperor born outside Italy, in the province of Hispania Baetica in southern Spain. In adopting Trajan, Nerva established the precedent that would sustain the empire through the coming century. The emperor chose not a relative, but the best man to succeed him. Nerva did not live long enough to see the full flowering of his decision. On January 27, 98 AD, he suffered a stroke and died in his villa in the gardens of Sallust. He had ruled for 16 months and 11 days. His brief reign might easily have been forgotten, a footnote between dynasties, but instead, he is remembered as the first of the 5 good emperors, the man who chose merit over blood and, in doing so, gave Rome its greatest century. Trajan received news of Nerva's death while stationed with his legions in Colonia Agrippinensis, modern Cologne, on the Rhine frontier. In a calculated display of duty and restraint, he did not immediately rush to Rome. Instead, he remained at his post, inspecting the frontier defenses, ensuring the loyalty of the legions, and demonstrating that the security of the empire came before personal ambition. It was a masterstroke of political theater. When Trajan finally entered Rome in 99 AD, he arrived not as a conquering general seizing power, but as a devoted servant of the state who had been reluctantly called to duty. Trajan's reign, from 98 to 117 AD, represents the apex of Roman military power. Under his leadership, the empire would reach its greatest territorial extent, stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to the Persian Gulf, from the deserts of North Africa to the moors of Scotland. But Trajan was more than a conqueror. He combined military prowess with administrative skill, building projects with welfare programs, and traditional Roman values with an inclusive vision of empire that embraced provincials as equals to Italians. His first major military campaign came in 101 AD, when he launched an invasion of Dacia, the kingdom north of the Danube River in modern Romania. The Dacian king, Decebalus, had long been a thorn in Rome's side, raiding Roman territory and demanding tribute. Trajan assembled an army of 11 legions, perhaps 150,000 men, and crossed the Danube on a bridge of boats. The First Dacian War was brutal and costly, fought in mountainous terrain against a determined enemy. By 102 AD, Trajan had forced Decebalus into submission, but the peace proved temporary. In 105 AD, Decebalus broke the treaty and Trajan returned, this time with even greater force. The Second Dacian War culminated in 106 AD with the siege of the Dacian capital, Sarmizegetusa Regia. Decebalus committed suicide rather than face capture, and Dacia became a Roman province. The gold and silver mines of Dacia poured wealth into Rome's treasury, an estimated 165 tons of gold and 330 tons of silver, funding the greatest building program Rome had yet seen. In Rome, Trajan transformed the city. Between 107 and 113 AD, his architect Apollodorus of Damascus constructed Trajan's Forum, a vast complex that included a basilica, 2 libraries, and a massive column that still stands today. Trajan's column, completed in 113 AD, rises 125 feet into the Roman sky, its surface covered with a continuous spiral of carved relief depicting the Dacian Wars, 2,662 figures telling the story of Rome's triumph. It is both a war memorial and a propaganda masterpiece, showing Trajan as the perfect emperor, pious, merciful to the defeated, generous to his soldiers, and invincible in battle. But Trajan's ambitions reached further still. In 113 AD, now in his 60s, he embarked on the campaign that would define his legend and demonstrate the limits of Roman power. He turned his eyes toward Parthia, Rome's great rival in the east. The Parthian Empire, centered in modern Iran and Iraq, controlled the trade routes to India and China and had long disputed control of Armenia. When the Parthian king Ahasverus installed his own candidate on the Armenian throne without consulting Rome, Trajan saw both an insult and an opportunity. In 114 AD, he marched east with a massive army. The Parthian campaign initially proceeded with stunning success. Trajan annexed Armenia, marched south through Mesopotamia, captured the Parthian capital of Ctesiphon in 116 AD, and reached the Persian Gulf, the furthest east any Roman army had ever advanced. At the age of 63, standing on the shores of the Persian Gulf, Trajan reportedly wept that he was too old to follow in Alexander the Great's footsteps and march to India. The empire had reached its maximum extent, encompassing approximately 2.5 million square miles and ruling perhaps 60 million people. But this greatest triumph quickly turned to crisis. The newly conquered territories erupted in rebellion. Jewish populations throughout the eastern Mediterranean, in Cyrenaica, Egypt, and Cyprus, rose in revolt in what became known as the Kitos War of 115 to 117 AD. The fighting was savage, with ancient sources reporting horrific atrocities on both sides. Meanwhile, in Mesopotamia, Parthian resistance stiffened and Roman garrisons found themselves besieged in hostile territory. Trajan, now ill and aging, recognized that his eastern conquests could not be held. He began the retreat westward, but his health deteriorated rapidly. In August 117 AD, in the city of Selinus on the southern coast of Asia Minor, Trajan suffered a stroke and died. He was 64 years old and had ruled for 19 years. The death of Domitian in September of the year 96 AD marked a profound turning point in Roman history. The Senate, relieved to be free of the tyrant's paranoia, moved swiftly to install one of their own, Marcus Cocceius Nerva, a respected senator in his mid-60s with no military background and no heirs. It was an unusual choice, but a deliberate one. Nerva represented stability, experience, and most importantly, a break from the excesses of the past. His reign would last a mere 16 months, yet in this brief window, Nerva established a principle that would guide Rome through nearly a century of unprecedented prosperity, the adoption of the most capable successor rather than reliance on biological inheritance. Nerva's administration immediately set about healing the wounds inflicted by Domitian's reign of terror. Political prisoners were released, exiles were recalled, and confiscated properties were returned to their rightful owners. The new emperor instituted land reforms to assist poor Roman citizens and established the alimenta, a welfare program providing financial assistance for the children of impoverished families throughout Italy. Yet Nerva's position remained precarious. Without military experience or the support of the legions, he faced a mutiny by the Praetorian Guard in October 97 AD. The guardsmen, loyal to Domitian's memory, demanded the execution of the emperor's assassins. Nerva was forced to comply, a humiliation that revealed the fundamental weakness of his position. The crisis convinced Nerva that his successor must possess what he himself lacked, the unwavering support of the army. On the 27th of October, 97 AD, Nerva traveled to the Roman Forum and publicly adopted Marcus Ulpius Traianus as his son and heir. Known to history as Trajan, this provincial governor was at that moment commanding legions on the Germanic frontier. Born in the year 53 AD in Italica, near modern Seville in the province of Hispania Baetica, Trajan was the first Roman emperor born outside Italy. He was a soldier's soldier, respected by the legions, proven in battle, and possessing the martial virtues that Nerva conspicuously lacked. 3 months later, on the 28th of January, 98 AD, Nerva died of natural causes. Trajan, still stationed on the Rhine, became emperor without opposition. Trajan did not rush to Rome. Secure in his authority, he spent more than a year inspecting the Rhine and Danube frontiers before making a leisurely journey to the capital, finally entering the city in the year 99 AD. This confidence was well placed. Trajan would rule for 19 years, transforming the empire through conquest, construction, and careful administration. The Senate, grateful for his respectful treatment of their institution, bestowed upon him the title Optimus Princeps, the best of emperors, a designation never granted to any of his predecessors. The most dramatic expression of Trajan's reign was military expansion. In the year 101 AD, he launched the first of 2 wars against Dacia, a wealthy kingdom north of the Danube in the region of modern Romania. The Dacian king, Decebalus, had troubled Rome for decades, raiding across the frontier and defeating Roman armies during Domitian's reign. Trajan's campaign was methodical and overwhelming. After fierce fighting in the Carpathian Mountains, Decebalus sued for peace in 102 AD, accepting vassal status. But the peace proved temporary. In 105 AD, Trajan returned with even greater force. The emperor himself led his legions across a magnificent bridge spanning the Danube, constructed by the Syrian architect Apollodorus of Damascus. This engineering marvel, over 1,000 meters in length, remained the longest arch bridge in the world for more than 1,000 years. The Second Dacian War culminated in 106 AD with the siege and capture of the Dacian capital at Sarmizegetusa Regia. Decebalus fled but was cornered by Roman cavalry. Rather than face capture, the Dacian king took his own life. Dacia became a Roman province, and its wealth, particularly its gold mines, flowed into the imperial treasury. The booty from this conquest was so immense that Trajan sponsored 123 days of games celebrating the victory, during which 11,000 animals were slaughtered and 10,000 gladiators fought in the arena. In Rome itself, Trajan commemorated his Dacian triumph with a remarkable monument that still stands today, Trajan's Column. Dedicated in 113 AD, this marble pillar rises nearly 40 meters into the Roman sky, its surface wrapped in a continuous spiral frieze depicting scenes from the Dacian Wars in extraordinary detail. Over 2,500 individual figures march, fight, build, and sacrifice their way up the column's shaft, providing an unparalleled visual record of the Roman military at its zenith. The column stood at the center of Trajan's Forum, the grandest of all the imperial forums, a vast complex of markets, libraries, and public spaces funded by Dacian gold. But Trajan's ambitions extended far beyond Dacia. In 113 AD, at the age of 60, the emperor embarked on his most audacious venture, the conquest of Parthia, Rome's great eastern rival. The campaign began with the annexation of the client kingdom of Armenia, followed by an invasion of Mesopotamia. By 116 AD, Trajan's legions had captured the Parthian capital of Ctesiphon and reached the Persian Gulf. The empire had achieved its greatest territorial extent, stretching from the Atlantic coast of Iberia to the waters of the Persian Gulf, from the forests of Britain to the deserts of Arabia. Never before, and never again, would Roman power command such vast dominions. Yet this supreme moment of expansion concealed fatal weaknesses. Jewish populations in Cyprus, Egypt, and Cyrenaica erupted in rebellion, requiring the diversion of troops. Parthian resistance stiffened. Trajan's supply lines, stretched impossibly thin, began to fail. The emperor himself, his health deteriorating, began the long journey back to Rome. He never arrived. In August of 117 AD, in the Cilician city of Selinus, Trajan suffered a stroke and died. He was 63 years old. On his deathbed, or so it was claimed, Trajan adopted his cousin and ward, Publius Aelius Hadrianus. Hadrian, serving as governor of Syria, immediately assumed the purple, though whispers of forgery surrounding the adoption would follow him throughout his reign. Hadrian's first act as emperor revealed his fundamental disagreement with his predecessor's policies. He withdrew from Mesopotamia, Armenia, and Assyria, returning the empire to its pre-war frontiers. The age of expansion had ended. The age of consolidation had begun. Hadrian, born in 76 AD, also in Italica like Trajan, possessed one of the most complex and cultivated minds ever to wear the imperial diadem. A passionate Hellenophile, he spoke Greek as fluently as Latin and immersed himself in Greek philosophy, poetry, and culture. Where Trajan had been a soldier, Hadrian was an intellectual, an aesthete, and a tireless administrator. His reign, lasting 21 years until 138 AD, would be characterized not by conquest but by ceaseless travel, architectural innovation, and meticulous attention to the empire's defensive infrastructure. Between the years 121 and 125 AD, and again from 128 to 134 AD, Hadrian embarked on extensive tours of the provinces, visiting Gaul, Germania, Britain, Spain, North Africa, Greece, Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt. No emperor before him had shown such direct interest in the empire's far-flung territories. In Britain, he initiated the construction of the most famous Roman frontier work, Hadrian's Wall. Built between 122 and 128 AD, this stone barrier stretched 80 Roman miles from the Solway Firth in the west to the River Tyne in the east, marking the northern limit of Roman Britain. Manned by auxiliary troops from across the empire, punctuated by mile castles and turrets, the wall served not merely as a military barrier but as a customs post, a statement of imperial authority, and a demarcation between civilization and the barbaricum beyond. Hadrian's greatest architectural legacy, however, stands in Rome itself, the Pantheon, the temple to all the gods. Though originally built by Agrippa during Augustus's reign, the structure that survives today is Hadrian's complete reconstruction, completed around 126 AD. The building's revolutionary design centers on a perfect hemisphere, a concrete dome 43 meters in diameter, pierced at its apex by an oculus opening to the sky. For more than 17 centuries, until the construction of Brunelleschi's dome in Florence, no larger unreinforced concrete dome would be built. The Pantheon represents Roman engineering at its most sublime, a space where geometry and spirituality merge into a harmony that continues to inspire wonder nearly 2 millennia later. Yet Hadrian's reign ended in shadow. His relationship with a beautiful Greek youth named Antinous, who drowned mysteriously in the Nile in 130 AD, sparked an extraordinary display of imperial grief. Hadrian founded a city, Antinoopolis, at the site of the death, instituted religious cults in Antinous' honor, and commissioned countless statues of the dead youth. This excessive mourning disturbed traditional Roman sensibilities. Moreover, Hadrian's final years were marked by illness, paranoia, and the execution of several senators on conspiracy charges. His choice of successor proved disastrous. When his adopted heir Lucius Aelius died suddenly in 138 AD, Hadrian, himself gravely ill, adopted Titus Aurelius Antoninus with the condition that Antoninus in turn adopt 2 heirs, Marcus Annius Verus, a thoughtful 17-year-old, and Lucius Verus, the son of Hadrian's first chosen successor. Hadrian died on the 10th of July, 138 AD, in his villa at Baiae, reportedly welcoming death after months of suffering. Antoninus Pius, who reigned from 138 to 161 AD, earned his cognomen Pius for his devoted efforts to secure Hadrian's deification despite senatorial opposition to the late emperor. At 51 years of age when he assumed power, Antoninus provided the empire with 23 years of stable, competent, and remarkably peaceful administration. Unlike his predecessor, Antoninus never left Italy during his entire reign, governing the vast empire from Rome and his estates with steady diligence. Few military crises troubled his rule, though he did extend Roman control in Britain, constructing the Antonine Wall across the narrower neck of Scotland between the Firth of Forth and the Firth of Clyde in 142 AD, pushing the frontier even further north than Hadrian's barrier, though this advance would prove temporary. Antoninus's reign represented the empire at its zenith of prosperity and peace, a golden afternoon of Roman power that seemed as if it might last forever. It would not. Chapter 10, The 5 Good Emperors, Part 3/3. The final years of Marcus Aurelius's reign would reveal the profound fragility of the system that had sustained Rome for nearly a century. As the philosopher-emperor grew older, the contrast between his stoic ideals and the harsh realities of governance became increasingly stark. The Marcomannic Wars, which had begun in 166 AD, continued to drain Rome's resources and manpower. Marcus spent his last years not in the libraries and academies of Rome, but in military camps along the Danube frontier, his meditations written not in marble halls but in canvas tents, the sounds of war ever present beyond the walls. The irony was not lost on contemporaries. Here was an emperor who preached the interconnectedness of all humanity, the futility of external conquest, and the importance of inner peace, yet he was compelled to wage relentless war against Germanic tribes who threatened Rome's northern borders. In his meditations, he wrote, "The universe is change, our life is what our thoughts make it." Yet the universe was changing in ways that even Stoic philosophy could not adequately address. The plague that had struck the empire in 165 AD, likely brought back by soldiers returning from Parthia, had killed millions. Some modern estimates suggest that up to a third of the population in certain regions perished. The demographic catastrophe weakened Rome's military capacity and economic foundation in ways that would echo for generations. Marcus Aurelius died on the 17th of March, 180 AD, at Vindobona, modern-day Vienna, still on campaign against the Germanic tribes. He was 58 years old and had ruled for 19 years. His death marked not just the passing of an emperor, but the end of an era. The system of adoptive succession, which had served Rome so well for nearly a century, died with him. For Marcus, despite all his philosophical wisdom, made a decision that would have catastrophic consequences for the empire he had served so diligently. He named his biological son, Commodus, as his successor. The reasons for this choice remain debated by historians to this day. Perhaps Marcus, for all his stoicism, could not overcome the natural inclination of a father to favor his son. Perhaps he believed that the military, exhausted by years of frontier warfare, would not accept another outsider when a natural heir existed. Perhaps he simply recognized that the fiction of voluntary adoption had always masked a more complex political reality. Whatever his reasoning, the decision to elevate Commodus represented a fundamental break with the principles that had defined the age of the five good emperors. Commodus was 19 years old when he became sole emperor, having already been named co-emperor by his father in 177 AD. Where his predecessors had been chosen for their virtue, experience, and administrative capability, Commodus inherited power by accident of birth. The young emperor showed little interest in the duties of governance. He quickly concluded a peace treaty with the Germanic tribes, abandoning his father's hard-won gains, and returned to Rome. There, he would indulge in increasingly erratic behavior, famously fighting as a gladiator in the Colosseum and comparing himself to Hercules. The Senate, which had enjoyed considerable respect and influence under the five good emperors, found itself marginalized and terrorized. The reign of Commodus, from 180 to 192 AD, demonstrated with brutal clarity what the adoptive system had prevented. Without the careful selection of capable successors, the empire was vulnerable to the whims of heredity and chance. Commodus's misrule culminated in his assassination on the 31st of December, 192 AD, strangled in his bath by a wrestler named Narcissus as part of a conspiracy involving his closest advisors. His death plunged Rome into the chaos of the Year of the Five Emperors in 193 AD, a crisis that echoed the tumultuous Year of the Four Emperors in 69 AD. Looking back across the span of the 2nd century, we can see the age of the five good emperors as a remarkable but fundamentally unsustainable achievement. The system worked brilliantly precisely because it was not really a system at all. It was a fortunate series of circumstances in which capable emperors happened to lack biological sons and therefore chose worthy successors from among the empire's elite. The so-called Pax Romana of the 2nd century rested on this precarious foundation, combined with the relative prosperity brought by conquest, efficient administration, and the absence of major external threats. Yet even during this golden age, the seeds of future crisis were being sown. The empire had reached its maximum territorial extent under Trajan and would never expand significantly beyond those boundaries. The economic model of Rome had long depended on conquest, bringing new lands, resources, and slaves into the system. Once expansion stopped, the fundamental contradictions in Roman economics became more apparent. The massive wealth inequality between the senatorial aristocracy and the common people persisted. The reliance on slave labor discouraged technological innovation. The taxation system placed heavy burdens on the provinces while the Italian heartland enjoyed exemptions. The military situation, too, was more precarious than it appeared. Hadrian's walls and Antoninus's fortifications represented an acknowledgement that Rome could no longer easily project power beyond certain frontiers. The army was increasingly recruited from provincial populations rather than Italian citizens, changing its character and loyalty structure. The Germanic tribes that Marcus Aurelius had fought for years were not defeated, merely contained. They would return, generation after generation, with increasing organization and desperation, driven by population pressures and climate changes that historians are only now beginning to understand. The religious landscape was shifting as well. Christianity, which had emerged as a minor Jewish sect in the 1st century, was spreading throughout the empire despite periodic persecution. The traditional Roman pantheon, which had provided ideological unity for centuries, was losing its hold on the popular imagination. Mystery religions from the East, including the worship of Isis, Mithras, and Cybele, competed for adherents. The philosophical schools, particularly Stoicism, offered intellectual frameworks for understanding the world that increasingly competed with traditional religious explanations. Marcus Aurelius himself represented this tension, an emperor who performed the religious duties of his office while privately adhering to a philosophy that questioned the very foundations of traditional belief. The physical legacy of the 5 good emperors remained visible throughout the empire for centuries after their deaths. Trajan's column still stands in Rome today, its spiral relief depicting the Dacian Wars in extraordinary detail. Hadrian's wall stretches across northern England, its stones a testament to Roman engineering and imperial ambition. The Pantheon continues to inspire architects 2 millennia after its construction, its dome unsurpassed until the modern era. These monuments speak to the wealth, confidence, and capability of 2nd century Rome at its height. Yet perhaps the most enduring legacy is found not in marble and stone, but in words. The Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, never intended for publication, offer us an intimate glimpse into the mind of power itself. Here we find an emperor wrestling with the burdens of command, the inevitability of death, and the search for meaning in a universe governed by change. His reflections on duty, mortality, and virtue have spoken across the centuries to readers far removed from the world of ancient Rome. "You have power over your mind, not outside events," he wrote. "Realize this, and you will find strength." The assessment of the 5 good emperors by later historians has varied considerably. Edward Gibbon, writing in the 18th century, famously declared that the era from the accession of Nerva to the death of Marcus Aurelius was the period in human history during which the human race was most happy and prosperous. This judgment, while influential, reflects Gibbon's own Enlightenment values and his admiration for rational, philosophical governance. Modern historians have been more cautious, noting that happiness and prosperity were unevenly distributed in Roman society, that slaves and women had little reason to celebrate this supposed golden age, and that the militarism and conquest that funded Roman civilization exacted terrible costs on conquered peoples. Nevertheless, there is something genuinely remarkable about this period. 5 consecutive rulers, spanning 96 years, governed with relative competence and restraint. They expanded and consolidated the empire, built enduring monuments, patronized arts and letters, and generally avoided the worst excesses of absolute power. They demonstrated that autocracy, under the right circumstances and with the right individuals, could deliver effective governance. They also demonstrated the fatal flaw in any system that depends entirely on the virtue of individuals rather than the strength of institutions. As the 2nd century gave way to the 3rd, Rome would face challenges that would test the foundations of imperial power in ways the 5 good emperors had never imagined. The crisis of the 3rd century would see rapid imperial turnover, barbarian invasions, plague, economic collapse, and the near dissolution of the empire itself. Looking back from that chaos, the age of the 5 good emperors would indeed seem golden, a lost time of stability and prosperity. But it was also a missed opportunity, a chance to reform the fundamental structures of Roman government that was never taken, perhaps because the system seemed to be working so well that reform seemed unnecessary. The transition from Marcus Aurelius to Commodus was not just the replacement of one emperor with another. It was the end of Rome's last sustained period of internal peace and effective administration. The lessons of the 5 good emperors, both positive and negative, would echo through history wherever humans contemplated the nature of power, succession, and the fragile achievement of good government. Chapter 11, Roman Society and Culture, Part 1. The Roman Colosseum stands today as perhaps the most recognizable monument of the ancient world. Yet when we look upon its weathered arches and imagine the roar of 50,000 spectators, we are witnessing only the most visible surface of a civilization whose achievements penetrated every dimension of human existence. To understand Roman society and culture is to understand the foundations upon which much of Western civilization was built, foundations both literal and metaphorical, constructed from remarkable innovations in engineering, profound developments in law, and social structures that would influence human organization for 2 millennia to come. By the year 100 AD, Rome had transformed from a modest settlement on the Tiber's banks into the beating heart of an empire stretching from the Scottish highlands to the deserts of Mesopotamia, from the Rhine and Danube rivers to the cataracts of the Nile. Within this vast territory lived approximately 70 million people, perhaps 1/5 of the world's population at that time. These millions were bound together not merely by military conquest, but by a shared culture, a common legal framework, and a network of physical infrastructure that remains astonishing in its scope and ambition. The society that governed this empire was one of profound contradictions. It produced sublime poetry and philosophy whilst entertaining itself with brutal spectacles of death. It created legal principles of universal justice whilst maintaining one of history's most extensive slave systems. It built monuments to last for eternity whilst individual lives, particularly those of the lower classes, remained desperately fragile and brief. To study Roman culture is to confront these paradoxes directly, recognizing that the Romans were neither the enlightened paragons sometimes imagined by later admirers nor simply the cruel imperialists depicted by their critics, but complex human beings navigating the opportunities and limitations of their world. The physical remains that survive across the former Roman world tell us much about their priorities and capabilities. The Pont du Gard in southern France, completed around 50 AD, carried water across a valley in 3 magnificent tiers of arches, standing 49 meters high. The Pantheon in Rome, rebuilt by Emperor Hadrian between 118 and 128 AD, remains the world's largest unreinforced concrete dome nearly 2,000 years after its construction. The network of Roman roads, totaling over 80,000 kilometers at the empire's height, connected military outposts, commercial centers, and provincial capitals with the efficiency modern nations struggle to replicate. These achievements were made possible by innovations that may seem prosaic until we consider their profound implications. Roman concrete, or opus cementitium, revolutionized construction from the 3rd century BC onward. Unlike earlier building materials that relied on precisely cut stone fitted together, Roman concrete could be poured into wooden formwork, allowing the creation of curves, vaults, and domes previously impossible. The recipe was relatively simple. Volcanic ash from deposits near Mount Vesuvius mixed with lime and seawater created a chemical reaction that actually grew stronger over time, particularly underwater. This allowed the construction of harbor installations like those at Caesarea Maritima, built by Herod the Great between 22 and 15 BC, where underwater concrete foundations created an artificial harbor that served as a crucial link in Mediterranean trade networks. The social implications of such engineering prowess were immense. The 11 major aqueducts supplying Rome by the reign of Trajan in 109 AD delivered approximately 1 million cubic meters of water daily to the city. This represented roughly 1,000 liters per person per day, a figure that exceeds the daily water consumption of many modern cities. Water flowed continuously through lead and terracotta pipes to public fountains, bathhouses, wealthy households, and public latrines, creating a level of urban sanitation that would not be matched again in Europe until the 19th century. The public bathhouses, or thermae, became central institutions of Roman urban life. The baths of Caracalla, inaugurated in 216 AD, could accommodate 1,600 bathers simultaneously in a complex covering 11 hectares. Citizens would progress through a sequence of rooms: the apoditerium for undressing, the tepidarium for warming, the caldarium for hot bathing, and the frigidarium for cold immersion, while also enjoying gardens, libraries, exercise yards, and social spaces. Entry fees were minimal, sometimes waived entirely, making the baths accessible across social classes. Here, the senator and the shopkeeper might share the same pool, though social distinctions were never entirely erased. Women bathed at separate hours, and the wealthy maintained private bathing facilities in their homes to avoid the crowds. These physical structures both reflected and reinforced Roman social hierarchy. Roman society was intensely stratified, with legal status determining every aspect of life. At the apex stood the emperor, whose position evolved from the principate established by Augustus in 27 BC into an increasingly divine monarchy by the 3rd century AD. Below him came the senatorial order, whose members possessed property worth at least 1 million sesterces and who filled the highest military and administrative positions. The equestrian order, requiring property of 400,000 sesterces, occupied the next rung, serving as military officers, provincial administrators, and wealthy businessmen. The vast majority of free Romans belonged to the plebeian class, though this category encompassed enormous variation, from prosperous merchants and skilled artisans to struggling farmers and urban poor. The plebs urbana, the common people of Rome itself, numbered perhaps 800,000 by the early imperial period. Many depended on the grain dole instituted by various emperors, which by 2 AD provided free grain to approximately 200,000 citizens monthly. This policy was not merely charitable but political. Keeping the urban masses fed and entertained prevented the sort of unrest that had plagued the late Republic. The famous phrase, bread and circuses, coined by the satirist Juvenal around 100 AD, captured this strategy perfectly. The public entertainment staged at imperial expense served multiple functions simultaneously. They honored the gods, celebrated military victories, demonstrated imperial generosity, and provided a venue where the entire social order could be displayed and reinforced. The Colosseum, or Flavian Amphitheatre as it was known in antiquity, opened in 80 AD under Emperor Titus with 100 days of games that reportedly saw 5,000 animals killed. The structure itself was a marvel of organization, with 76 numbered entrances allowing 50,000 spectators to find their assigned seats according to strict social hierarchy, senators in the front, equestrians behind them, ordinary citizens higher up, and women and slaves in the topmost tiers. Yet beneath this elaborate social pyramid lived millions whose legal status placed them outside the community of citizens entirely. Slaves constituted perhaps 30 to 40% of the Italian population during the late Republic and early Empire. Their numbers had swelled during Rome's conquest of the Mediterranean world. Aemilius Paulus enslaved 150,000 Epiros in 167 BC, while Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul brought hundreds of thousands more into bondage. By the reign of Augustus, Italy alone probably held between 2 and 3 million slaves among a total population of roughly 6 million. The institution of slavery permeated every aspect of Roman life. Slaves worked in chain gangs on great agricultural estates, died by the thousands in mines extracting precious metals and minerals, performed domestic service in households great and small, and provided skilled labor as teachers, doctors, accountants, and artisans. Some slaves achieved positions of considerable responsibility. The imperial bureaucracy relied heavily on educated slaves and freedmen, and wealthy households might be managed by slave stewards controlling significant resources. Yet this proximity to power and occasional mobility should not obscure the fundamental reality that slaves were property, subject to sale, punishment, and sexual exploitation without legal recourse. The Latin language served as one of the most powerful unifying forces across this diverse and hierarchical society. Latin evolved from a dialect spoken in Latium, the region surrounding Rome, into the administrative language of the entire Western Empire. By the 2nd century AD, Latin had displaced local languages across much of Western Europe, North Africa, and the Balkans. The language itself reflected Roman values, precise, logical, well-suited to legal formulation and military command. From Latin would eventually emerge the Romance languages, Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian, spoken today by over 1 billion people. The rhythms of Roman daily life were shaped by structures and institutions that would define civilization for centuries to come. Perhaps no building better symbolizes Roman society than the Colosseum, whose massive arches still dominate the landscape of modern Rome. When the Emperor Vespasian commissioned this amphitheater in 72 AD, he chose a site laden with political meaning, the artificial lake that had graced Nero's decadent Golden House. By draining this private imperial pleasure and replacing it with a monument to public entertainment, Vespasian sent a clear message about his dynasty's priorities. His son Titus completed the structure in 80 AD, inaugurating it with 100 days of games that ancient sources claim resulted in the deaths of 9,000 animals. The building the Romans called the Flavian Amphitheater could accommodate 50,000 spectators, all carefully seated according to strict social hierarchy. The emperor and Vestal virgins occupied the podium level, senators sat in the first tier, equestrians in the second, while ordinary citizens filled the upper levels, with women and the poorest Romans relegated to the very top, beneath the wooden colonnade. This seating arrangement transformed every event into a physical representation of Roman social order, visible to all who attended. The games themselves served multiple purposes within Roman society. They were spectacle and distraction, certainly, but also political theater, religious ritual, and public education. Gladiatorial combat had originated centuries earlier in Etruscan funeral rites, first appearing in Rome in 264 BC when the sons of Junius Brutus Pera honored their father's death with 3 pairs of fighters in the Forum Boarium. By the imperial period, these contests had evolved into elaborate entertainments that could last from dawn until dusk. The morning typically began with animal hunts, or venations, where trained hunters called venators faced exotic creatures from across the empire, lions from Africa, bears from Germania, crocodiles from Egypt. These displays demonstrated Rome's dominion over nature itself, bringing the wild edges of the known world into the arena's controlled space. The condemned criminals executed at midday, through crucifixion, burning, or exposure to beasts, served as brutal reminders of Roman justice and the consequences of transgression. This practice, called damnatio ad bestias, transformed punishment into public spectacle, merging entertainment with the machinery of state power. The gladiatorial combats of the afternoon were something different entirely. These were skilled professionals, trained in specialized schools called ludi. The most famous, the Ludus Magnus, stood directly adjacent to the Colosseum, connected by an underground tunnel. Here, fighters learned distinct fighting styles, each with its own equipment and techniques. The Murmillo wore a distinctive fish-crested helmet and carried a large rectangular shield. The Retiarius fought with net and trident, his bare head and minimal armor offering speed instead of protection. The Thrakes, inspired by Thracian warriors, wielded a curved sword and small shield. The Secutor, with his streamlined helmet, was specifically designed to fight the Retiarius, his smooth armor offering nothing for the net to catch. Despite their low social status, successful gladiators could achieve remarkable fame. Graffiti from Pompeii describes one fighter, Saladus, as the heartthrob of the girls. Another inscription records the career statistics of a gladiator named Flamma, who fought 34 times, won 21 contests, stood to a draw 9 times, and was defeated 4 times, yet survived them all before dying at age 30. When victorious, gladiators received palm branches and prize money. The truly exceptional might earn the rudis, a wooden sword symbolizing their freedom and retirement from the arena. The famous thumbs up or thumbs down of popular imagination is likely a later invention. Ancient sources suggest the crowd waved cloths to request mercy or turned their thumbs, though historians debate the precise gesture. The decision ultimately rested with the sponsor of the games, usually the emperor himself in Rome. A defeated gladiator who had fought bravely might well be spared to fight another day, for these were expensive investments. A fighter from the highest rank commanded fees of 15,000 sestertii, more than a legionary soldier earned in 3 years. While the Colosseum provided dramatic spectacle, the public baths offered daily social interaction across Roman society. By the early 4th century AD, Rome contained 11 imperial bath complexes and over 900 smaller establishments. The baths of Caracalla, dedicated in 216 AD, could accommodate 1,600 bathers simultaneously in a complex covering 27 acres. The baths of Diocletian, completed in 306 AD, were even larger, serving 3,000 people at once. A visit to the baths followed a carefully choreographed sequence. Bathers began in the apoditerium, the changing room where slaves guarded their masters' belongings, though theft remained common enough to generate numerous complaints in surviving literature. They might exercise in the palestra, an open courtyard for wrestling, bull games, and weight training. Then came progression through rooms of varying temperature. The tepidarium provided moderate warmth, the caldarium intense heat and hot plunges, and finally the frigidarium offered cold pools for a bracing finish. The hypercourse system, invented in the 1st century BC, channeled hot air from furnaces through spaces beneath raised floors and inside walls, creating the ancient world's most sophisticated climate control. Yet the baths were far more than places for washing. They functioned as social clubs, business venues, libraries, art galleries, and community centers. The wealthy reclined while slaves scraped oil and dirt from their skin with curved metal scrapers called strigils. Philosophers lectured in the gardens. Poets gave readings. Politicians cultivated clients and contacts. The baths democratized luxury to a degree unmatched in the ancient world, offering to ordinary citizens amenities that would have astonished the wealthiest Greeks of the classical period. These massive bathing establishments required enormous quantities of water, supplied by Rome's legendary aqueducts. The first, the Aqua Appia, was built by the censor Appius Claudius Caecus in 312 BC, running underground for most of its 16-kilometer length. By the late 3rd century AD, 11 major aqueducts delivered over 1 million cubic meters of water to Rome daily, approximately 1,000 liters per person, a quantity not matched by most European cities until the 20th century. The engineering involved was extraordinary. Roman surveyors maintained gradual, consistent gradients, typically dropping just 1 meter for every 1,000 meters of channel. The Aqua Claudia and Aqua Annio Novus, both completed by the Emperor Claudius in 52 AD, required massive arcades to maintain elevation across the Roman Campagna, their arches still marching across the landscape today. The Aqua Virgo, built by Agrippa in 19 BC, ran almost entirely underground and remains in use, feeding the Trevi Fountain in modern Rome. These achievements were made possible by concrete, perhaps Rome's most influential technological innovation. Unlike earlier civilizations that relied on cut stone, Romans developed a hydraulic cement using volcanic ash called pozzolana, found in vast deposits around the Bay of Naples. Mixed with lime and aggregate, this created a material that could be poured into wooden forms and would actually harden underwater. The recipe, described by the architect Vitruvius in his 10-volume work De Architectura around 25 BC, revolutionized construction. Concrete allowed for previously impossible architectural forms. The Dome of the Pantheon, completed under Hadrian around 126 AD, spans 43 meters without any internal supports, a record that stood for 13 centuries. The builders reduced weight by using lighter volcanic pumice in the aggregate as the dome rose and by creating coffers in the interior surface. The oculus at the dome's apex, open to the sky, represents both an engineering solution to reduce mass at the critical center point and a symbolic connection between earthly and divine realms. This technical knowledge was recorded and transmitted through Latin, the language that unified administration, law, literature, and learning throughout the empire. Classical Latin evolved from one dialect among many in ancient Italy to become the linguistic standard of the educated classes. Its precise grammar and extensive vocabulary made it ideal for legal terminology and technical description, while its poetic forms shaped European literature for 2 millennia. Roman law represented perhaps an even more enduring legacy than the language that expressed it. The 12 Tables, traditionally dated to 451 to 450 BC, provided Rome's first written legal code, displayed publicly in the Forum. While the original bronze tablets were destroyed when Gauls sacked Rome in 390 BC, their contents were memorized by generations of school children. These early laws covered property rights, inheritance, debt, and procedure, establishing principles that would echo through centuries of legal development. By the imperial period, Roman law had evolved into a sophisticated system distinguishing between civil law, which applied to Roman citizens, and the law of nations, which governed relations between Romans and foreigners. Legal experts called jurists analyzed cases and provided opinions that influenced judicial decisions. Their writings, particularly those of figures like Gaius in the 2nd century AD and Ulpian in the 3rd, would be compiled 5 centuries later into Emperor Justinian's Corpus Juris Civilis, the foundation of continental European legal systems. Roman law recognized the absolute authority of the paterfamilias, the male head of household, over his family and slaves. Slavery permeated every aspect of Roman society, from agriculture and mining to domestic service and skilled professions. Sources suggest that slaves constituted perhaps 25 to 30% of Italy's population during the late Republic and early Empire, with concentrations even higher in urban centers like Rome. The sources of slavery were diverse. War captives represented a major supply, particularly during Rome's expansionist centuries. When Scipio Aemilianus destroyed Carthage in 146 BC, 50,000 survivors were enslaved. Pirates operating from Cilicia and Crete supplied Mediterranean slave markets until Pompey suppressed them in 67 BC. Abandoned infants might be raised as slaves. Crucially, children born to slave mothers inherited servile status, creating a self-perpetuating system. Yet Roman slavery differed from later systems in certain crucial aspects. Manumission was remarkably common, governed by specific legal procedures and often granted as reward for loyal service or purchased through the peculium, the savings a slave might accumulate. Freed slaves became Roman citizens, though with certain restrictions, and their freeborn children faced no legal disabilities. Many of the merchants, artisans, and business people whose tombstones survive proudly proclaimed their freed status, having risen from bondage to prosperity within a single lifetime. Ancient Rome Documentary, Chapter 11, Part 3/3, Roman Society and Culture, Consequences and Transition. The structures that Romans built to entertain, cleanse, and connect their cities would outlast the empire itself, transforming into both monuments and blueprints for civilizations yet to come. As we examine the twilight and aftermath of Roman society, we discover how gladiatorial contests, public baths, engineering marvels, and legal frameworks created legacies that continue to shape our world more than 15 centuries after the fall of Rome. The gladiatorial games, so integral to Roman identity for nearly 7 centuries, began their slow decline not with barbarian invasions but with the gradual Christianization of the empire. The Emperor Constantine, following his conversion in 312, issued edicts attempting to curb the bloodiest aspects of the arena. In 325, he prohibited the condemnation of criminals to gladiatorial schools, declaring such punishment incompatible with the peaceful times of Christian rule. Yet the games proved remarkably resilient. The arenas continued to echo with the clash of steel and the roar of crowds for another century. It was Constantine's son, Constantius II, who in 357 issued a comprehensive ban on gladiatorial combat throughout the empire. The edict declared that those condemned to the arena should instead be sent to the mines, that they might serve their sentence without the shedding of blood. But even imperial decree could not immediately extinguish a tradition so deeply woven into Roman social fabric. The games persisted in various forms, particularly in the western provinces where central authority grew increasingly tenuous. The traditional date given for the last gladiatorial contest in Rome is 404. According to the Christian historian Theodoret, writing in the 5th century, a monk named Telemachus leapt into the arena during games held on the 1st of January, attempting to separate the combatants. The crowd, enraged at this interruption of their entertainment, stoned him to death. The Emperor Honorius, moved by the monk's martyrdom, finally enforced the permanent cessation of gladiatorial games in the capital. Whether this account is historical fact or pious legend remains debated, but the games did indeed end during Honorius's reign, their 700-year run finally exhausted. The Colosseum itself, however, continued to serve Rome in various capacities. After the gladiatorial contests ceased, the great amphitheatre hosted animal hunts and public executions for several more decades. A devastating earthquake in 443 damaged the structure, and subsequent tremors in 484 and 508 inflicted further harm. The medieval period saw the Colosseum transformed into a fortress, incorporated into the defensive works of various Roman noble families. The Frangipane family controlled it during the 12th century, using its massive walls as the foundation for a fortified residence. During the Renaissance, the Colosseum became something else entirely, a quarry. Popes and noble families plundered its travertine blocks, its marble seats, and its bronze clamps to build palaces and churches throughout Rome. The Palazzo Venezia, portions of St. Peter's Basilica, and numerous other Renaissance structures contain stone that once echoed with the cheers of 80,000 Romans. This systematic dismantling continued until 1744, when Pope Benedict XIV consecrated the Colosseum as a sacred site in memory of Christian martyrs supposedly killed there, finally affording it protection. The public bath suffered a swifter collapse. These institutions, utterly dependent on the complex aqueduct system and requiring enormous quantities of fuel for their furnaces, could not survive the disruptions of the 5th and 6th centuries. The baths of Caracalla ceased regular operation in 537 when the Ostrogothic king Vitiges cut the aqueducts during his siege of Rome. The baths of Diocletian survived slightly longer, maintained intermittently until the final collapse of the ancient water system. Yet the bath buildings themselves, constructed with that remarkable Roman concrete, proved nearly indestructible. The baths of Diocletian were converted in 1561 by Michelangelo into the Church of Santa Maria degli Angeli dei Martiri, the great vaulted frigidarium becoming a Christian basilica. Visitors today can still sense the vast scale of Roman bathing culture within those ancient walls. The baths of Caracalla, stripped of their marble veneer and mosaics, stand as magnificent ruins, their towering walls testament to engineering ambitions that required no successors for a millennium. The aqueduct system, that supreme achievement of Roman practical engineering, deteriorated rapidly once maintenance ceased. The 11 aqueducts that supplied Rome in the imperial period carried over 1 million cubic meters of water daily to the capital. When the invading Goths cut the aqueducts in 537, Rome's population, already diminished from its imperial peak of 1 million to perhaps 30,000, concentrated in the low-lying areas near the Tiber where water could be obtained directly from the river. The great hills of Rome, once densely populated, became pasture land. A few aqueducts were repaired during the early medieval period. The Aqua Virgo, least damaged by the Gothic Wars, was restored in the 8th century and continues to function today, feeding the famous Trevi fountain. But most of the ancient waterways remained broken for 1,000 years. Not until the 16th century did the Pope systematically restore Rome's water supply, often following the exact routes of the ancient aqueducts. The Aqua Claudia and Annio Novus were partially reconstructed by Pope Sixtus V in 1585 as the Aqua Felice. Pope Paul V rebuilt sections of the Aqua Traiana in 1612 as the Aqua Paula. These Renaissance and Baroque aqueducts, constructed using methods learned from studying Roman ruins, demonstrate how ancient engineering became teacher to the modern world. Roman concrete, the miraculous mixture that made possible domes, vaults, and massive harbor installations, presents one of history's great ironies. The formula, so carefully developed and widely employed throughout the empire, was lost during the Middle Ages. Medieval builders, lacking knowledge of pozzolanic cement, could not replicate the strength and durability of Roman concrete. The Pantheon's dome, completed in 126, remained the world's largest unreinforced concrete dome until the 20th century, 1800 years without equal. Only in the modern era did engineers rediscover the principles that Roman builders had mastered. 18th-century British engineer John Smeaton, while designing the Eddystone Lighthouse in 1756, experimented with hydraulic lime and discovered that mixtures containing volcanic ash created superior waterproof cement, unknowingly replicating the Roman formula. Modern Portland cement, developed in 1824 by Joseph Aspdin, created an industrial revolution in construction. Today, scientists studying the molecular structure of Roman maritime concrete from harbor installations at Caesarea and Portus find it actually grew stronger over centuries through crystallization processes, a quality modern concrete still cannot match. The Latin language followed a different trajectory, simultaneously dying and multiplying. Classical Latin, the language of Cicero and Virgil, ceased to be spoken perhaps as early as the 6th century, surviving only in ecclesiastical and scholarly contexts. Yet the vulgar Latin spoken by common people throughout the empire had already begun fragmenting into regional dialects during the imperial period. The collapse of central authority accelerated this linguistic divergence. By the 9th century, these dialects had evolved into distinct languages. The Oaths of Strasbourg, sworn in 842 by Charles the Bald and Louis the German, were recorded in Old French and Old High German, acknowledged as separate languages requiring translation. Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian, the Romance languages, are not descendants of Latin but rather Latin itself, transformed by time and geography into new forms. A Roman citizen of the 2nd century, transported to 9th century Francia, would have struggled to understand the language, yet every word, every grammatical structure descended directly from the Latin of his own time. Latin's influence extended far beyond the Romance languages. English, though Germanic in structure, absorbed thousands of Latin words, first through early Christian missionaries, then through the Norman conquest of 1066, and finally through Renaissance scholarship. Scientific, medical, legal, and theological terminology remains predominantly Latin. The periodic table, medical diagnoses, legal maxims, botanical nomenclature, all preserve Latin in frozen form, a testament to Roman intellectual authority. Roman law proved perhaps the most enduring of all Roman achievements. The Corpus Juris Civilis, compiled under Emperor Justinian between 529 and 534, preserved centuries of Roman legal thought in systematic form. Though Justinian ruled from Constantinople and his codification came decades after the Western Empire's fall, this great work transmitted Roman jurisprudence to the future. During the 11th century, the Corpus Juris Civilis was rediscovered in the West, studied at the new University of Bologna from 1088 onward. Medieval lawyers and scholars found in Roman law a sophisticated system of property rights, contracts, and legal reasoning far surpassing the customary laws of feudal Europe. Civil law systems across continental Europe developed directly from Roman legal principles as transmitted through Justinian's codification. The concepts of written law, legal equality, the right to make contracts, property rights, and many specific legal mechanisms trace directly to Roman jurisprudence. Even in common law countries like England and the United States, where legal traditions developed differently, Roman law exerted profound influence. The adversarial system, rules of evidence, and numerous specific legal concepts derive from Roman practice. The very notion that law should be rational, consistent, and based on general principles rather than arbitrary power reflects the Roman legal revolution. Slavery, that fundamental institution of Roman economic and social life, did not end with the Roman Empire. The Christian Church, which had transformed so much of Roman culture, proved reluctant to challenge slavery itself, though it encouraged manumission as a pious act. Slavery persisted throughout medieval Europe, gradually transforming into serfdom in most regions. The Atlantic slave trade of the 16th through 19th centuries represented an expansion rather than continuation of ancient practices, yet slave owners and apologists frequently cited Roman precedents to justify their institutions. Roman engineering principles, rediscovered and studied during the Renaissance, became foundational to modern civil engineering. Leon Battista Alberti's 1545 treatise on the art of building drew heavily on Vitruvius. Andrea Palladio's architectural revolution of the 16th century explicitly returned to Roman models, creating a classical style that would dominate Western architecture into the 20th century. Modern engineers studying Roman roads, bridges, and aqueducts continue to discover sophisticated solutions to structural problems, finding principles that remain valid 2 millennia later. As we conclude our examination of Roman society and culture, we recognize that Rome's fall was not an ending but a transformation. The physical city declined from perhaps 1 million inhabitants in the 2nd century to fewer than 20,000 by the 6th century. The Forum became pasture land, cattle grazing among toppled columns. Yet even as the physical city diminished, its cultural inheritance expanded, carried by language, law, engineering, and memory throughout Europe and eventually the world. The games have ended, the baths stand silent, and the aqueducts run dry. But in our legal systems, our languages, our engineering principles, and our very conception of civilization, Rome endures, an eternal city not of stone but of ideas. Chapter 12, The Crisis of the 3rd Century, Part 1. The year is 235. For nearly a century, Rome has enjoyed what historians call the Pax Romana, a golden age of relative peace and prosperity under the succession of capable emperors known as the 5 good emperors and their immediate successors. The empire stretches from the rain-soaked forests of Britain to the sun-baked deserts of Mesopotamia, from the Rhine and Danube rivers in the north to the cataracts of the Nile in the south. Approximately 70 million people live under Roman rule, connected by 50,000 miles of paved roads, united by a common currency, protected by the most formidable military machine the world has ever seen. Yet beneath this facade of imperial might, structural weaknesses have been accumulating. The army, once Rome's greatest strength, has become a kingmaker, accustomed to demanding ever larger donatives, cash payments, for their loyalty. The economy depends increasingly on debased currency, silver coins containing less and less actual silver with each passing decade. The frontiers, stretching across 3 continents, require constant vigilance against Germanic tribes pressing on the Rhine and Danube, and against the newly resurgent Persian Empire in the east under the aggressive Sasanian dynasty. On March 19, 235, Emperor Severus Alexander is murdered by his own troops near Mogontiacum, modern Mainz in Germany. His crime, in the eyes of his soldiers, was perceived weakness. He had arrived to campaign against Germanic invaders but, influenced by his mother Julia Mamaea, had attempted to negotiate rather than fight. The legionaries of the Rhine frontier, hardened men who valued martial prowess above all else, saw this as cowardice unworthy of a Roman emperor. They proclaimed instead their own commander, a Thracian giant named Gaius Julius Verus Maximinus, a man who had risen from the lowest ranks to command through sheer strength and military ability. Maximinus Thrax, Maximinus the Thracian, would never set foot in Rome during his 3-year reign. This was unprecedented. For centuries, the Senate and the city of Rome itself had been, at least symbolically, the heart of imperial legitimacy. But Maximinus had no use for senators or civilians. He was a soldier's emperor, concerned only with defending the frontiers and rewarding his troops. To pay his armies, he imposed crushing taxation on the provinces and seized the wealth of the urban elite. The Senate, humiliated and terrified, declared him a public enemy in 238 and proclaimed two of their own number, Gordian the Elder and his son, as co-emperors in Africa. Thus begins what modern historians call the crisis of the 3rd century, a catastrophic 50-year period during which Rome would teeter on the brink of complete collapse. Between 235 and 284, at least 50 men would claim the imperial purple. Some ruled for years, others for mere months or weeks. Most died violently, murdered by their own soldiers, killed in battle, or executed by rivals. The average reign lasted less than 3 years. This bewildering succession of military strongmen, elevated by their legions and overthrown just as quickly, would become known to history as the Barracks Emperors. The Senate's revolt against Maximinus in 238 led to a year of chaos that historians call the Year of the Six Emperors. Gordian the Elder and his son were defeated and killed by the governor of Numidia after ruling for less than a month. The Senate then appointed 2 more emperors, Pupienus and Balbinus, while simultaneously accepting the teenage Gordian III, grandson of the first Gordian, as Caesar. Maximinus marched on Italy but was murdered by his own troops during the siege of Aquileia. The 2 senatorial emperors then fell to fighting between themselves and were killed by the Praetorian Guard. By the end of 238, only Gordian III remained, a boy of 13 manipulated by court factions. The pattern was set. Imperial authority fragmented as generals in distant provinces eyed the throne. The frontiers, stripped of consistent leadership and resources, began to crack. In 242, the Persian king Shapur I launched a massive invasion of Rome's eastern territories, capturing the vital cities of Ansh and Karhi. The young Emperor Gordian III marched east to confront this threat but died in 244 under mysterious circumstances, possibly murdered by his own Praetorian prefect, Philip the Arab, who seized power and hastily made peace with Persia. Philip had the dubious honor of presiding over Rome's 1000th anniversary in 248, celebrating a millennium since Romulus supposedly founded the city. Magnificent games were held, exotic animals slaughtered by the thousand in the Colosseum, but these festivities could not disguise the empire's deteriorating condition. Within a year, Philip himself was dead, killed in battle against yet another usurper, Decius, the governor of Pannonia and Moesia. Decius, ruling from 249 to 251, faced a new and terrible enemy that no military prowess could defeat. A devastating plague swept across the empire, likely smallpox or measles, diseases to which the Mediterranean population had little immunity. This pestilence, later called the Plague of Cyprian after the bishop of Carthage who documented its horrors, would ravage the Roman world for nearly 2 decades. At its height in the 260s, contemporary sources speak of 5,000 people dying daily in Rome alone. While such figures may be exaggerated, the archaeological evidence confirms massive population decline. Cities shrank within their walls. Farmland returned to wilderness. The tax base, already strained by military demands, collapsed in many regions. Decius himself perished not from disease but in battle, becoming the first Roman emperor to fall in combat against barbarians. In June of 251, at Abritus in the Dobruja region of modern Romania, Gothic invaders annihilated a Roman army and killed both Decius and his son. The psychological impact was profound. The Romans, who had spent centuries viewing themselves as inherently superior to the barbarians beyond their frontiers, were forced to confront their vulnerability. The mid-century decades brought no respite. Emperor Valerian, attempting to restore order in the east, suffered an even greater humiliation. In 260, near Edessa in Mesopotamia, he was captured in battle by the Persian king Shapur. For the first time in Roman history, a reigning emperor became a prisoner of war. Persian sources, including a monumental rock relief carved at Nakshi-Rostam, gloried in this ultimate disgrace. Valerian would die in captivity, and legends, possibly apocryphal, claimed that Shapur used the former emperor as a footstool when mounting his horse, and that after Valerian's death, his skin was stuffed with straw and displayed as a trophy. Valerian's capture in 260 marked the absolute nadir of Roman fortunes. In this moment of supreme weakness, the empire fragmented. Two breakaway states emerged, each claiming to be the true defender of Roman civilization while effectively functioning as independent realms. In the west, the governor of Germania Inferior, Postumus, declared himself emperor and established what historians call the Gallic Empire. Controlling Gaul, Britain, and parts of Spain and Germany, Postumus established his capital at Colonia Agrippina, modern Cologne. He minted his own coins, commanded his own legions, and defended the Rhine frontier with considerable success. The Gallic Empire was not a separatist movement in the modern sense. Postumus and his successors claimed to be legitimate Roman emperors, not foreign kings, but they had effectively withdrawn their allegiance from the central government. Simultaneously, in the east, an extraordinary figure emerged from the desert city of Palmyra. Oderenethus, a local nobleman who held the Roman title of governor, had remained loyal to Valerian. After the emperor's capture, Oderenethus took it upon himself to defend Rome's eastern provinces. With an army drawn from Palmyra's Arab warriors and local Roman forces, he defeated the Persians repeatedly, recapturing cities and restoring the frontier. The emperors ruling in Rome, desperate for any success, granted Oderenethus impressive titles: Restorer of the East, Corrector of the whole Orient. By the late 260s, Oderenethus controlled virtually all of Rome's eastern territories, from Egypt to Anatolia, ruling from his desert capital as a quasi-independent monarch. Thus, by 270, the Roman Empire had effectively split into three parts. In Rome itself, emperors continued to come and go: Gallienus, son of the captured Valerian, Claudius Gothicus, Quintillus, each struggling to maintain control over Italy and the central provinces. In the west, the Gallic emperors ruled from Cologne. In the east, Palmyra held sway. The year 235 AD marks a watershed moment in Roman history. When the Emperor Severus Alexander fell to assassins' blades in mines, murdered by his own troops alongside his mother Julia Mamaea, Rome entered what historians now call the crisis of the 3rd century. Over the next 50 years, the empire that had endured for centuries would teeter on the brink of complete dissolution. The conspiracy that ended Severus Alexander's reign was led by Maximinus Thrax, a Thracian soldier of humble origins who stood, according to contemporary accounts, over 8 feet tall. Maximinus represented something entirely new in Roman politics: an emperor who had never set foot in the Senate, who could barely speak proper Latin, and whose entire career had been forged in military camps along the northern frontiers. He was the first of what we call the barracks emperors, rulers elevated not by senatorial decree or dynastic inheritance, but purely by the acclamation of frontier armies desperate for strong military leadership. Maximinus would reign for only 3 years before meeting his own violent end in 238, but his elevation established a pattern that would repeat with numbing regularity. Between 235 and 284 AD, Rome would witness at least 50 claimants to imperial power. Some ruled for years, others for mere months. The Senate in Rome became increasingly irrelevant as legions across the empire elevated their own commanders, creating a cascade of civil wars that sapped Rome's strength precisely when external threats were mounting. The year 238 alone saw 6 different emperors. The aged senator Claudian I proclaimed himself emperor in North Africa, only to commit suicide when his forces were defeated after just 22 days. His son, Claudian II, died in the same battle. The Senate, in panic, appointed two emperors simultaneously, Pupienus and Balbinus. Meanwhile, Claudian I's 13-year-old grandson was proclaimed Claudian III. By year's end, Pupienus and Balbinus had been murdered by the Praetorian Guard, leaving the teenage Claudian III as sole emperor. This dizzying succession was not an aberration but a preview of decades to come. The instability was compounded by disaster from an unexpected quarter. In 249 AD, during the brief reign of Decius, a plague swept across the Roman world. Known to history as the Plague of Cyprian, named for the bishop of Carthage who documented its devastation, this pestilence would rage intermittently for nearly 20 years. The disease, possibly smallpox or a viral hemorrhagic fever, killed thousands daily in Rome itself. Cyprian described victims whose eyes filled with blood, whose feet and limbs were amputated by gangrene, whose hearing and sight failed them. In Alexandria, the death toll was so severe that the population may have been reduced by more than half. The plague struck indiscriminately, claiming Emperor Claudius Gothicus in 270 AD and weakening armies already stretched thin across Rome's vast frontiers. Agricultural production collapsed as farmers died or fled the land. The carefully maintained infrastructure of roads, aqueducts, and public buildings fell into disrepair as civic revenues evaporated and skilled workers perished. Cities that had flourished for centuries began to contract behind hastily erected defensive walls, anticipating sieges that previous generations would have considered unthinkable. This human catastrophe intersected with economic collapse of stunning rapidity. The Roman currency, once the most stable in the ancient world, began a precipitous debasement. The silver denarius, which under Augustus had been 95% pure silver, was debased repeatedly to fund endless military campaigns and buy the loyalty of restless legions. By the 260s, the so-called silver coins contained less than 5% actual silver, merely bronze with a thin silver wash that wore off with handling. Prices spiraled upward in chaotic inflation. A measure of wheat that might have cost 2 denarii in the 2nd century required hundreds by the 270s. The tax system, dependent on a stable currency and functioning bureaucracy, effectively ceased to operate in many regions. Soldiers went unpaid, leading to further mutinies and usurpations. Provincial governors, receiving no support from Rome, sometimes had no choice but to accommodate local military strongmen. The professional army that had been Rome's greatest strength became, in these desperate circumstances, a source of chronic instability. Against this backdrop of plague, economic chaos, and political fragmentation, Rome's frontiers came under coordinated assault. The Alemanni, Franks, and Goths pressed from the north and east. The Sassanid Persian Empire, rejuvenated under aggressive rulers, threatened the eastern provinces. In 260 AD, the unthinkable occurred. Emperor Valerian was captured by the Persian king Shapur I after the Battle of Edessa. Roman sources are reticent about his fate, but Persian accounts claim Valerian was used as a human footstool for Shapur to mount his horse, and eventually flayed alive, his skin stuffed and displayed as a trophy. Never before had a Roman emperor suffered such humiliation. Valerian's capture left his son Gallienus as emperor, but Gallienus faced challenges that would have overwhelmed even the most capable ruler. In Gaul, one of his generals, Postumus, responded to the crisis by doing something extraordinary. In 260 AD, he proclaimed himself emperor not of Rome, but of a separate Gallic empire. This breakaway state encompassed Gaul, Britain, and parts of Hispania. Postumus established his capital at Cologne and created parallel institutions, a senate, consuls, and a recognizable imperial administration. He issued coins proclaiming Restituta Galliarum, the restorer of Gaul. Remarkably, the Gallic Empire was not a barbarian uprising but a Roman response to Rome's failure. Postumus and his successors, including Victorinus and Tetricus, maintained Roman culture, law, and administrative practice. They successfully defended the Rhine frontier against Germanic incursions, providing security that the central government could not. For 14 years, this Gallic state endured, not in opposition to Roman civilization, but as an alternative guardian of it. The western provinces accepted this arrangement because it worked better than the chaos emanating from Rome and the rapidly changing emperors of the Italian peninsula. Almost simultaneously, the eastern provinces witnessed a parallel development. The city of Palmyra, a wealthy trading hub in the Syrian desert, had long served Rome as a client state. Its ruler, Oderenethus, remained loyal to Gallienus and campaigned effectively against the Persians, recovering much of the territory lost after Valerian's capture. When Oderenethus was assassinated in 267 AD, his widow Zenobia became regent for their young son, Vibalathus. Zenobia proved to be one of the most remarkable figures of the 3rd century. Claiming descent from Cleopatra, fluent in multiple languages, and by all accounts a woman of exceptional intelligence and ambition, she transformed Palmyra's defensive role into imperial expansion. By 270 AD, Palmyrene forces had occupied Roman Egypt, securing the vital grain supply. They swept through Syria, Palestine, and much of Asia Minor. Zenobia established a court of considerable sophistication, patronizing philosophers and scholars, minting coins, and governing through an effective administration. The Palmyrene Empire, like the Gallic, maintained Roman forms while operating independently. Zenobia initially claimed to rule in partnership with Rome, but by 272 AD she had proclaimed herself Augusta and her son Augustus, direct challenges to imperial authority. At its height, the Palmyrene Empire controlled the eastern Mediterranean's wealthiest provinces, depriving Rome of crucial tax revenues and the Egyptian grain supply. By 271 AD, the Roman Empire had effectively fragmented into 3 parts: the Gallic Empire in the west, the Palmyrene Empire in the east, and the Rump Central Empire controlled from Italy. This geopolitical catastrophe, combined with plague, economic collapse, and external invasions, brought Rome closer to complete disintegration than at any point in its history. Many contemporaries must have believed they were witnessing the end of the Roman world. Salvation came from an unlikely source, another soldier emperor elevated by the legions. Lucius Domitius Aurelianus, known to history as Aurelian, became emperor in 270 AD. Born of humble origins in the Balkans, Aurelian had risen through the ranks through demonstrated military competence. He inherited an empire on the verge of dissolution and would, through 5 years of relentless campaigning, forge it back together. Aurelian first secured Rome's immediate frontiers, defeating major Gothic and Alemannic invasions. So serious was the threat that he constructed new walls around Rome itself, the Aurelian walls, whose imposing circuit of stone declared that even the Eternal City now required fortification. These walls, 12 miles in circumference and incorporating earlier structures, still stand today as testament to the crisis Rome faced. With the frontiers stabilized, Aurelian turned east. In 272 AD, he marched against Palmyra with a reconstructed army. The campaign required crossing hostile desert terrain and confronting Palmyra's heavily armored cavalry, among the finest in the ancient world. Aurelian defeated Zenobia's forces at Emei and then Emesa, before besieging Palmyra itself. Zenobia attempted to flee to Persia but was captured crossing the Euphrates. Brought to Rome in golden chains, she would walk in Aurelian's triumph through the streets of the capital. The following year, Aurelian turned westward against the Gallic Empire. By this time, Tetricus ruled in Gaul, and whether through military pressure or political arrangement, the Gallic Empire collapsed with relatively little bloodshed. At the Battle of Chalons in 274 AD, Tetricus surrendered his forces. Some sources suggest he had negotiated his capitulation in advance, weary of the impossible task of maintaining independence while defending against Germanic invasions. By 274 AD, Aurelian had achieved the seemingly impossible. The Roman Empire was reunified under a single emperor. He celebrated with magnificent triumph ceremonies in Rome and took the title Restitutor Orbis, restorer of the world. The fragmentation that had seemed permanent had been reversed through military force and political skill. Yet even Aurelian could not escape the pattern of assassination that plagued the barracks emperors. In 275 AD, he was murdered by his own officers during a campaign, the victim of a conspiracy based, according to some accounts, on forged documents suggesting he planned their execution. The crisis that had begun in 235 AD would continue for another decade before a more lasting solution emerged. But in reunifying the empire, Aurelian had demonstrated that Rome, though grievously wounded, retained the capacity for recovery. Chapter 12, The Crisis of the 3rd Century, Part 3/3. The proliferation of what historians term the barracks emperors represented perhaps the most visible symptom of Rome's profound malaise during the 3rd century. Between 235 and 284 AD, no fewer than 50 men claimed the imperial purple, most recognized by the Senate, though many were mere usurpers controlling fragments of the empire. The average reign lasted approximately 2.5 years. These were not, for the most part, the refined senators of earlier centuries, versed in rhetoric and philosophy. They were soldiers, risen through the ranks, elevated by their legions, and frequently eliminated by those same legions when military fortunes turned. Maximinus Thrax, who seized power in 235, exemplified this new breed. A Thracian of reportedly enormous physical stature, he never once visited Rome during his 3-year reign, preferring to campaign along the northern frontiers. His successors followed similar patterns. Decius, who ruled from 249 to 251, fell in battle against the Goths at Abratus, becoming the first Roman emperor to die fighting barbarians. Valerian, emperor from 253 to 260, suffered an even more ignominious fate, captured alive by the Sasanian emperor Shapur I and dying in Persian captivity. Roman propaganda later claimed he was used as a human footstool, though the historical accuracy of such accounts remains questionable. What cannot be disputed is the unprecedented humiliation his capture represented for Roman prestige. The rapid turnover in emperors created administrative chaos. Each new ruler brought his own adherents, purging his predecessors' appointees. Continuity in governance evaporated. Provincial governors and military commanders increasingly acted independently, uncertain which claimant to recognize or how long any emperor might survive. The fiction of senatorial approval became precisely that, a fiction. Real power resided with the army, and the army's loyalty could be purchased, or lost, with equal rapidity. Compounding the political disorder, a devastating plague swept through the empire beginning around 249 AD. Modern scholars debate its precise nature, some suggesting smallpox, others measles or a viral hemorrhagic fever. Contemporary sources, lacking our medical vocabulary, described horrifying symptoms: fever, throat ulcers, pustules, gangrene of the extremities. Saint Cyprian, Bishop of Carthage, provided detailed descriptions of what became known as the Plague of Cyprian, writing of the constant weeping and vomiting that characterized the disease. The death toll remains impossible to calculate with precision, but the pandemic appears to have persisted for nearly 2 decades, with recurring outbreaks through the 260s. The plague struck an empire already weakened by constant warfare and economic disruption. Urban populations, living in densely packed insulae, proved particularly vulnerable. Entire army units were decimated, leaving frontiers dangerously undermanned. Agricultural production fell as farmers died in their fields. Trade networks, already strained, contracted further as merchants avoided plague-stricken cities. The Emperor Claudius Gothicus, who ruled from 268 to 270, reportedly died of the plague after defeating a massive Gothic invasion, his military success rendered meaningless by microscopic pathogens he could neither see nor comprehend. The economic consequences of this perfect storm of disasters proved catastrophic. The silver denarius, Rome's standard coin for centuries, had contained approximately 95% pure silver under Augustus. By the reign of Gallienus in the 260s, the silver content had plummeted to less than 5%, the coins little more than bronze washed with a thin silver coating. This systematic debasement, undertaken by desperate emperors seeking to pay their armies, triggered rampant inflation. Price evidence from Egyptian papyri suggests that the cost of basic commodities increased by several 100% across the 3rd century. A modius of wheat that cost 8 drachmas in the early 3rd century cost more than 120 by the century's end. The government's response to inflation only worsened the crisis. Unable to collect sufficient tax revenue in increasingly worthless coinage, authorities demanded payment in kind, requisitioning grain, livestock, and supplies directly from producers. This placed enormous burdens on the agricultural population. Landowners, unable to meet these demands and simultaneously maintain profitability, abandoned their estates. The archaeological record reveals numerous villas throughout the western provinces showing abandonment horizons dated to the mid-3rd century. Cities, dependent on the agricultural surplus of their territories, contracted. Inscriptions recording new construction, so abundant in the 2nd century, become rare after 250 AD. Those public building projects that did continue were often funded by repurposing materials from earlier structures, a phenomenon archaeologists term spoliation, physical evidence of diminished resources. It was against this backdrop of imperial fragmentation that separatist regimes emerged, not necessarily hostile to Rome in principle, but convinced that local leadership could better provide security than distant, ephemeral emperors. In 260 AD, following the capture of Valerian, a Roman general named Postumus established what modern historians call the Gallic Empire, an independent realm encompassing Gaul, Germania, Britannia, and briefly, Hispania. Postumus established his capital at Cologne, struck his own coins bearing his image and titles, and created a functioning imperial administration complete with consuls and a praetorian guard. The Gallic Empire was not a barbarian uprising or a rejection of Roman civilization. Postumus and his successors presented themselves as legitimate Roman emperors, protectors of Romania against Germanic incursions. Their coinage proclaimed traditional Roman virtues, fides, securitas, victoria. They maintained the Rhine frontier more effectively than emperors in Rome, who were preoccupied with Persian threats and internal rivals. For 14 years, the Gallic Empire functioned as a stable, if regionally confined, Roman state. Postumus ruled until 269, longer than most contemporaneous emperors in Rome itself, before being assassinated by his own troops after refusing to allow the sack of mines. In the east, an even more remarkable separatist state emerged from the desert city of Palmyra. This wealthy trading center, positioned at the crossroads of East and West, had long enjoyed semi-autonomous status within the Roman system. Its ruler, Septimius Oderenethus, had loyally supported Rome against the Sasanian Persians, even launching successful counterattacks after Valerian's capture. When Oderenethus was assassinated in 267, his widow Zenobia assumed power as regent for their young son, Vabalithus. Zenobia proved to be one of the most formidable figures of the 3rd century. Sources describe her as remarkably educated, fluent in Greek, Egyptian, and Aramaic, claiming descent from Cleopatra. Whether these accounts are accurate or later embellishments, her political and military achievements are undeniable. Between 270 and 272, Palmyrene armies conquered Egypt, securing its vital grain supplies, and pushed northward through Syria into Anatolia. At its height, the Palmyrene Empire controlled the entire eastern Mediterranean from Ankara to the Nile. Like Postumus, Zenobia initially maintained the fiction of loyalty to Rome, but by 272, Palmyrene coinage began depicting Vabalithus with imperial titles previously reserved for the emperor in Rome. This direct challenge could not go unanswered, but answering it required an emperor capable of sustained military campaigning. That emperor arrived in the person of Lucius Domitius Aurelianus, known to history as Aurelian. Aurelian, who ruled from 270 to 275, was yet another Illyrian soldier emperor, but one of unusual ability and determination. He inherited an empire in 3 pieces, the central government controlling Italy, the Balkans, and North Africa, the Gallic Empire in the west, and the Palmyrene Empire in the east. Within 5 years, through a remarkable series of campaigns, he reunified all 3. His first task was securing Italy itself. In 271, the Alemanni and Juthungi penetrated deep into the peninsula, reaching the vicinity of Rome. Aurelian defeated them at Pavia and again near Ticinum, but the invasions demonstrated Rome's vulnerability. He immediately ordered the construction of new walls around the capital, the Aurelian walls, massive fortifications 12 miles in circumference, standing 50 feet high. Their construction was a tacit admission that Rome itself could no longer rely on distant frontiers for protection. Sections of these walls still stand today, testimony to the crisis that necessitated them. In 272, Aurelian marched east against Zenobia. His campaigns in Anatolia and Syria demonstrated both military skill and strategic intelligence. At Emei, near Ansh, and again at Emesa, he defeated Palmyrene armies, then besieged Palmyra itself. Zenobia attempted to flee to Persia but was captured crossing the Euphrates. Aurelian brought her to Rome in 274 for his triumph, where she reportedly walked in golden chains. The fate that befell her afterward remains disputed, some sources suggesting comfortable retirement, others execution. Palmyra itself was initially spared, but a subsequent revolt led to the city's destruction. The magnificent temples and colonnades that had adorned the desert metropolis were reduced to ruins, a cautionary lesson about the price of defying Rome. With the east secured, Aurelian turned west. The Gallic Empire had fragmented following Postumus's death, weakened by internal succession disputes. In 274, Aurelian defeated the Gallic Emperor Tetricus at Chalons. Remarkably, sources suggest Tetricus may have negotiated his surrender, recognizing the inevitability of defeat. Like Zenobia, he walked in Aurelian's triumph, but was subsequently appointed to an administrative post in Italy, an act of clemency calculated to demonstrate that cooperation with legitimate authority brought rewards. By 275, the Roman Empire stood reunified under a single emperor for the first time in 15 years. Aurelian's achievement earned him the title Restitutor Orbis, restorer of the world. Yet the fundamental problems that had generated the crisis remained unresolved. The frontiers were still under pressure, the economy remained in chaos, and the army remained the ultimate arbiter of power. Fittingly, perhaps inevitably, Aurelian himself fell victim to assassination in 275, killed by his own officers based on falsified reports of his displeasure with them. The crisis would not truly end until the accession of Diocletian in 284, but Aurelian had accomplished something essential. He had demonstrated that reunification was possible, that the empire could be restored. The world he left behind was profoundly transformed from the confident, prosperous realm of the 2nd century. It was poorer, more militarized, more authoritarian, and more fragile. But it was intact, and it would endure. Chapter 13, Diocletian and Constantine, Part 1. The 3rd century after Christ had been a time of unprecedented crisis for Rome. Between the years 235 and 284 AD, more than 50 men claimed the imperial purple. Most died violently. Armies clashed not against foreign enemies but against each other. The frontiers crumbled. Barbarian tribes poured across the Rhine and Danube. In the east, a resurgent Persian empire under the Sassanid dynasty captured the Emperor Valerian himself in 260 AD, an humiliation from which Rome's prestige would take decades to recover. The economy collapsed under the weight of debased currency and rampant inflation. Plague swept through cities already weakened by civil war. The empire, forged over centuries of conquest and administration, seemed on the verge of terminal disintegration. Yet Rome did not fall. Against all reasonable expectation, the empire recovered. It reconstituted itself, redefined its structures, and survived for another 2 centuries in the west and more than a millennium in the east. This remarkable resurrection was the work of 2 emperors whose reigns would fundamentally transform not only Rome but the entire trajectory of Western civilization. Their names were Diocletian and Constantine. On the 20th of November, 284 AD, the army proclaimed Diocles, commander of the imperial bodyguard, as emperor. He was a man of humble origins from Dalmatia, born around 245 AD in or near the town of Salona on the Adriatic coast. His father had been a freedman, possibly a scribe. Diocles himself had risen through the military ranks through competence, discipline, and an acute understanding of power. Upon becoming emperor, he assumed the more dignified Greek name Diocletian. He was approximately 40 years old, middle-aged by the standards of his time, and he brought to the purple not youthful idealism but hard-won pragmatism. Diocletian understood that the empire had grown too vast, too complex, too beset by simultaneous threats for any single man to govern effectively. The very system of the Principate, established by Augustus nearly 3 centuries earlier, had shown itself inadequate to the challenges of the age. Augustus had maintained the fiction that he was merely first among citizens. His successors had clung to this pretense even as they wielded absolute power. But the 3rd century crisis had exposed the fundamental weakness of a system that depended entirely on the qualities of one individual and provided no reliable mechanism for succession. Diocletian's solution was radical and, in its own way, brilliant. In 286 AD, just 2 years after assuming power, he appointed a trusted fellow officer, Maximian, as co-emperor with the title of Augustus. Diocletian would govern the eastern provinces from Nicomedia in Bithynia. Maximian would rule the west from Mediolanum, which we know today as Milan. This was not a division of the empire, both men ruled in the name of a single Roman state, but rather a division of administrative and military responsibility. But Diocletian went further. On the 1st of March, 293 AD, he inaugurated what historians would later call the Tetrarchy, the rule of 4. Each Augustus now adopted a junior emperor, a Caesar, who would assist in governing and, crucially, would be designated as successor. Diocletian chose Galerius, a rough soldier from Thrace, as his Caesar. Maximian selected Constantius Chlorus, a man of aristocratic bearing from the region of Naissus. Each Caesar married into the family of his Augustus, cementing the bonds through blood as well as political necessity. Each received territory to govern. Galerius took the Danube frontier and the Balkans, Constantius received Gaul, Britain, and Hispania. The ideology of the Tetrarchy was expressed through art, coinage, and architecture. The 4 rulers were depicted as nearly identical figures, indistinguishable in their military regalia, suggesting not individuality but the impersonal majesty of imperial power itself. They were portrayed in porphyry and stone as stern, geometric, abstracted, no longer the classically idealized princes of earlier centuries but symbols of authority, law, and military might. You can see this transformation vividly in the famous porphyry sculpture now embedded in the corner of St. Mark's Basilica in Venice, which shows 4 tetrarchs embracing, identical, austere, vigilant. The system worked, at least initially, with remarkable effectiveness. Diocletian campaigned in Egypt, suppressing a revolt in 297 AD. Galerius fought the Sassanid Persians, winning a decisive victory near Carrhae in 298 AD. Constantius restored order in Britain after defeating the usurper Electus in 296 AD. Maximian secured the Rhine frontier and campaigned in North Africa. The frontiers were stabilized. The currency was reformed. A new tax system based on systematic assessment of land and labor was implemented. Provinces were subdivided to prevent governors from accumulating dangerous power. The army was reorganized into frontier troops and mobile field forces. But Diocletian's reforms extended beyond administration. He transformed the very nature of imperial authority. Where Augustus had been princeps, first citizen, Diocletian became dominus, lord and master. The imperial court adopted the elaborate ceremonies of Eastern monarchies. Subjects prostrated themselves before the emperor. Purple silk, pearls, and diadems replaced the simpler regalia of earlier times. Diocletian rarely appeared in public, and when he did, it was as a figure of almost divine majesty. This was no longer the principate but the dominate, undisguised autocracy justified by the desperate needs of the age. Yet for all his administrative genius, Diocletian made one catastrophic miscalculation. The question of religion, specifically, the question of Christianity, would prove to be the arena in which his vision failed most completely. By the year 300 AD, Christianity had spread throughout the empire. It had begun, of course, as a small Jewish sect in Judea under Tiberius. Despite periodic persecutions, under Nero in 64 AD, under Decius in 250 AD, under Valerian in 257 AD, the faith had grown steadily. Christians could be found in every province, in every social class. There were Christians in the imperial administration, in the army, even, it was whispered, within the imperial household itself. They had developed a sophisticated theology, an organized hierarchy of bishops and presbyters, an extensive literature of scripture and commentary. They maintained networks of charity that cared for the poor, the sick, and widows, social services that traditional Roman religion did not provide. To Diocletian and many traditional Romans, Christianity represented a threat to the unity of the empire. Christians refused to participate in the civic religious ceremonies that bound together Roman society. They would not offer incense to the genius of the emperor. They claimed exclusive truth for their god and dismissed the traditional deities as demons or mere superstition. In an empire that Diocletian was attempting to reunify through shared symbols, shared authority, and shared religious observance, Christianity appeared as a divisive, potentially subversive force. On the 23rd of February, 303 AD, the festival of the Terminalia, Diocletian initiated what would become known as the Great Persecution. Imperial orders went out commanding the destruction of Christian churches and the burning of Christian scriptures. Christians were dismissed from government positions. Clergy were arrested and ordered to sacrifice to the traditional gods. When some refused, they were tortured and executed. Further edicts followed, extending the persecution to all Christians, not merely the clergy. The persecution varied in intensity across the empire. In the east, where Diocletian and Galerius ruled, it was severe and sustained. Churches were demolished. Bishops were martyred. Communities were scattered. In the west, however, Constantius Chlorus enforced the edicts with notable leniency. Churches might be destroyed, but few Christians were killed in Gaul or Britain. This difference in enforcement would have profound consequences. The Great Persecution achieved none of its objectives. Christianity did not disappear. Martyrs became heroes whose blood, as the Christian writer Tertullian had predicted a century earlier, became the seed of the Church. Communities that went underground emerged stronger in their commitment. The persecution revealed not Christian weakness but Christian resilience, and perhaps more importantly, it demonstrated that the traditional Roman religious framework could not be restored by force. On the 1st of May, 305 AD, Diocletian did something no Roman emperor had ever done voluntarily: he abdicated. He was 60 years old, possibly suffering from illness, certainly exhausted by 2 decades of unrelenting labor. He compelled his co-Augustus Maximian to abdicate as well. The 2 Caesars, Galerius and Constantius, became the new Augusti. New Caesars were appointed, Maximinus Dia in the east and Severus in the west. Diocletian retired to an enormous palace he had constructed at Split, on the Dalmatian coast not far from his birthplace. There he would live out his remaining years tending his gardens, a private citizen once more. The Tetrarchy, however, did not survive its founder's retirement. The system had been held together by Diocletian's personal authority and the loyalty he commanded. Without him, the carefully constructed arrangement began to fracture almost immediately. The problem of succession, which the Tetrarchy had been designed to solve, reasserted itself with renewed violence. The strain of governing an empire that stretched from the mists of Britain to the burning deserts of Mesopotamia had become too great for any single man. Diocletian understood this fundamental truth when he ascended to the purple in 284 AD. A soldier from Dalmatia, born to humble circumstances, he possessed neither the aristocratic pedigree of earlier emperors nor their attachment to tradition. What he did possess was a ruthlessly practical mind and an understanding that the Roman Empire required nothing less than complete restructuring if it were to survive. On the 1st of March, 293 AD, Diocletian announced a revolutionary system of government that would forever alter the imperial landscape. The Tetrarchy, as it became known, divided supreme power among 4 rulers. Diocletian himself would remain the senior Augustus, governing the eastern provinces from his new capital at Nicomedia in Asia Minor. His trusted companion Maximian, elevated to the rank of Augustus 3 years earlier, would rule the west from Mediolanum, modern Milan. Below these 2 senior emperors stood 2 junior partners, each bearing the title of Caesar. Galerius would govern the Danube frontier and the Balkans, while Constantius Chlorus took responsibility for Gaul and Britain. This was not merely administrative convenience. Each Caesar was designated as the eventual successor to his respective Augustus, creating a system of orderly succession that had eluded Rome for generations. The system possessed an elegant simplicity. For emperors meant for imperial courts, for armies, for centers of decision-making strategically positioned to respond swiftly to threats along the vast frontier. The Rhine, the Danube, the Euphrates, all could now receive immediate attention from imperial authority residing nearby. Diocletian established his own court at Nicomedia, consciously turning away from Rome itself, that ancient seat of senatorial power and republican memory. The new imperial courts adopted the elaborate ceremonial of Eastern monarchies. Gone were the days when an emperor might walk casually through Roman streets. Diocletian surrounded himself with protocol and ritual, transforming the emperor from first citizen into something approaching a living god, accessible only through multiple layers of courtiers and ceremony. Yet even as Diocletian restructured the machinery of government, he remained acutely aware that the empire's problems were not merely military or administrative. The old gods, he believed, had made Rome great. The traditional cults, the time-honored sacrifices, the proper observation of ritual, these were the foundations upon which Roman power rested. And these foundations were being undermined by a troublesome sect that refused the most basic obligations of Roman citizenship. By the year 303 AD, Christianity had spread throughout the empire despite periodic persecutions. Christians served in the imperial bureaucracy, in the army, in every level of Roman society. Yet they would not sacrifice to the emperor's genius, would not acknowledge the gods who had protected Rome for 1,000 years. To Diocletian and his Caesar Galerius, this was not merely religious deviance but a form of treason, a rejection of the very essence of Roman eaters. On the 23rd of February, 303 AD, the Feast of the Terminalia, Diocletian initiated what history would remember as the Great Persecution. The first edict arrived like a thunderbolt. Christian churches were to be destroyed, their sacred scriptures surrendered and burned, their property confiscated. Christians in imperial service lost their positions and legal privileges. Further edicts followed in swift succession throughout that year and the next. Clergy were ordered arrested and compelled to sacrifice. Eventually, the requirement to sacrifice was extended to all Christians throughout the empire. Those who refused faced imprisonment, torture, and execution. The persecution burned with different intensity across the empire's vast expanse. In the east, where Diocletian and Galerius ruled, enforcement was vigorous and sustained. In Constantius's domains of Gaul and Britain, the edicts were applied with notable leniency, limited largely to the demolition of church buildings. Blood flowed in Egypt, in North Africa, in Asia Minor. Martyrs met their deaths with hymns on their lips, creating stories that would inspire the faithful for generations. The persecution would continue sporadically until 311 AD, when Galerius, dying of a terrible disease, issued an edict of toleration from his deathbed at Serdica, acknowledging that the attempt to crush Christianity had failed. Diocletian himself never witnessed this admission of defeat. On the 1st of May, 305 AD, in a ceremony unprecedented in Roman history, he voluntarily abdicated, retiring to a magnificent palace he had built for himself at Split on the Dalmatian coast. He compelled Maximian to abdicate simultaneously. The system functioned as designed. The two Caesars, Galerius and Constantius, ascended to the rank of Augustus, and two new Caesars were appointed. Yet the seeds of conflict had already been sown. The sons of the previous Augusti had been passed over, and they would not remain passive. Constantius Chlorus died at York in Britain on the 25th of July, 306 AD. His troops immediately proclaimed his son Constantine as Augustus. The Tetrarchy, that carefully constructed system of orderly succession, began to fracture. Over the next 18 years, Constantine would fight his way to supreme power through a series of civil wars that transformed him from a usurper controlling only Britain and Gaul into master of the entire Roman world. The decisive moment came on the 28th of October, 312 AD, at the Milvian Bridge, just north of Rome. Constantine faced his rival Maxentius, who had seized control of Italy and Africa. What happened before that battle has echoed through history. Constantine later claimed that he had seen a vision, a cross of light in the sky accompanied by the words in this sign, "Conquer." Whether vision or calculation, Constantine ordered his soldiers to mark their shields with the Chi-Rho, the first two letters of Christ's name in Greek. The battle was brief and decisive. Maxentius's forces were driven back against the Tiber. The bridge collapsed beneath them, and Maxentius drowned in the river wearing his heavy armor. Constantine entered Rome as its liberator, but he entered as something new in Roman history, an emperor who attributed his victory to the Christian God. The implications became clear the following year. In February 313 AD, Constantine met with his eastern colleague Licinius at Mediolanum. The agreement they reached, known to history as the Edict of Milan, marked a revolutionary turning point. Christianity was not merely tolerated, it was placed on equal legal footing with all other religions throughout the empire. Confiscated church property was to be restored. Christians could worship openly, build churches freely, hold their offices without impediment. For the first time, the Roman state declared religious neutrality, abandoning the ancient principle that the prosperity of the empire depended on proper observance of the traditional cults. Constantine's favor toward Christianity extended far beyond mere toleration. He exempted Christian clergy from public obligations. He granted churches the right to receive bequests. Imperial funds flowed toward the construction of magnificent basilicas, including the Great Church of St. Peter on the Vatican Hill and the Lateran Basilica in Rome. The emperor who had once been Pontifex Maximus, high priest of the Roman religious system, now openly courted Christian bishops and involved himself in Christian affairs. This involvement soon extended to matters of doctrine, for Christianity, having survived persecution, now threatened to tear itself apart over theology. In Alexandria, a priest named Arius had begun teaching that Christ, though divine, was created by God the Father and therefore subordinate to him. To his opponents, led by Bishop Alexander and his deacon Athanasius, this struck at the very heart of Christian faith. If Christ were not fully God, co-eternal and co-equal with the Father, then the entire structure of Christian salvation collapsed. The controversy spread like wildfire through the eastern provinces, dividing communities, turning bishops against bishops, threatening the unity of the Church and, by extension, the unity of the empire itself. Constantine, having defeated Licinius in 324 AD and made himself sole emperor, determined to resolve this dispute. In the early summer of 325 AD, he summoned bishops from throughout the empire to the city of Nicaea in Bithynia, near his eastern capital of Nicomedia. Some 300 bishops assembled there, many bearing the scars of the recent persecution. The emperor himself attended, entering the council chamber in his purple and gold, yet taking a modest seat among the bishops, treating them as colleagues in governance if not in spiritual authority. The Council of Nicaea deliberated through the summer months. The result was the Nicene Creed, a statement of faith that declared Christ to be of one substance with the Father, begetting not made, true God from true God. Arius and his teachings were condemned. The emperor, who presided over the council's social proceedings and urged consensus, backed the decision with imperial authority. Exile awaited those who refused to sign. Here was something entirely new, an emperor involving himself in defining Christian orthodoxy, using state power to enforce theological uniformity. Yet Constantine had not finished reshaping the empire. Rome, that ancient city of 7 hills, with its proud senate and its pagan temples, no longer suited an emperor who ruled from the east and who increasingly identified himself with Christianity. On the 11th of May, 330 AD, Constantine formally dedicated a new capital on the site of the ancient Greek city of Byzantium, strategically positioned on the Bosphorus Strait between Europe and Asia. Constantinople, the city of Constantine, would be a Christian Rome, free from pagan associations, perfectly positioned to control the wealthy eastern provinces and guard against threats from both the Danube and the Euphrates. The new city rose with astonishing speed, built by imperial command and imperial resources. Constantine stripped monuments from cities across the east to adorn his new capital. Churches rather than temples dominated the skyline. A new senate was established, filled with supporters of the new regime. The hippodrome provided entertainment, though the new city's chariot races would be blessed by Christian priests rather than pagan augurs. Constantinople was consciously designed as the capital of a transformed empire, an empire that was learning to define itself in Christian terms while maintaining the administrative structures and military power that had sustained Rome for centuries. Chapter 13, Part 3, The Transformation Complete. The Tetrarchy, Diocletian's ingenious solution to imperial instability, would prove to be both brilliantly conceived and fatally flawed. On the first day of May, 305 AD, in a ceremony at Nicomedia, Diocletian became the first Roman emperor in history to voluntarily abdicate. On that same day, his co-Augustus Maximian performed a similar ceremony in Milan. It was a moment unprecedented in Roman history. After 21 years of rule, Diocletian retired to his vast palace complex at Split on the Dalmatian coast, where he would spend his final years tending his garden. When later urged to return to power amid the chaos that followed, he famously replied that if his correspondents could see the cabbages he had planted with his own hands, they would never ask him to abandon his retirement for the cares of empire. The succession proceeded exactly as planned. The 2 Caesars, Galerius and Constantius Chlorus, became the new Augusti, while 2 new Caesars were appointed, Severus in the west and Maximinus Dio in the east. But the system contained a fatal weakness that Diocletian had not adequately addressed: the ambitions of imperial sons. Maxentius, son of the retired Maximian, and Constantine, son of Constantius Chlorus, had both been passed over in the succession. They would not accept their exclusion quietly. The carefully constructed tetrarchy began to unravel almost immediately. In 306 AD, Constantius Chlorus died at York in Britain while campaigning against the Picts. His troops, in defiance of the tetrarchic system, immediately proclaimed his son Constantine as Augustus. That same year in Rome, Maxentius seized power, declaring himself emperor with the support of the Praetorian Guard. By 308 AD, there were no fewer than 6 men claiming the title of Augustus. The empire had descended into the very chaos the tetrarchy was designed to prevent. Yet before his retirement, Diocletian had initiated one final policy that would have profound and lasting consequences. In February 303 AD, the emperor issued the first of what would become known as the Great Persecution, the most systematic and severe attempt to eradicate Christianity in Roman history. The immediate trigger was a fire in Diocletian's palace at Nicomedia, blamed on Christian arsonists, though the truth of this accusation remains uncertain. The deeper cause was the perception that Christianity, with its exclusive claims and refusal to participate in traditional religious ceremonies, represented a threat to the unity and stability Diocletian had worked so hard to restore. The first edict ordered the destruction of Christian churches and scriptures. Christian assemblies were forbidden, and Christians were removed from positions of authority. A second edict commanded the arrest of Christian clergy. A third offered freedom to those who would sacrifice to the Roman gods. A fourth, issued in 304 AD, extended this requirement to all Christians throughout the empire. The persecution was enforced with varying intensity across different regions. It was most severe in the eastern provinces under Galerius and Maximinus Dia, where thousands suffered imprisonment, torture, and execution. In the west, Constantius Chlorus enforced the edicts only nominally, limiting his actions largely to the destruction of church buildings. His son Constantine would follow this more tolerant approach. The Great Persecution would ultimately prove counterproductive. Rather than weakening Christianity, it demonstrated the faith's resilience and created a new generation of martyrs whose stories would inspire conversions for centuries to come. By 311 AD, even the fierce persecutor Galerius recognized its failure. From his deathbed, suffering from a painful illness, he issued an edict of toleration, acknowledging that the Christians had not returned to traditional worship and granting them permission to practice their faith, provided they pray for his health and for the good of the state. It was a remarkable admission of defeat. The political chaos following Diocletian's retirement would be resolved through civil war. The key confrontation came on October 28, 312 AD, at the Milvian Bridge just outside Rome. Constantine, now controlling Gaul, Britain, and Spain, marched on Italy to eliminate his rival Maxentius. According to later Christian sources, particularly the historian Eusebius and the Christian writer Lactantius, Constantine experienced a vision before the battle. He reportedly saw a cross of light in the sky bearing the Greek inscription En tuto nica, or in Latin, In hoc signo vinces, in this sign, you will conquer. That night, Christ himself allegedly appeared to Constantine in a dream, instructing him to mark his soldiers' shields with the Christian symbol known as the Chi-Rho, combining the first 2 letters of Christ's name in Greek. Whether this vision occurred precisely as described, or whether it was a later embellishment of Constantine's growing interest in Christianity, the outcome was undeniable. Constantine won a decisive victory at the Milvian Bridge. Maxentius drowned in the Tiber while fleeing the battlefield. Constantine entered Rome as sole ruler of the Western Empire, and he did so as a proclaimed champion of the Christian God. The following year, 313 AD, Constantine met with Licinius, who controlled the Balkans, in Milan. There they agreed upon what history knows as the Edict of Milan, though it was technically not an edict but rather a policy agreement. The proclamation went far beyond Galerius's grudging toleration. It granted complete freedom of worship to Christians and all other religions throughout the empire. Confiscated Christian property, including churches and meeting places, was to be restored without compensation to current holders. The document represented a revolutionary change in imperial policy, transforming Christianity from a persecuted sect to a legally protected religion on equal footing with all others. But Constantine did not stop at mere toleration. He actively promoted Christianity through imperial patronage. He exempted Christian clergy from public duties, as pagan priests had long been exempted. He provided funds from the imperial treasury for the construction of churches. In Rome, he commissioned the building of the Great Basilica of St. John Lateran and the first St. Peter's Basilica over what was believed to be the Apostles' tomb. Christian bishops received the right to judge certain legal cases, and their decisions were enforced by imperial authority. Sunday, the Christian day of worship, was declared a public holiday in 321 AD. Constantine's mother, Helena, embraced Christianity with fervor, traveling to the Holy Land in 326 AD where, according to tradition, she discovered the true cross upon which Christ was crucified. Yet Constantine himself remained unbaptized until his deathbed. He retained the title of Pontifex Maximus, the traditional pagan high priest role held by emperors since Augustus. He continued to mint coins bearing images of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, a deity with whom he had long been associated. His promotion of Christianity, while genuine, was also pragmatic. He recognized in the Christian Church an organization that transcended provincial and ethnic boundaries, unified by common doctrine and hierarchical structure, precisely the kind of unifying force a Roman emperor needed. The consequences of Constantine's conversion cannot be overstated. Within a generation, Christianity would transform from a minority religion to the dominant faith of the Roman elite. But this rapid growth brought new challenges. Christian communities across the empire held diverse and often contradictory beliefs about the nature of Christ, the Trinity, and fundamental doctrine. These disputes threatened to create the very divisions Constantine hoped Christianity would resolve. The most pressing controversy concerned the teachings of Arius, a priest from Alexandria, who argued that Christ, while divine, was created by God the Father and was therefore subordinate to him. This Arian position was opposed by Athanasius and others who maintained that Christ was eternally coexistent with the Father, of the same substance and equally divine. The dispute had grown so heated that riots broke out in eastern cities. In 325 AD, Constantine summoned the First Ecumenical Council of the Christian Church to meet at Nicaea in Bithynia, not far from his eastern capital at Nicomedia. Over 300 bishops assembled that summer, many bearing the scars of the recent persecutions. The emperor himself presided over the opening session, though he left the theological debates to the bishops. After weeks of deliberation, the council produced the Nicene Creed, which declared that Christ was of one substance with the Father, officially rejecting Arianism. Constantine enforced this decision with imperial authority, exiling Arian bishops who refused to sign the creed. The Council of Nicaea established a precedent that would shape Christianity for centuries. The emperor claimed the right to intervene in church affairs, to summon councils, and to enforce their decisions. This synthesis of imperial power and Christian authority would become characteristic of Byzantine Christianity and would eventually contribute to the division between Eastern and Western churches. Constantine's most enduring legacy would be founded in stone. In 324 AD, having defeated Licinius to become sole ruler of the entire empire, Constantine made a momentous decision. He would establish a new capital in the east, on the site of the ancient Greek city of Byzantium, strategically located on the Bosphorus Strait between Europe and Asia. The location offered superb natural defenses, controlled vital trade routes, and positioned the emperor closer to the wealthy eastern provinces and the vulnerable Danube and Persian frontiers. On November 8, 324 AD, Constantine paced out the boundaries of his new city himself, marking a circuit so large that his attendants questioned whether he intended to encompass the entire peninsula. The emperor replied that he would continue until he who walks before me stops, implying divine guidance. For 6 years, workers labored to transform Byzantium into a capital worthy of the empire. They constructed massive walls, magnificent forums, a great hippodrome for chariot races, an imperial palace complex, and numerous churches. The new city was explicitly Christian, containing no pagan temples, though it displayed classical statuary brought from across the empire. On May 11, 330 AD, Constantine formally dedicated his new capital, naming it Constantinople, the city of Constantine. The dedication ceremony blended Christian and Roman elements, beginning with Christian prayers and concluding with chariot races in the hippodrome. Constantinople would endure as the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire for over 1100 years, outlasting Rome itself by a millennium, falling finally only in 1453 AD to the Ottoman Turks. Constantine died on May 22, 337 AD, finally receiving baptism just days before his death. His body was interred in Constantinople in the Church of the Holy Apostles, surrounded by 12 empty tombs representing the apostles, symbolically claiming for himself the title of 13th apostle. His transformation of the Roman Empire was complete. He had embraced Christianity, established a new Christian capital, and set in motion changes that would culminate in Christianity becoming the official state religion under Theodosius in 380 AD. The ancient pagan world of Augustus and Trajan had given way to the Christian empire of Byzantium. Rome itself would never again serve as the primary imperial capital. A new age had begun. Chapter 14, The Fall of the Western Empire, Part 1. The year is 395 Anno Domini. The Roman Empire, that vast dominion that had endured for over 1100 years since the founding of the city on the banks of the Tiber, stood at a crucial crossroads. Emperor Theodosius I, the last man to rule both halves of the empire as a unified whole, lay dying in Milan. What he could not know was that his death would formalize a division that would prove permanent, setting in motion a chain of events that would, within a single human lifetime, see the complete collapse of Roman power in the West. Upon Theodosius's death on the 17th of January, 395, the empire was partitioned between his two sons. To Arcadius, the elder at 18 years of age, went the wealthy, populous eastern provinces, with their capital at Constantinople. To Honorius, a boy of merely 10 years, fell the West, with its administrative center at Milan. This division was not unprecedented. Diocletian had established the Tetrarchy more than a century earlier, and the empire had been governed by multiple emperors numerous times throughout the 4th century. But this time would be different. This administrative convenience would harden into political reality. Never again would the Roman world be reunited under a single ruler. The empire that young Honorius inherited was not the mighty, confident state that had conquered the Mediterranean world. The western provinces faced challenges that would have tested the most capable administrator, let alone a child emperor dominated by court officials and generals. The frontiers, those thousands of miles of border from Britain to Africa, from the Atlantic to the Danube, were under constant pressure from Germanic peoples seeking entry into Roman territory. These were not the disorganized barbarian hordes of earlier centuries. Centuries of contact with Rome had transformed these peoples. They had observed Roman military tactics, adopted elements of Roman administration, and many had served in Roman armies. Some had even converted to Christianity, though often to the Arian form that Rome considered heretical. The Rhine and Danube frontiers, in particular, had become increasingly porous. The decision by Emperor Valens in 376 to allow the Goths to cross the Danube as refugees, fleeing from the Huns who were sweeping westward across the steppes, had seemed reasonable at the time. Rome had often absorbed outsiders. But the mistreatment of these Gothic refugees by corrupt Roman officials had led to rebellion, and in 378, at Adrianople in Thrace, the Goths had destroyed a Roman army and killed the emperor himself. This catastrophe had shattered the myth of Roman military invincibility. By the year 400, the situation had deteriorated further. The Western Empire's resources were stretched dangerously thin. The tax base was shrinking as economic decline afflicted many provinces. The army, once the finest fighting force the world had known, increasingly relied on barbarian federates, Germanic warriors fighting under their own leaders but nominally in Roman service. The very distinction between Roman and barbarian was becoming blurred within the military establishment itself. Into this precarious situation stepped the man who would achieve what had been unthinkable for 800 years, the sacking of Rome itself. His name was Alaric, and he was a Goth, a member of the Visigothic people who had settled within the empire's borders. Born around 370, Alaric had himself served in the Roman army, leading Gothic troops in Theodosius's campaigns. But after Theodosius's death, Alaric sought what many barbarian leaders desired, a permanent, secure homeland for his people within the empire, official recognition, regular supplies, and a legitimate position in the Roman hierarchy. When these demands were not met to his satisfaction, he was willing to use force. Beginning in 401, Alaric led his Goths into Italy itself. The western capital had already been moved from Milan to Ravenna, a city protected by marshes and more easily defended. The young Emperor Honorius resided there, effectively under the control of his military commander, the half-Vandal general Stilicho. Stilicho managed to check Alaric's initial incursions, defeating him at Pollentia in 402 and Verona in 403, but these were tactical victories that failed to resolve the fundamental problem. Alaric and his people remained a potent force, and their demands remained unmet. The situation grew more desperate as other barbarian groups took advantage of Rome's weakness. On the last day of December, 406, a coalition of Vandals, Alans, and Suevi crossed the frozen Rhine River. The frontier defenses collapsed. These people swept through Gaul, bringing devastation to provinces that had known peace and prosperity for centuries. By 409, they had crossed the Pyrenees into Spain. Britain, stripped of troops to defend Italy and Gaul, was left to fend for itself. In 410, the Emperor Honorius sent a letter to the British cities informing them that they must see to their own defense. Roman rule in Britain, established by Claudius in 43 AD, was effectively at an end. Meanwhile, Alaric's patience had run out. His repeated negotiations with Honorius's court had failed. In 408, the emperor had been persuaded to order the execution of Stilicho on charges of conspiracy. With the one Roman general capable of matching Alaric removed, the way to Rome lay open. Alaric marched on the ancient capital, not once but 3 times in the years 408 to 410, each time demanding supplies, gold, and a settlement for his people. The city, no longer the administrative center of the empire but still its symbolic heart, endured siege and starvation. Finally, on the 24th of August, 410, Alaric's patience expired entirely. The gates of Rome were opened, possibly by sympathizers within, possibly by slaves seeking freedom. For the first time since the Gauls under Brennus had sacked the city 800 years earlier, a foreign enemy entered Rome as conqueror. The Visigoths spent 3 days in the Eternal City. They plundered, they burned, they seized treasure and captives. The sacred vessels from the churches were taken, though Christian writers later emphasized that Alaric, himself an Arian Christian, gave orders to respect the churches themselves and those who sought sanctuary within them. The physical damage to Rome, while significant, was perhaps less than it might have been. Alaric did not seek to destroy the city, merely to take what he felt was owed to him and his people. but the psychological shock reverberated throughout the Roman world and beyond. Rome, caput mundi, the head of the world, had fallen. St. Jerome, writing from Bethlehem, lamented that the city which had conquered the world had itself been conquered. Refugees from the sack fled to Africa and the East, carrying tales of horror and destruction. Christians and pagans alike sought to understand how such a catastrophe could have occurred. St. Augustine began writing his monumental work, The City of God, partly to refute pagan claims that Rome's adoption of Christianity had brought down the gods' wrath upon the city. Alaric himself did not long survive his triumph. Later in 410, leading his people south through Italy, intending to cross to Sicily and perhaps Africa, he fell ill and died near Cosenza in Calabria. Legend tells that his followers diverted the river Busento, buried their king in its bed along with some of the Roman plunder, then returned the river to its course so that his grave would never be found and desecrated. The Visigoths, now led by Alaric's brother-in-law Ataulf, would eventually settle in southwestern Gaul and Spain, establishing a kingdom that would endure for 3 centuries, one of the successor states being carved from the living body of the Western Empire. But the troubles afflicting the West were far from over. Indeed, they were only beginning. The division that had been foreshadowed under Diocletian became permanent and irreversible following the death of Theodosius I in January of 395 AD. This emperor, remembered by history as Theodosius the Great, was the last man to rule both halves of the Roman world. Upon his death in Milan, the empire was divided between his 2 sons in an arrangement that would prove fatal to the unity of Roman civilization. Arcadius, barely 18 years old, received the wealthy eastern provinces, establishing his court at Constantinople. His younger brother Honorius, a mere 10 years of age, inherited the west, ruling from Milan and later from the marshland fortress of Ravenna. These were not strong men in the mold of Augustus or Trajan. They were, in truth, barely more than children, easily manipulated by advisors and generals who held the real power behind their thrones. The division of 395 AD created 2 distinct political entities that, while theoretically part of the same Roman whole, increasingly pursued separate interests. The East, with its control of Egypt's grain, the wealth of Asia Minor, and the strategic position of Constantinople, possessed far greater resources. The West, burdened with a longer and more vulnerable frontier, facing the full pressure of Germanic migrations, and possessing a less productive economic base, began its slow descent into chaos. The 2 halves would sometimes cooperate, occasionally sharing armies or resources, but more often they regarded each other with suspicion and rivalry. The ancient unity that had characterized Roman governance for 4 centuries was irrevocably fractured. Into this weakened Western Empire came Alaric, king of the Visigoths, a man who would achieve what no foreign enemy had accomplished in 800 years. Alaric was not a barbarian in the traditional sense. He had served in the Roman army, fought alongside Roman soldiers, and understood intimately the workings of Roman military and political structures. He had been Magister Militum, master of soldiers, in Roman service. What Alaric desired was not the destruction of Rome, but a place within it, a homeland for his people, official recognition, supplies, and gold. When these demands were refused or only partially met, when Roman politics played him against rival factions, Alaric turned from negotiation to force. In 408 AD, Alaric led his Gothic warriors into Italy. The Western Emperor Honorius, demonstrating the weakness that characterized his reign, retreated to the safety of Ravenna, a city surrounded by marshes and practically impregnable. From this secure refuge, Honorius refused to negotiate seriously with Alaric, ignoring the danger to Rome itself. 3 times Alaric approached the ancient capital. Twice he withdrew after receiving promises or partial payments. But in August of 410 AD, after years of broken agreements and Roman duplicity, Alaric's patience expired. The Visigoths entered Rome through the Salarian Gate, possibly opened by sympathizers or slaves within the city. For 3 days, From the 24th to the 27th of August, the Visigoths occupied Rome. The sack of 410 AD was, by the standards of ancient warfare, relatively restrained. Alaric, an Arian Christian, ordered his men to respect churches and those who sought sanctuary within them. There was looting, certainly, and some violence, but nothing approaching the total destruction that Romans had themselves inflicted on Carthage or Corinth. Nevertheless, the psychological impact was devastating. Rome, the eternal city, Caput Mundi, the head of the world, had fallen to barbarian warriors. Jerome, writing from Bethlehem, lamented that the city which had conquered the world had itself been conquered. Augustine of Hippo, in North Africa, began writing his monumental work The City of God partly in response to pagan claims that Christianity had weakened Rome and brought about this catastrophe. Alaric did not remain long in Rome. He moved south, intending to cross to Sicily and then to Africa, the breadbasket of the Western Empire. But at Cosenza in Calabria, in the winter of 410 AD, this remarkable Gothic leader died, possibly of fever. His followers diverted a river, buried him in its bed with treasures from Rome, then returned the waters to their course, concealing the grave forever from those who might desecrate it. Alaric's brother-in-law Athaulf succeeded him, and eventually the Visigoths moved into southern Gaul and Spain, where they established a kingdom that would endure for 3 centuries. Rome's troubles were far from over. While the Visigoths had been comparatively merciful, a more devastating blow came from the Vandals, a Germanic people who had crossed the frozen Rhine on the last day of 406 AD, swept through Gaul, and descended into Spain. Under their king Gaiseric, also known as Genseric, the Vandals crossed the Strait of Gibraltar into North Africa in 429 AD. This move proved catastrophic for the Western Empire. By 439 AD, the Vandals had captured Carthage, the greatest city of Roman Africa and the second city of the Western Mediterranean. From this base, Gaiseric created a powerful maritime kingdom, controlling the grain supply that Rome desperately needed and conducting pirate raids throughout the Mediterranean. In June of 455 AD, Gaiseric brought his Vandal fleet to the mouth of the Tiber. Rome was sacked for the second time in half a century, and this violation was far more thorough than Alaric's had been. For 14 days, from the 2nd to the 16th of June, the Vandals systematically stripped Rome of its remaining treasures. They removed the gilded bronze tiles from the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, the very heart of Rome's ancient religion. They carried away the treasures of the Jewish temple that Titus had brought from Jerusalem nearly 4 centuries earlier, including, it was said, the Great Golden Menorah. Thousands of Romans were taken as captives to Africa, including the widowed Empress Licinia Eudoxia and her daughters. The term vandalism would enter the languages of Europe as a synonym for wanton destruction, though in reality Gaiseric's sack was calculated plunder rather than mindless violence. Between these 2 sacks of Rome, the Western Empire faced yet another threat, this one from the vast Eurasian steppes. Attila, king of the Huns, controlled a confederation of tribes stretching from the Rhine to the Caspian Sea. The Huns were mounted archers of extraordinary skill, descendants of steppe peoples who had set in motion the great migrations by driving Germanic tribes westward into Roman territory. Attila ruled from 434 AD until his death in 453 AD, and during this time he became the most feared man in Europe. The Romans called him the Scourge of God, believing him to be divine punishment for their sins. In 451 AD, Attila invaded Gaul with an army that contemporary sources, surely exaggerating, numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The city of Metz was destroyed, and Orleans was besieged. In response, the Western Roman general Aetius, often called the last of the Romans, assembled a coalition army including Romans, Visigoths under King Theodoric, Franks, Burgundians, and other Germanic peoples. On the Catalonian plains, near the modern city of Chalons-en-Champagne, this alliance met Attila's forces in June of 451 AD. The battle was among the bloodiest in ancient history. King Theodoric of the Visigoths fell in the fighting, but Attila was checked. He withdrew beyond the Rhine, his aura of invincibility shattered. The following year, for 52 AD, Attila turned his attention to Italy itself. Cities of the north fell before him. Aquileia was destroyed so thoroughly that it would never recover. Padua, Verona, and Milan opened their gates rather than face destruction. Emperor Honorius had died in 423 AD, and the current Western Emperor, Valentinian III, cowered in Rome. But Pope Leo I, a man of remarkable courage and diplomatic skill, traveled north to meet the Hun king. At the Mincio River, near Mantua, Leo and Attila conferred. What transpired between the Bishop of Rome and the Scourge of God remains uncertain. Perhaps Leo's spiritual authority impressed the superstitious Attila. Perhaps the Pope offered tribute. Perhaps disease in the Hun army or news of Eastern Roman reinforcements influenced the decision. Whatever the reason, Attila withdrew from Italy. He died the following year, 453 AD, on his wedding night to a young Germanic bride named Ildico, apparently from a nosebleed while in a drunken stupor. His empire did not survive him, fragmenting among his quarreling sons. The Western Empire staggered on for another generation, a hollow shell of its former self. Real power lay with Germanic generals who made and unmade emperors at will. In 476 AD, the final act of this long decline reached its conclusion. The Western emperor was a boy named Romulus Augustulus, his very name a cruel joke of history, combining the name of Rome's legendary founder with a diminutive form of its first emperor's title. He was perhaps 14 years old, placed on the throne by his father Orestes, a former secretary to Attila the Hun who had entered Roman service. Romulus Augustulus ruled, if his puppet status can be called ruling, for less than a year. The Germanic soldiers who now comprised the Western Roman army demanded what other barbarian peoples had received, a third of the land of Italy for settlement. When Orestes refused, they turned to their own leader, a man named Odoacer, whose father had served Attila. Odoacer was a Syrian, or perhaps a Rugian, one of the many Germanic peoples now settled within what had been Roman territory. On the 4th of September, 476 AD, Odoacer's forces captured Ravenna. Orestes was executed. The boy Emperor Romulus was pensioned off to a villa in Campania, granted his life and a comfortable retirement. Odoacer did not claim the title of emperor. Instead, he declared himself king of Italy and sent the imperial regalia, the crown and purple robes, to Constantinople, to the Eastern Emperor Zeno. The message was clear: there was no longer any need for a separate Western emperor. Odoacer would rule Italy as Zeno's viceroy, though in practice he was entirely independent. The date, September 4, 476 AD, became the traditional marker for the fall of the Western Roman Empire, though in truth it was merely the final formality in a process of disintegration that had been underway for more than a century. Chapter 14, Part 3, The Final Collapse. The year 395 AD marks a pivotal moment in Roman history, one from which there would be no return. When Emperor Theodosius I died on the 17th of January in that year, he left behind two sons, neither possessing their father's political acumen or military skill. To his elder son Arcadius went the Eastern Empire, with its capital at Constantinople, its wealthy provinces, and its robust tax base. To his younger son Honorius, just 10 years old, went the Western Empire, with Rome at its center, but increasingly unable to defend its vast frontiers or maintain its administrative coherence. This division, though presented as administrative convenience, was in truth an acknowledgement of reality. The Roman Empire had grown too large, too complex, and too threatened to be governed as a single entity. The East and West would henceforth pursue separate destinies, though both still claimed the legacy of Augustus and the majesty of eternal Rome. In the West, real power lay not with the young Emperor Honorius, but with his guardian and military commander, a man named Flavius Stilicho. Half-Vandal by birth, Stilicho had risen through the ranks of the Roman military and had been personally appointed by Theodosius to protect his son and the Western Empire. For over a decade, Stilicho would prove himself one of Rome's last great defenders, a capable general fighting to hold together a realm that was already unraveling. But he faced an impossible task. The frontiers were permeable, the army increasingly composed of barbarian federates whose loyalty was uncertain, and the treasury chronically depleted. Most ominously, beyond the borders, entire peoples were on the move, driven westward by forces they could not control, desperate for land, security, and the wealth of Rome. Among these peoples were the Visigoths, led by their ambitious and capable king, Alaric. The Visigoths had been settled within Roman territory since 382, theoretically as allies, but the relationship had always been uneasy. They were never fully integrated, never given the lands and status they believed they had been promised. Alaric himself had served in the Roman army, had fought for Theodosius at the Battle of the Frigidus in 394, yet felt perpetually slighted by the imperial court. When his demands for better treatment and a formal position within the Roman hierarchy were repeatedly refused, Alaric chose action. In 401, he led his people into Italy itself, the heartland of the Western Empire. Stilicho met this invasion with characteristic skill, defeating Alaric at Pollentia in 402 and again at Verona in 403, forcing the Visigoths to withdraw. But these were temporary victories against a persistent threat. The situation grew more dire with each passing year. On the last day of December in 406, the Rhine River froze solid, creating a natural bridge across one of Rome's most important frontiers. Across this frozen highway poured a massive migration of Germanic peoples, Vandals, Alans, and Suevi, tens of thousands of men, women, and children fleeing the domino effect of upheaval in Central Asia. The Rhine frontier, defended by Rome for 4 centuries, was irrevocably breached. These peoples swept into Gaul, overwhelming the defenses, burning cities, disrupting the agricultural system that fed the Western Empire. For Rome, this was catastrophic, not merely a military defeat but a fundamental failure of the state's primary function to protect its citizens and maintain order. In 408, the precarious balance in the West collapsed entirely. Stilicho, accused of conspiracy and treason in the poisonous atmosphere of Honorius's court at Ravenna, the safer capital to which the emperor had fled, was arrested and executed on the 22nd of August. With his death, Rome lost its last truly capable defender. The army, now without leadership, turned on the families of the barbarian soldiers within its ranks, massacring women and children in an outburst of paranoid violence. This atrocity drove 30,000 barbarian troops to desert and join Alaric, strengthening the Visigothic king at precisely the moment when Rome was most vulnerable. Alaric once again marched on Italy, and this time there was no Stilicho to stop him. The Visigothic king did not seek the destruction of Rome, he sought accommodation, a permanent homeland for his people within the empire and recognition of his own status. He marched to the walls of Rome itself, not once but 3 times between 408 and 410, each time attempting to negotiate, to extract from Honorius, safe in Ravenna, some agreement that would satisfy Visigothic demands. Each time, the emperor, whether from stubbornness, poor counsel, or simple inability to grasp the gravity of the situation, refused meaningful concessions. And so, in August of 410 AD, Alaric's patience finally expired. On the 24th day of that month, the Salarian Gate was opened, whether through treachery, by slaves sympathetic to the Goths, or by design, history does not definitively record. The Visigoths entered Rome and for 3 days they plundered the ancient capital. It was the first time in 800 years, since the Gauls under Brennus in 387 BC, that a foreign enemy had breached the walls and occupied the city. The psychological impact was immense. Rome, the eternal city, the Caput Mundi, the head of the world, had fallen to barbarians. Christian writers like Saint Jerome, far away in Bethlehem, expressed profound shock. The city which had taken the whole world was itself taken, he wrote. Saint Augustine would begin composing the City of God in response to pagan claims that Rome's abandonment of the old gods had caused this catastrophe. Yet we must understand the nature of this sack. Alaric kept his troops under relative control. Churches were declared sanctuaries, and there was no systematic massacre of the population. The Visigoths took plunder, gold, silver, precious objects, but after 3 days they withdrew, marching south towards Sicily and North Africa, seeking still that permanent homeland that had eluded them. Alaric would never reach Africa. He died suddenly in southern Italy later that year, buried, according to legend, beneath the diverted waters of the Busento River with his treasure. His successor, Ataulf, would eventually lead the Visigoths out of Italy into Gaul and finally to Spain, where they would establish a kingdom that would endure for 3 centuries. Rome would never fully recover. The sack of 410 demonstrated that the Western Empire could no longer protect even its symbolic heart. The provinces of Britain, Gaul, Spain, and North Africa were slipping from imperial control, becoming kingdoms ruled by Germanic peoples. In 429, the Vandals, who had swept through Gaul and Spain, crossed the Straits of Gibraltar into North Africa under their king Gaiseric. By 439, they had captured Carthage, once Rome's great rival, now one of the richest cities in the Western Empire. The loss of North Africa was economically devastating. These provinces had been the breadbasket of Rome, providing grain, olive oil, and tax revenue. Now they belonged to the Vandals, who also built a fleet and controlled the Western Mediterranean, disrupting the maritime trade that had sustained Roman prosperity. In 455, Gaiseric brought his Vandal fleet to Italy itself. The Western emperor at this time was Petronius Maximus, who had come to power through intrigue following the assassination of Valentinian III. When the Vandal fleet appeared off the coast, Petronius attempted to flee Rome but was killed by an angry mob on the 31st of May. On the 2nd of June, Gaiseric entered Rome unopposed. This second sack would last 14 days, longer and more thorough than Alaric's. The Vandals systematically stripped the city of its wealth, loading ships with treasures that included, according to tradition, the golden vessels from the Temple of Jerusalem that Titus had brought to Rome in 70 AD, and even the gilded bronze roof tiles from the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus. Thousands of Romans were taken as captives. The word vandalism would eventually enter the languages of Europe as a testament to this systematic plundering, though modern scholarship suggests the Vandals were no more destructive than other peoples of their time. Yet another threat emerged from the steppes of Asia. Attila, king of the Huns, had built a vast empire stretching from the Alps to the Ural Mountains. The Huns were a nomadic people, superb horsemen and warriors, whose very appearance struck terror into settled populations. By the 440s, Attila had extracted enormous tribute from the Eastern Empire and turned his attention westward. In 451, he invaded Gaul with a massive army. This forced an unprecedented alliance between Romans, led by the general Flavius Aetius, and Visigoths, now settled in Gaul. At the Battle of the Catalaunian Plains, also called the Battle of Chalons, fought in June of 451, this combined force stopped Attila's advance. The battle was one of the bloodiest of the ancient world, with casualties in the tens of thousands, but it turned back the Hun invasion of Gaul. Attila was not finished. In 452, he invaded Italy, capturing and destroying Aquileia and advancing toward Rome. According to legend, Pope Leo I met Attila and somehow persuaded him to withdraw. Whether through diplomacy, payment of tribute, or because disease and supply problems plagued his army, Attila did indeed turn back. He would die the following year in 453, and his empire rapidly disintegrated, the Hun Confederacy breaking apart as quickly as it had formed. The threat from the steppes receded, but the Western Empire had been further weakened by the devastation in northern Italy. By the 470s, the Western Roman Empire existed in name only, reduced to Italy alone, and even their power was fragmentary. A series of shadow emperors were raised and deposed by Germanic generals who commanded what remained of the army. The last of these emperors was a young man named Romulus, ironically sharing his name with Rome's legendary founder. He was placed on the throne in 475 by his father Orestes, a military commander. Because of his youth, he was mockingly called Augustulus, Little Augustus, a diminutive that emphasized how far imperial dignity had fallen. On the 4th of September, 476 AD, a Germanic general named Odoacer, leading a contingent of Heruli, Syrian, and Tersalingi troops, deposed Romulus Augustulus. Rather than proclaim himself emperor, Odoacer took the title King of Italy and sent the imperial regalia, the crown, the purple robes, the symbols of Roman authority, to Constantinople, declaring that there was no longer need for an emperor in the West. The Eastern Emperor Zeno could rule the whole empire in theory, while Odoacer would govern Italy in practice. The Roman Senate, still sitting in Rome, accepted this arrangement. There was no battle, no siege, no dramatic last stand. The Western Roman Empire simply ceased to exist, not with a bang but with a whimper, a quiet administrative adjustment that historians would later mark as the end of antiquity. Chapter 15, The Byzantine Continuation, Part 1. When Romulus Augustulus surrendered the imperial regalia to Odoacer in 476, the western half of the Roman Empire ceased to exist as a political entity. Yet in that same year, in the great city of Constantinople, the Roman Empire continued without interruption. The Emperor Zeno ruled from the palace complex overlooking the Bosphorus, presiding over courts of law, collecting taxes, commanding armies, and administering the eastern provinces exactly as his predecessors had done for centuries. To suggest that the Roman Empire had fallen would have seemed absurd to any citizen of Constantinople. Rome, they would insist, endured. This eastern continuation of the Roman state, which we now call the Byzantine Empire, would persist for nearly 1,000 years after the fall of the West. From its capital at Constantinople, founded by Constantine the Great in 330, this empire preserved Roman law, perpetuated Roman institutions, and maintained an unbroken continuity with the ancient world. The term Byzantine, derived from Byzantium, the original Greek settlement on which Constantinople was built, is itself a modern construction, invented by scholars in the 16th century. The people of this empire never called themselves Byzantines. They were Romans, pure and simple. Romai in Greek. Their empire was Romania, and their emperor bore the title Basileus ton Romaion, Emperor of the Romans. The late 5th and early 6th centuries witnessed the Eastern Empire navigating treacherous waters. While Germanic kingdoms consolidated their hold on the former western provinces, Constantinople faced pressures from all directions. Persian armies threatened the eastern frontier. Hunnic tribes raided across the Danube. Religious controversies divided Christian communities across the empire. Yet the eastern provinces, with their ancient cities, their sophisticated administrative systems, and their tremendous wealth, provided resources that the impoverished West could never match. Egypt supplied grain. Syria and Asia Minor contributed tax revenues that dwarfed anything the western provinces had produced. Constantinople itself became the greatest city in Christendom, its population approaching 500,000 souls. Into this complex world, in 482, was born a boy named Petrus Sabatius in the Balkan region of Illyria. Raised in a Latin-speaking military family, this young man was adopted by his uncle, Justin, an illiterate soldier who had risen through the ranks of the imperial army. When Justin seized the imperial throne in 518, his adopted nephew, who had taken the name Justinian, became the power behind the throne. Educated, ambitious, and possessed of an extraordinary work ethic, Justinian prepared himself for supreme power. When Justin died in 527, Justinian succeeded him as emperor. He would rule for 38 years, transforming the Roman world in ways that echo to this day. Justinian's vision was nothing less than the restoration of the Roman Empire in its entirety. He looked westward to the lost provinces, now ruled by Vandals in North Africa, Ostrogoths in Italy, and Visigoths in Spain, and saw not barbarian kingdoms but Roman territories temporarily under foreign occupation. He believed, with absolute conviction, that these lands could and should be recovered. He believed that Roman law could be codified and perfected. He believed that the Christian Church could be unified under Orthodox doctrine. And he believed that Constantinople could be adorned with monuments that would proclaim, for all time, the glory of God and the majesty of Rome. At his side stood one of history's most remarkable women. Theodora, whom Justinian married before his accession, came from the lowest ranks of Byzantine society. The daughter of a bear-keeper in Constantinople's hippodrome, she had worked as an actress, a profession associated with prostitution in Byzantine society. Yet this woman of humble origins possessed extraordinary intelligence, formidable will, and political acumen that matched and perhaps exceeded her husband's. Despite the scandal her background caused among Constantinople's aristocracy, Justinian made her his empress, his equal partner in rule. The famous mosaics at San Vitale in Ravenna, completed in the 540s, show them side by side, crowned and haloed, surrounded by their courts. Theodora's influence on Justinian's reign proved decisive at crucial moments, none more so than during the Nika riots of 532. In January of that year, tensions between the Blues and Greens, the chariot racing factions that dominated Constantinople's social and political life, erupted into violent insurrection. The rioters, shouting Anika, meaning victory, burned large sections of the city and proclaimed a new emperor. Justinian, faced with the collapse of his authority, prepared to flee. It was Theodora who stiffened his resolve. According to the historian Procopius, she declared that she would rather die wearing the purple of imperial rank than live in shameful flight. Flight, she insisted, was impossible for an emperor. Inspired by her courage, Justinian ordered his generals, Belisarius and Mundus, to suppress the uprising. The imperial troops trapped the rioters in the hippodrome and slaughtered them. 30,000 people perished. Justinian's throne was saved, but Constantinople lay in ruins. From those ruins rose Justinian's most enduring monument. The great church of Hagia Sophia, the Church of Holy Wisdom, which had stood in Constantinople since the time of Constantius, son of Constantine the Great, had been destroyed in the Nika fires. Justinian resolved to rebuild it on a scale and with a magnificence that would surpass any structure in the world. He commissioned two mathematicians, Anthemius of Tralles and Isidore of Miletus, to design a church that would defy conventional architectural wisdom. Work began on February 23, 532, less than a month after the riots ended. For 5 years and 10 months, 10,000 workers labored on Justinian's vision. Materials came from across the empire and beyond. Porphyry columns arrived from Egypt. Green marble came from Thessaly. Yellow stone from Syria. White marble from the island of Proconnesus. The emperor himself, it is said, contributed 8 columns of green marble from the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The cost was staggering, equivalent to approximately £320,000 of gold, an almost unimaginable sum representing several years of the empire's total revenue. What emerged was architectural genius made manifest in stone. The building's central dome, 107 feet in diameter, appears to float on a ring of windows that flood the interior with light. Rising 180 feet above the floor, this dome created an interior space unlike anything the ancient world had produced. Justinian had instructed his architects to surpass Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. When he first entered the completed church on December 27, 537, the emperor is said to have exclaimed, "Solomon, I have outdone you." The interior gleamed with marble panels, intricate mosaics, and vast quantities of gold leaf. 40,000 pounds of silver were used for the furnishings. The great golden altar sat beneath a ciborium supported by columns of solid silver. The effect, for those who witnessed it, was overwhelming. Procopius, normally restrained in his judgments, wrote that the church seemed not built by human effort but more likely sent down from heaven. The building's purpose extended beyond worship. Hagia Sophia was a political statement, a declaration in stone that the Roman Empire remained the greatest power on earth, that Constantinople had become the new Rome, the center of Christian civilization. While Hagia Sophia rose above Constantinople, Justinian pursued another project of equally lasting significance. Roman law, accumulated over centuries, had become a vast, contradictory mass of imperial edicts, judicial opinions, and legal commentaries. Understanding this labyrinth required years of study, and even expert jurists disagreed on fundamental points. Justinian determined to organize, clarify, and codify the entire body of Roman law. In 528, he appointed a commission of legal experts led by the jurist Tribonian to undertake this monumental task. The result, completed in stages between 529 and 534, was the Corpus Juris Civilis, the body of civil law. This comprehensive legal code consisted of 4 parts. The Codex collected all valid imperial constitutions from the time of Hadrian onward. The Digest compiled extracts from the writings of the great Roman jurists. The Institutes provided a textbook for law students. The Novelli contained new laws issued by Justinian himself. Together, these works preserved Roman legal thought for posterity and provided the foundation for the legal systems that would develop across Europe in the medieval and modern periods. The Corpus Juris Civilis represented more than legal scholarship. It embodied Justinian's conception of imperial authority and Christian Roman civilization. The law, Justinian believed, came from God through the emperor to the people. It should be rational, systematic, and universally applicable throughout the empire. Concepts embedded in Roman law, the distinction between public and private law, the rights of persons and property, the principles of contract and obligation, would shape Western legal thought for the next 1500 years. When European universities began teaching law in the medieval period, they taught Roman law as codified by Justinian. Yet even as Justinian created these lasting monuments, the empire he ruled was changing in fundamental ways. Latin, the language of law, administration, and the military since Rome's foundation, was gradually giving way to Greek. The eastern provinces had always been predominantly Greek-speaking. Greek was the language of commerce, of literature, of daily life for most of the empire's inhabitants. During Justinian's reign, this Greek character became increasingly pronounced. Justinian himself, despite his Illyrian Latin-speaking background, issued many of his later laws in Greek. The army, once entirely Latin in its terminology and command structure, became progressively Hellenized. The great families of the Constantinople aristocracy bore Greek names and spoke Greek at home. This transformation, gradual and unplanned, reflected demographic and cultural realities. The empire's heartland lay in the Greek-speaking East, in the ancient cities of Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt. These regions generated the wealth, the manpower, and the intellectual vitality that sustained the state. As the 6th century progressed, the Roman Empire was becoming, in language and culture, a Greek empire. Yet its inhabitants never abandoned their Roman identity. They remained Romans who happened to speak Greek, just as their ancestors had been Romans who happened to speak Latin. The empire itself remained Romania. The continuity was legal, institutional, and ideological, transcending the language spoken in its streets and palaces. the division that Diocletian had pragmatically instituted and Constantine had inadvertently deepened would, over the centuries, become absolute. While the Western Empire fragmented under the weight of Germanic migrations and political chaos, the Eastern Empire discovered within itself a resilience that would carry the Roman name forward for another 1,000 years. This continuation, this Byzantine Empire as we now call it, represents not merely the survival of Rome but its transformation into something distinctly new, yet undeniably Roman in its conception of itself. Constantinople, that city which Constantine had consecrated on May 11, 330 AD, proved to be positioned with almost prophetic wisdom. Straddling Europe and Asia, commanding the straits between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, it occupied perhaps the most defensible and commercially advantageous location in the known world. While Rome fell in 476, Constantinople endured, its massive triple walls, completed under Theodosius II in 413, forming a barrier that would repel attackers for a millennium. The Eastern Empire possessed other advantages: a more urbanized population, stronger administrative traditions inherited from the Hellenistic kingdoms, and crucially, greater wealth flowing from trade with Persia, India, and beyond. The reign of Justinian I, from 527 to 565, represents the Byzantine Empire's most ambitious attempt to reclaim Rome's universal dominion. Born around 482 in Tauresium, in the province of Illyricum, Justinian rose to power through his uncle Justin, an illiterate soldier who had ascended to the imperial throne. Justinian himself was obsessed with the idea of restoration of Roman territorial integrity, restoration of religious unity, restoration of the law. His reign would be marked by stunning achievements and catastrophic setbacks in equal measure. Justinian's marriage to Theodora, a former actress of humble origins, scandalized Constantinople's aristocracy but proved to be one of history's most consequential partnerships. Theodora possessed political acumen and personal courage that would save Justinian's throne during the Nika riots of 532. These riots, beginning on January 13 in the Hippodrome, grew from sporting faction disputes into a full-scale insurrection that nearly toppled the regime. As Constantinople burned and rebels proclaimed a new emperor, Justinian prepared to flee. It was Theodora who stiffened his resolve with words recorded by the historian Procopius: "Royal purple makes the finest burial shroud." Justinian stayed, and his general Belisarius trapped the rebels in the Hippodrome, massacring some 30,000 people and securing the throne. From the ashes of this uprising emerged Justinian's greatest architectural achievement. The Church of Hagia Sophia, Holy Wisdom, had been destroyed in the riots. Justinian commissioned its reconstruction on a scale never before attempted, employing the geometers Anthemius of Tralles and Isidore of Miletus to realize a vision that would astound the world. Construction began on February 23, 532, employing 10,000 workers. Materials arrived from across the empire and beyond: porphyry columns from Egypt, green marble from Thessaly, black stone from the Bosphorus, yellow stone from Syria. The emperor himself reputedly contributed 8 columns from the Temple of the Sun in Rome. The building that rose over the next 5 years represented an engineering marvel. The central dome, 107 feet in diameter, seemed to float weightlessly above the nave, suspended 180 feet above the floor. This effect was achieved through an innovation: 40 windows pierced the dome's base, flooding the interior with light and creating the illusion that the dome rested on divine illumination rather than mortar and brick. When Justinian entered the completed church on December 27, 537, he is said to have proclaimed, "Solomon, I have surpassed you." For 9 centuries, Hagia Sophia would remain the largest cathedral in Christendom, a symbol of Byzantine glory visible for miles across land and sea. While architects built monuments in stone, Justinian's legal scholars constructed monuments of jurisprudence. The Corpus Juris Civilis, the body of civil law, represented an attempt to systematize the entire inheritance of Roman legal thought. The project began in 528 under the direction of Tribonian, the imperial quaestor. The first component, the Codex Justinianus, collected all valid imperial constitutions issued since Hadrian. The Digest, completed in 533, compressed the writings of the great jurists, Ulpian, Gaius, Papinian, Paul, and others, into 50 books. The institutes provided a textbook for law students, while the novels contained new legislation issued by Justinian himself. This achievement cannot be overstated. Roman law, refined over centuries of republic and empire, might well have been lost in the chaos of the early medieval period. The Corpus Juris Civilis preserved it, creating a foundation upon which European legal systems would be built. When Western Europe rediscovered these texts in the 11th century, they sparked a legal revolution. Concepts of equity, contract, property, and civil rights that we consider fundamental to civilization were safeguarded by Justinian scholars, transmitted across the centuries to shape the modern world. Justinian's military ambitions matched his cultural ones. He dreamed of reconquering the lost western provinces and restoring the Mediterranean as a Roman lake. His general Belisarius invaded Vandal North Africa in 533 with just 15,000 men, defeating King Gelimer and reclaiming the province in a single brilliant campaign. Italy proved more difficult. The campaign against the Ostrogoths began in 535 and dragged on for nearly 20 years, devastating the Italian peninsula. Rome itself changed hands 5 times. Though Justinian eventually prevailed, the cost in blood and treasure was immense. His forces also reclaimed southern Spain from the Visigoths in 554. Yet these conquests proved ephemeral. The empire was overextended, its resources depleted by constant warfare. The bubonic plague, which struck Constantinople in 541, killed perhaps a third of the empire's population. Justinian himself contracted the disease but survived. The economic disruption was catastrophic, weakening the empire's ability to defend its expanded borders. Within years of Justinian's death in 565, the Lombards invaded Italy, and the Persian Sassanids pressed on the eastern frontier. The reconquest began to unravel. Meanwhile, a profound linguistic and cultural transition was occurring. The Eastern Empire had always been predominantly Greek-speaking. Latin remained the language of law and administration, the conscious link to Roman tradition, but Greek was the language of daily life, of commerce, of the Church in the East. Under Heraclius, who reigned from 610 to 641, Greek finally became the official language of government. The title Augustus gave way to Basileus, the Greek word for king. This transition reflected a deeper reality: the Byzantine Empire, while calling itself Roman, was becoming a Greek empire in language and culture, an Orthodox Christian empire in religion, an Eastern empire in outlook. The 7th century brought existential crises. The Sassanid Persians conquered Syria, Palestine, and Egypt between 614 and 619. Jerusalem fell, and the true cross was carried away to Persia. Heraclius conducted a brilliant counteroffensive, destroying the Persian Empire between 622 and 628, but the effort exhausted both empires. Neither was prepared for what emerged from Arabia in the 630s, the armies of Islam, unified under the new faith preached by Muhammad. Within decades, Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and North Africa, the wealthiest provinces, were gone forever. The Byzantine Empire contracted to Anatolia, the Balkans, and a few outposts, yet still it endured. Centuries followed of struggle and occasional brilliance. The Macedonian dynasty, from 867 to 1056, presided over a cultural and military renaissance. Basil II, the Bulgar slayer, who reigned from 976 to 1025, expanded the empire to its greatest extent since Justinian. Byzantine art, literature, and scholarship flourished. The empire's scholars preserved classical texts, its missionaries spread Orthodox Christianity to the Slavs, its artisans created works of stunning beauty. Yet decline, when it came, proved irreversible. The defeat at Manzikert in 1071 opened Anatolia to Turkish conquest. The Fourth Crusade of 1204 saw Western Christians sack Constantinople itself, establishing the Latin Empire that ruled until 1261. The restored Byzantine state was a shadow, surrounded by enemies, Ottoman Turks to the east, Serbian and Bulgarian kingdoms to the west, Italian merchant republics controlling trade. By 1453, the Byzantine Empire consisted of little more than Constantinople itself and a few scattered territories. The Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II assembled an army of 80,000 men and 70 warships for the final siege. Constantine XI Palaiologos, last of the Roman emperors, commanded perhaps 7,000 defenders. The siege began on April 6. For 7 weeks, the massive walls held, but Ottoman artillery, including the enormous cannon cast by the Hungarian engineer Orban, gradually battered breaches. On May 29, 1453, Ottoman forces poured through the walls. Constantine died fighting in the streets, his body never identified. By nightfall, Hagia Sophia, consecrated 916 years earlier, heard Muslim prayers. The Roman Empire, in its final Byzantine form, had ended. Chapter 15, The Byzantine Continuation, Part 3/3. Consequences and transition. The survival of the Eastern Roman Empire ensured that Roman civilization, in transformed but recognizable form, would continue for another 1,000 years beyond the fall of Rome itself. What we now call the Byzantine Empire, though its inhabitants would always call themselves Romans, became the vessel through which classical knowledge, Roman law, and Christian theology would be preserved, refined, and eventually transmitted back to a recovering Western Europe. The reign of Justinian I, from 527 to 565, represents perhaps the final moment when the dream of restoring the unified Roman Empire seemed achievable. Born around 482 in the village of Tauresium in Illyricum, Justinian came from Latin-speaking peasant stock. His uncle Justin, an illiterate soldier who had risen to become emperor, adopted him and ensured his education in Constantinople. When Justin died in 527, Justinian inherited not merely a throne but a vision, the reconquest of the lost western provinces and the restoration of Romania, the Roman world, in its entirety. Justinian's general Belisarius embarked on campaigns that would briefly return much of the Mediterranean to Roman control. In 533, Belisarius destroyed the Vandal kingdom in North Africa, bringing the grain-rich provinces back into the empire after nearly a century of separation. The campaign was remarkably swift. Within months, the Vandal king Gelimer had been defeated, and North Africa was once again Roman. In 535, Belisarius turned to Italy. The Gothic War would prove far more challenging, lasting nearly 2 decades and devastating the Italian peninsula. Rome itself changed hands multiple times. In December 546, Belisarius captured the city from the Goths, only to lose it again within months. The ancient capital, which had survived relatively intact under Odovacer and Theodoric, now suffered catastrophic destruction. When Byzantine forces finally secured Italy in 554, they ruled over a landscape of ruined cities and a drastically reduced population. Yet even as Justinian's armies fought to recover the West, the emperor was building something far more lasting in Constantinople. On January 13, 532, the Nika riots exploded across the capital. For 5 days, Constantinople burned as rival chariot racing factions, united in opposition to the government, nearly toppled Justinian from his throne. According to Procopius, it was the emperor's wife Theodora who stiffened his resolve, declaring that purple made a fine burial shroud. The riots were suppressed with terrible bloodshed, perhaps 30,000 died in the Hippodrome, but the destruction created an opportunity. The old Church of the Holy Wisdom, the Hagia Sophia built by Constantine's son Constantius, had burned in the riots. Justinian commissioned a replacement that would surpass any building in the world. He appointed 2 scholars as architects, Anthemius of Tralles, a mathematician and physicist, and Isidore of Miletus, a geometrician who had taught at the universities of Alexandria and Constantinople. These were not traditional builders but theoretical scientists who would apply mathematical principles to create something unprecedented. Construction began on February 23, 532, barely a month after the riots ended. Justinian mobilized the empire's resources. Materials came from across the Mediterranean world: porphyry columns from Egypt, green marble from Thessaly, black stone from the Bosphorus, yellow stone from Syria. 40,000 pounds of silver were allocated to the project. 10,000 workers labored in shifts. The historian Procopius, who documented the building's construction, described how traditional architectural wisdom was repeatedly challenged. The massive dome presented seemingly insurmountable engineering problems. How could such a vast weight be suspended over such an open space? Anthemius and Isidore employed pendentives, curved triangular sections that allowed the circular dome to rest upon a square base, used on a scale never before attempted. In an astonishing 5 years, 10 months, and 4 days, the great church was complete. On December 27, 537, Justinian entered the finished Hagia Sophia. According to tradition, he exclaimed, "Solomon, I have surpassed you." The interior created an effect that seemed to transcend architecture. The dome, pierced by 40 windows at its base, appeared to float without visible support. Procopius wrote that it seemed not to rest upon solid masonry, but to cover the space with its golden dome suspended from heaven. Measuring 102 feet in diameter and rising 180 feet above the floor, the dome created an interior space unlike anything previously built. Light reflecting from gold mosaics and marble surfaces created what Byzantine writers described as divine radiance made manifest. The Hagia Sophia represented more than architectural achievement; it embodied the transformation of classical Roman civilization into something new. Where Roman builders had relied on massive concrete construction, Byzantine architects used mathematics and geometry. Where Roman aesthetics emphasized monumentality and grandeur, Byzantine sensibility pursued transcendence and spiritual elevation. The building symbolized an empire that was becoming more Greek, more Christian, more Eastern, yet remained adamantly Roman in its self-conception. Parallel to his architectural ambitions, Justinian undertook an intellectual project of equal importance for Western civilization: the codification of Roman law. When he ascended the throne, Roman legal tradition existed in chaotic profusion. 1,000 years of legal development had produced countless imperial constitutions, senatorial decrees, legal commentaries, and judicial opinions. Earlier attempts at compilation, including the Theodosian Code of 438, had captured only portions of this vast legal heritage. In February 528, Justinian appointed a commission headed by the jurist Tribonian to bring order to this accumulated wisdom. The result was the Corpus Juris Civilis, the body of civil law, completed in several stages between 529 and 534. The work comprised 4 parts. The Codex Justinianus collected and organized all valid imperial constitutions from Hadrian onward. The Digesta or Pandects compiled excerpts from the writings of classical Roman jurists, preserving the interpretations and reasoning of legal scholars from centuries past. The institutions provided a textbook for law students. Finally, the Novelli collected Justinian's own new constitutions. This compilation preserved Roman legal thought at its most sophisticated. The Digest alone excerpted more than 2,000 books by jurists of the classical period, including Papinian, Ulpian, and Paulus. Legal principles developed over centuries were systematized and preserved: principles of property, contract, tort, marriage, inheritance, and criminal law. Justinian's lawyers worked in Latin, the traditional language of Roman law, though the empire itself increasingly operated in Greek. The Corpus Juris Civilis would be lost to Western Europe during the early Middle Ages, but when it was rediscovered in Italy in the 11th century, it would revolutionize European legal thought, providing the foundation for civil law systems that govern much of the world today. Yet even as Justinian preserved Roman legal tradition in Latin, the empire itself was completing a linguistic transformation that had been underway for centuries. Greek had always been the dominant language of the Eastern Mediterranean. The eastern provinces had been Hellenized since Alexander's conquests in the 4th century BC. While Latin had been the language of administration, law, and the military, Greek had remained the language of culture, philosophy, and daily life for most of the empire's eastern inhabitants. In 620, the Emperor Heraclius officially replaced Latin with Greek as the language of government and military command. The change reflected reality: few in the empire's remaining territories spoke Latin. Heraclius also adopted the Greek title Basileus in place of the Latin imperator. The empire's identity was shifting. While its inhabitants never ceased calling themselves Romio, Romans, they spoke Greek, practiced Orthodox Christianity with increasingly distinct theological positions from the Latin West, and developed cultural forms that synthesized Hellenic, Roman, and Christian elements into something new. The centuries following Justinian brought repeated crises that further transformed the empire's character. Arab conquests in the 7th century stripped away Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and North Africa, the richest provinces of the ancient world. The empire that survived was smaller, poorer, more militarized, and almost entirely Greek-speaking. Yet it endured, preserving classical texts, maintaining urban civilization, and holding back successive waves of invaders who might otherwise have swept into Europe. On May 29, 1453, after a 53-day siege, Ottoman forces under Sultan Mehmed II breached the walls of Constantinople. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, died fighting in the streets, his body never identified. The Hagia Sophia, which had served Christian worship for 916 years, became a mosque. The empire that had preserved Roman identity for 1,000 years beyond Rome's fall finally ended. Yet even in extinction, Byzantium transmitted its inheritance. Greek scholars fleeing the Ottoman conquest brought manuscripts and knowledge to Italy, contributing to the Renaissance. Byzantine legal traditions influenced Ottoman law. The double-headed eagle of Byzantium was adopted by successor states claiming its legacy. Most significantly, the preservation of classical texts, the codification of Roman law, and the theological and philosophical traditions refined in Byzantine schools provided essential foundations for the European civilization that would eventually emerge from the Middle Ages. The story of Rome thus does not end in 476 with Romulus Augustulus, nor even in 1453 with Constantine XI. It continues in the legal systems, political concepts, architectural forms, and cultural assumptions that still shape our world. The Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine Continuation, ensured that the ancient legacy would survive the darkness of early medieval Europe, ready to inspire new civilizations when the time came for rediscovery. Chapter 16, The Legacy of Rome, Part 1/3. When the last Roman emperor of the West, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic chieftain Odo Acer on the 4th of September, for 76 AD, it marked not an ending, but a transformation. The physical empire that had dominated the Mediterranean world for over 5 centuries had fractured, its western territories now ruled by barbarian kingdoms. Yet in that moment of apparent collapse, Rome's true immortality was only beginning to reveal itself. For while empires rise and fall, ideas endure. And the ideas born in Rome would shape human civilization for the next 1500 years and beyond. Standing today in any modern city across Europe, the Americas, or indeed much of the world, we are surrounded by Rome. It exists not in ruins and monuments alone, though these certainly command our attention, but in the very fabric of our legal systems, our languages, our political institutions, and our understanding of what it means to be civilized. The Roman achievement was not merely one of conquest and administration, remarkable though these were. It was an achievement of integration, of synthesis, of taking the best that human cultures could offer and forging them into systems of thought and practice that would prove more durable than bronze or marble. To understand Rome's legacy, we must first appreciate the unique character of Roman civilization itself. Unlike the Greeks, who excelled in philosophy and pure thought, or the Persians, who created vast administrative networks, the Romans possessed a peculiar genius for the practical application of ideas. They were, above all else, builders and systematizers. Where the Greeks theorized about justice, the Romans created detailed legal codes. Where earlier empires ruled through force alone, Rome developed sophisticated constitutional mechanisms. Where ancient engineers built impressive structures, Roman architects and engineers created a comprehensive science of construction that could be taught, learned, and replicated across 3 continents. This practical genius was combined with an extraordinary capacity for adaptation. As Rome expanded from a small city-state on the Tiber to an empire stretching from Hadrian's Wall in northern Britain to the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia, from the Rhine and Danube frontiers to the Sahara Desert, it encountered hundreds of different peoples, cultures, and traditions. Rather than simply imposing a uniform Roman culture, the empire absorbed and integrated Greek learning, Celtic metalworking, Germanic military tactics, Egyptian agriculture, Jewish monotheism, all found their place within the Roman synthesis. This openness, this willingness to learn and adapt, gave Roman civilization a flexibility that prolonged its life and extended its influence far beyond what military might alone could have achieved. The Roman genius for law stands as perhaps their most profound contribution to human civilization. In the earliest days of the Republic, around 451 to 450 BC, Roman law was codified in the 12 tables, bronze plaques displayed in the forum that established the principle that law should be written, public, and equally applicable to all citizens. This was revolutionary. For the first time in Western history, justice was not merely the arbitrary will of kings or priests, but a system of rules that could be known, studied, and appealed to by ordinary people. Over the centuries that followed, Roman law evolved into an increasingly sophisticated system. The great jurists of the classical period, men like Gaius in the 2nd century AD, Papinian and Ulpian in the early 3rd century, and the compilers working under the Emperor Justinian in the 6th century, developed legal principles that remain fundamental to modern jurisprudence. The concept of innocent until proven guilty, the distinction between civil and criminal law, the rights of private property, the enforceability of contracts, the notion of legal precedent, all these have their roots in Roman legal thought. The Corpus Juris Civilis, compiled under Justinian's direction between 529 and 534 AD, represented the culmination of nearly a millennium of Roman legal development. This massive work, comprising the Codex, the Digest, the Institutes, and the Novelli, systematically organized centuries of legal wisdom into a coherent framework. When this body of law was rediscovered in medieval Italy in the 11th century, it sparked a legal revolution across Europe. The University of Bologna, founded around 1088, became the center for the study of Roman law, and from there the principles of Roman jurisprudence spread throughout the continent. Today, the civil law systems used in continental Europe, Latin America, parts of Asia and Africa, and the province of Quebec owe their fundamental structure to Roman law. Even in common law countries like England and the United States, where legal tradition followed a different path, Roman legal concepts permeate the system. the very language of law. Words like justice, legal, tribunal, sentence, verdict, and thousands more comes to us directly from Latin, carrying with them centuries of Roman legal philosophy. Equally pervasive is Rome's linguistic legacy. Latin, the language of Latium and Rome, began as the dialect of a small region in central Italy. As Roman power expanded, so too did Latin, carried by legions, administrators, merchants, and colonists to every corner of the empire. Yet Latin's triumph was not merely a matter of imperial imposition. It was adopted because it was useful, because it opened doors to trade, advancement, and participation in the broader Mediterranean world. In the western provinces especially, Latin took root deeply. The Romance languages, Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian, are direct descendants of the vulgar Latin spoken by common people throughout the Roman Empire. Today, these languages are spoken by over 900 million people as their mother tongue, and when we include second language speakers, well over 1 billion people communicate in languages that are fundamentally Latin in structure and vocabulary. In the Americas, from Mexico to Argentina, Spanish and Portuguese dominate, making Latin languages the primary means of communication for entire continents. But Latin's influence extends far beyond the Romance languages. English, though a Germanic language in its basic structure, derives more than half its vocabulary from Latin and Greek, most of it entering through French after the Norman conquest of 1066, but much also borrowed directly during the Renaissance and Scientific Revolution. Scientific terminology, medical vocabulary, legal phrases, and academic discourse across the world continue to use Latin. A doctor in Tokyo, a lawyer in Delhi, and a biologist in São Paulo all employ Latin terms in their professional work, linked across cultures by a language last spoken colloquially nearly 1500 years ago. The political legacy of Rome is equally profound. The Roman Republic, which endured from 509 BC to 27 BC, developed governmental institutions that have served as models for reformers and revolutionaries ever since. The concept of a republic itself, a state not ruled by a hereditary monarch but by elected officials accountable to the citizenry, was Rome's gift to political thought. The Senate, with its role in debating policy and checking executive power, the consuls serving as chief executives for limited terms, the tribunes protecting the rights of common citizens, the elaborate system of checks and balances designed to prevent any single individual or faction from dominating the state, all these features of the Roman constitution influenced the founders of modern republics. When the American founding fathers gathered in Philadelphia in 1787 to draft their constitution, they were steeped in Roman history. They adopted Roman titles, Senate, Capitol, and Roman symbols, the eagle and the fasces. They debated the lessons of Roman history, particularly the fall of the Republic and the rise of imperial autocracy, and sought to create a system that would avoid Rome's fate while preserving its republican virtues. Similar patterns repeated across Europe and Latin America as nation after nation, throwing off monarchical rule, looked to the Roman Republic for inspiration and guidance. Chapter 16, The Legacy of Rome, Part 2/3. The Roman legal tradition represents perhaps the most enduring and practical legacy of the ancient world. In the 6th century AD, the Byzantine Emperor Justinian I commissioned a monumental codification of Roman law that would echo through the centuries. The Corpus Juris Civilis, completed in 534 AD, systematically organized over 1,000 years of Roman legal thought into a coherent framework. This achievement preserved not merely laws, but an entire philosophy of justice that continues to underpin legal systems across the globe. The foundations of Roman law had been established much earlier. In 450 BC, the 12 tables were erected in the Roman Forum, creating the first written legal code of the Republic. These bronze tablets established fundamental principles that seem remarkably modern: the right to legal redress, the presumption of innocence, and the notion that laws should be publicly displayed and accessible to all citizens. The phrase ignorantia juris non excusat, ignorance of the law is no excuse, emerged from this early Roman conviction that justice required transparency. As Rome expanded, its legal framework evolved with extraordinary sophistication. The distinction between jus civile, law applicable to Roman citizens, and jus gentium, law applicable to all peoples, anticipated modern international law. Roman jurists developed the concept of natural law, jus naturale, arguing that certain principles of justice were universal and inherent to human nature itself. This philosophical foundation would profoundly influence Enlightenment thinkers and the architects of modern democratic constitutions. The practical mechanisms of Roman law resonate powerfully in contemporary legal systems. The adversarial trial, with prosecution and defense presenting evidence before an impartial judge, originates in Roman practice. The concept of legal precedent, where previous decisions guide future judgments, emerged from the opinions of Roman jurists whose interpretations carried the force of law. Terms such as habeas corpus, subpoena, affidavit, and testimony derive directly from Latin legal terminology, revealing the Roman DNA embedded in modern jurisprudence. Civil law systems, dominant across continental Europe, Latin America, and much of Asia, trace their lineage directly to Justinian's codification. Nations from France to Japan have constructed their legal frameworks upon Roman foundations. The Napoleonic Code of 1804 explicitly drew upon Roman law, creating a template subsequently adopted by dozens of countries. Even common law systems, prevalent in Britain and its former colonies, incorporate substantial Roman legal concepts, particularly in areas of contract, property, and equity. The linguistic legacy of Rome proves equally pervasive. Latin, the language of Cicero and Caesar, did not simply vanish with the empire's decline. Instead, it transformed, evolving into the Romance languages that today claim nearly 1 billion native speakers. French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, and Romanian each represent a direct descendant of the Latin spoken by Roman soldiers, merchants, and colonists who spread across Europe and the Mediterranean. The evolution from Latin to the Romance languages followed predictable patterns as the empire fragmented. In Gaul, the Latin spoken by Roman settlers merged with Celtic substrates to produce what would become Old French by the 9th century. The Oaths of Strasbourg, sworn in 842 AD by the grandsons of Charlemagne, represent the first written text in a language recognizably French rather than Latin. In Hispania, Vulgar Latin evolved into Castilian Spanish, with the glosses Emilianenses of the 10th century documenting this linguistic transformation. Italian remained closest to Classical Latin, shaped by the language's continuous use in the Italian peninsula and the proximity to Rome itself. Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, composed between 1308 and 1320, elevated Tuscan Italian to literary prominence, but the language retained transparent connections to its Latin parent. Portuguese emerged as a distinct language in the Kingdom of Galicia during the 12th century, subsequently spreading to Brazil and Africa through exploration and colonization. Romanian, geographically isolated by Slavic languages, nevertheless preserved Latin structures with remarkable fidelity, a testament to the depth of Roman colonization in Dacia. Beyond the Romance languages, Latin profoundly influenced Germanic and Celtic tongues. English, though fundamentally Germanic in structure, derives approximately 60% of its vocabulary from Latin, either directly or through Norman French. Scientific, legal, medical, and academic terminology draws overwhelmingly upon Latin roots. The language of Virgil and Ovid remains the international language of scholarship, with Latin phrases such as etc., per capita, and ad hoc seamlessly integrated into everyday English discourse. The Roman Republican model of government exerted profound influence upon the architects of modern democracy. The founding fathers of the United States studied Roman history intensively, finding both inspiration and cautionary tales in the rise and fall of the Republic. The Constitutional Convention of 1787 debated extensively the lessons of Rome. The Senate, with its shared name and deliberative function, explicitly evoked Roman precedent. The system of checks and balances, separating executive, legislative, and judicial powers, reflected Roman attempts to prevent tyranny through distributed authority. James Madison, writing in Federalist Paper No. 10, analyzed the failures of ancient republics to warn against the dangers of factionalism. The Roman practice of limited executive terms informed the American presidency structure, while the veto power derives directly from the Latin word meaning "I forbid," wielded by Roman tribunes to protect plebeian interests. Even the architecture of government buildings, with their domes, columns, and classical proportions, consciously evoked Roman grandeur and republican virtue. French revolutionaries similarly embraced Roman republican imagery. The First French Republic, established in 1792, adopted fasces, axes bound with rods symbolizing Roman magisterial authority, as symbols of unity and strength. Revolutionary leaders assumed Roman names and dress, staging elaborate pageants celebrating classical republican virtues. This Roman inspiration extended across Europe and Latin America, where independence movements in the 19th century frequently invoked Roman examples of republican government and civic duty. The engineering achievements of Rome established standards that endured for over a millennium. Roman concrete, opus cementitium, represented a technological marvel whose formula was lost after the empire's fall and not fully replicated until the modern era. Analysis of structures such as the Pantheon, completed in 126 AD with its massive unreinforced concrete dome, reveals sophisticated understanding of materials science. Romans incorporated volcanic ash from Pozzuoli, creating hydraulic concrete that could set underwater and grew stronger over centuries. Roman roads, constructed from the 4th century BC onward, created a transportation network spanning over 250,000 miles at the empire's height. The Via Appia, begun in 312 BC by Appius Claudius Caecus, pioneered construction techniques replicated across the empire. Multiple layers of carefully graded materials, precise drainage systems, and durable paving stones created routes that often remain in use 2 millennia later. The phrase, "all roads lead to Rome," reflected genuine geographic reality, as the Golden Milestone in the Forum marked the origin point for major highways extending to the empire's furthest reaches. Aqueduct engineering demonstrated Roman mastery of hydraulics and surveying. The Aqua Claudia, completed in 52 AD, transported water across 43 miles, maintaining a consistent gradient of merely 1 foot per mile. The system supplying Rome itself comprised 11 major aqueducts delivering over 300 million gallons daily, providing abundant fresh water unmatched by any city until the 19th century. The Pont du Gard in southern France, standing 160 feet high, exemplifies the monumental scale and enduring quality of Roman hydraulic engineering. These technical achievements were preserved and transmitted through texts such as Vitruvius's De Architectura, written in the 1st century BC, and Frontinus's De Aqueductu, composed in 97 AD. Renaissance architects, rediscovering these treatises, sparked renewed interest in classical engineering principles. The dome of Florence Cathedral, completed by Filippo Brunelleschi in 1436, demonstrated direct application of Roman concrete construction techniques gleaned from studying ancient structures. Christianity's emergence within the Roman Empire and its subsequent adoption as the state religion created transformative consequences for Western civilization. The faith born in Judea during the reign of Augustus spread along Roman roads and shipping routes, utilizing the empire's infrastructure and common language. St. Paul's missionary journeys between 46 and 57 AD exploited Roman communications networks and the protection of Roman citizenship, which Paul himself possessed. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD prompted Nero's first systematic persecution of Christians, but the faith continued expanding. By the early 4th century, Christians may have comprised 10% of the empire's population. Constantine's vision before the Battle of the Milvian Bridge in 312 AD, followed by the Edict of Milan in 313 AD granting religious tolerance, marked Christianity's transformation from persecuted sect to favored faith. The First Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, convened by Constantine, established doctrinal orthodoxy and demonstrated Christianity's integration with imperial authority. Emperor Theodosius I made Christianity the empire's official religion through the Edict of Thessalonica in 380 AD, fundamentally altering the relationship between church and state. The Bishop of Rome, claiming primacy through apostolic succession from St. Peter, evolved into the Pope, wielding spiritual authority that would rival and sometimes exceed secular power throughout the medieval period. This fusion of Roman organizational genius with Christian theology created institutional structures that shaped European civilization for 15 centuries. Chapter 16, Part 3, The Legacy of Rome. As we conclude our exploration of ancient Rome, we turn to perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Roman civilization, its extraordinary persistence long after the empire's political structures crumbled. When the last Western Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed in 476 AD, many contemporaries believed they were witnessing merely another transition of power. Few could have imagined that this moment marked the end of an 800-year continuum of Roman rule in the West. Yet even as imperial administration collapsed, the deeper foundations Rome had laid would prove far more enduring than any emperor's reign. The most tangible Roman legacy resides in the legal systems that govern much of the modern world. Roman law, refined over centuries from the 12 tables of 451 BC to Justinian's monumental Corpus Juris Civilis completed in 534 AD, established principles that remain foundational to contemporary jurisprudence. The concept of written, codified law accessible to citizens, revolutionary when Rome first embraced it, now seems self-evident to billions of people. The Roman distinction between public and private law, formulated clearly by the 2nd century AD, structures legal education and practice throughout Europe, Latin America, and much of Asia and Africa. Specific Roman legal concepts permeate modern systems with remarkable fidelity. The principle of innocent until proven guilty, though not always honored in Roman courts, emerged from Roman jurisprudence. The notion of legal precedent, of building law through accumulated judicial decisions, originates in the Roman praetors' edicts and the writings of legal scholars like Ulpian and Gaius in the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. Contract law, with its emphasis on mutual consent and obligation, reflects Roman developments from the late Republic. Property rights, inheritance law, and the very concept of legal personhood for corporations derive directly from Roman models refined over generations. Civil law systems, which today govern approximately 150 nations, trace their lineage directly through Justinian's 6th century codification. When Napoleon commissioned the Code Civil in 1804, his legal scholars worked explicitly from Roman models transmitted through medieval and early modern legal scholarship. The German Civil Code of 1900, the Swiss codes, and the legal systems of Spain, Italy, and France each bears the unmistakable imprint of Roman legal thought. Even common law systems, including those of England and the United States, incorporate Roman concepts through centuries of cross-pollination and shared principles of equity and natural law. The Latin language represents another dimension of Rome's enduring presence. Though Latin ceased to be a widespread spoken language by the 8th or 9th century AD in most regions, it never truly died. Instead, it transformed. The Romance languages, Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian, are not merely influenced by Latin, they are Latin, evolved through centuries of organic change. Today, approximately 900 million people speak a Romance language as their mother tongue, each word they utter a living connection to the language of Cicero and Virgil. The evolution from Latin to these daughter languages occurred gradually, almost imperceptibly. In the streets of 3rd century Rome, educated citizens spoke a refined classical Latin while the common people used what scholars call vulgar Latin, the living, changing tongue of everyday commerce and conversation. As the empire's administrative control weakened and regions became isolated, local variations in this spoken Latin diverged increasingly. By 800 AD, when Charlemagne's scholars tried to standardize Latin pronunciation, they discovered that contemporary spoken tongues had already separated sufficiently from classical Latin that speakers of different regional variants struggled to understand one another. Beyond the Romance languages, Latin's influence extends to nearly every European tongue and, through European colonial expansion, to languages worldwide. More than 60% of English vocabulary derives ultimately from Latin, either directly or through French. Scientific nomenclature, legal terminology, medical vocabulary, and academic discourse across disciplines remain saturated with Latin. Every time a doctor writes a prescription, a lawyer drafts a contract, or a scientist names a species, they employ a linguistic system Rome bequeathed to posterity. Rome's political legacy proved equally transformative, though more complex in its transmission. The Roman Republic, lasting nearly 5 centuries from 509 BC to 27 BC, developed sophisticated mechanisms for representative government that would inspire revolutionaries 2 millennia later. The concept of a republic itself, residential publica, the public thing, articulated a then radical notion that government existed not as the private possession of a monarch but as a shared enterprise of citizens. The Roman Senate, the assemblies, the system of elected magistrates, the checks and balances between different institutions, all would be studied with intense interest by 18th-century political philosophers. When the American founders gathered in Philadelphia in 1787, Roman examples dominated their debates. They knew Polybius's analysis of Rome's mixed constitution. They studied Livy's histories of republican virtue and corruption. They adopted Roman titles, Senate, Capitol, and Roman symbols, the fasces, the eagle. The principle of separation of powers, articulated by Montesquieu but rooted in observations of Roman practice, shaped the American constitutional structure. The Roman model of republican citizenship, with its emphasis on civic duty and public service, influenced notions of democratic participation. Even Roman failures, the descent into civil war, the transformation to autocracy, served as cautionary tales that shaped modern constitutional safeguards. The French revolutionaries of 1789 looked equally to Roman precedent. They saw themselves as modern Brutuses, overthrowing kings to restore republican liberty. David's paintings depicted revolutionary heroes in Roman togas. Revolutionary rhetoric borrowed Roman concepts of virtue and citizenship. This Roman revival was not mere theatrical posturing but reflected a genuine belief that Rome had achieved something essential about human political organization, something worth recapturing and adapting to modern circumstances. Roman engineering achievements constitute perhaps the most visible legacy, quite literally shaping the physical landscape of Europe and beyond. The Pont du Gard in southern France, constructed around 19 BC, still stands as a testament to Roman hydraulic engineering. The Pantheon in Rome, completed under Hadrian in 125 AD, remains the world's largest unreinforced concrete dome nearly 2,000 years later. Roman roads, some still in use, total over 250,000 miles at the empire's height, creating an infrastructure network that would not be matched in Europe until the 19th century. The arch, the vault, and the dome, while not Roman inventions, reached their fullest ancient expression in Roman hands and became fundamental to Western architecture. Every cathedral built in Europe for 1,000 years after Rome employed structural principles Romans had mastered. Aqueducts, sewage systems, public baths, apartment buildings, centralized urban planning, Rome developed practical solutions to the challenges of urban life that modern cities continue to refine rather than replace. When 19th-century engineers designed London's sewage system or Paris's water supply, they studied Roman models and often found little to improve upon in terms of basic principles. Roman engineering represented more than technical achievement, it embodied a particular approach to problem-solving emphasizing practicality, durability, and scale. Romans were not always innovators, but they excelled at taking existing technologies, systematizing them, and implementing them across vast territories. This pragmatic engineering mindset, transmitted through medieval builders and Renaissance architects, became characteristic of Western technological development. Yet perhaps Rome's most profound and certainly most unexpected legacy arrived in the form of a religion its emperors initially persecuted. Christianity, emerging from a provincial backwater of the empire, transformed from a minor Jewish sect into the dominant religion of the Roman world within 3 centuries. When Emperor Constantine issued the Edict of Milan in 313 AD, granting religious tolerance to Christians, and when Emperor Theodosius made Christianity the official state religion in 380 AD, they set in motion a cultural synthesis that would define European civilization. The Christian Church adopted Roman administrative structures, dividing territories into dioceses, a term originally designating Roman administrative districts. The Pope assumed the title Pontifex Maximus, once held by pagan emperors. Church councils followed Roman legal procedures. Latin became the language of Christian liturgy and scholarship for over 1,000 years in the West. The synthesis of Christian theology with Roman legal and philosophical traditions, achieved by thinkers like Augustine of Hippo in the early 5th century, created an intellectual framework that dominated European thought throughout the medieval period. This Romano-Christian synthesis preserved much of classical learning through the medieval centuries when political structures had fragmented. Monasteries copied Roman texts. Church schools taught Latin grammar. Cathedral builders employed Roman engineering principles. The church itself became the most Roman of medieval institutions, maintaining organizational coherence, administrative sophistication, and cultural continuity across the fragmented political landscape of post-Roman Europe. The concept of Western civilization itself represents perhaps Rome's ultimate legacy, not merely the survival of specific institutions or technologies, but the transmission of a broader cultural complex. The idea that there exists a distinct Western tradition, characterized by particular legal, political, and cultural features, derives substantially from the Roman experience. Rome unified the Mediterranean world not only politically but culturally, creating networks of exchange and shared reference points that persisted long after political unity dissolved. This unity was never complete or uncontested. Rome's legacy interacted with Germanic traditions, Christian theology, and later Islamic scholarship to create something new. Yet the Roman foundation remained distinguishable. The revival of Roman law in 11th century Bologna, the Renaissance recovery of classical texts, the 18th century revival of republican political models, each represented not mere nostalgia but an active engagement with living traditions Rome had initiated. As we stand 2 millennia after Augustus, 15 centuries after Rome's fall in the West, the city's legacy surrounds us in ways both obvious and subtle. It shapes the laws under which we live, the languages we speak, the buildings we inhabit, the political systems we maintain, and the religious traditions that inform our cultures. Rome reminds us that human achievements, when sufficiently profound, need not perish with the civilizations that create them. Instead, they transform, adapt, and persist, becoming the common inheritance of humanity itself.